This is Target 12, The Spy Game, Book 12, written by Jack Mars, narrated by Logan Harper. Prologue. The ancient site of Delphi on the southwestern slope of Mount Parnassus, Greece, 4 p.m. Dr. Cynthia Crane could not believe her luck. She had only started her summer excavation with the Harvard field crew a week ago, and she had already hit archaeological pay dirt. They were excavating in front of Sybil Rock, a mysterious feature in the most famous and one of the most sacred centers of ancient Greek religion. In ancient times, people from all over Greece, and even beyond, had come to Delphi to hear the predictions of the famous oracle. As her fame grew, what had once been a simple hut where the oracle lived when it first became a religious site sometime before 1000 BC, had expanded during the classical Greek period. Every city-state wanted to have a temple or other monument here. They also added ornate treasuries to store their donations. Because of this, Delphi was an archaeological wonderland. Built on a scenic hilltop surrounded by the green, rugged terrain of central Greece, the entire area was dotted with ancient ruins. To one side, the hillside was cut to create a semicircular theater, its open end facing out across the valley so the audience could enjoy a breathtaking background to the performance. Closer by stood a temple to Apollo and the sanctuary of the oracle. While excavations had studied and partially restored many of these buildings over the past 150 years, no one had ever dug in front of Sybil Rock. It was a strange feature, a natural outcropping of stone that had never been cut away, despite all the construction on this site over the centuries. Ancient sources said that the oracle would sometimes stand atop it and chant the revelations Apollo had given her. It seemed likely. The flat-topped rock made a perfect pulpit, and it was close to the sacred temple. Plus, many religious rituals in ancient Greece took place outdoors, the Greeks being essentially nature worshippers. And that had always intrigued Dr. Cynthia Crane. Why here, at this exact spot? Sure, the outcropping made a convenient platform, but there had probably been many similar stones before much of the mountainside had been built on. If you went to surrounding mountains, you found plenty. Why cut away those and not this one? What made this spot so special? Dr. Crane had a feeling she knew. While the oracle would often meditate and give private prophecies to rulers, generals, and other important individuals in the sanctuary of Apollo, she would give her public prophecies right here, not far from the second temple to Apollo built on this site in 548 BC. Why here? Why not on the steps of the temple just a short walk away? Why not on some ornate, man-made platform? She thought the answer might lie in the way the oracle gave her prophecies. Several ancient sources mentioned that the oracle would sit in front of a cleft in the ground inside the temple of Apollo and, having breathed in the sacred vapors rising out of them, would tell the future with startling accuracy. Scholars had long debated just what those fumes were. Some said it was a simple parlor trick to make the oracle look impressive, and that she, like stage psychics in the modern day, would make their predictions sound credible through a shrewd combination of generalities, a prior knowledge of the subject, and a close study of their audience. Thus, the oracle of Delphi was more psychologist than psychic. Another theory was that natural gases coming up from deep in the ground got the oracle high, and she would see grand visions and speak in riddles to her questioners. This was an interesting hypothesis, but so far had been difficult to prove. While there were fissures in some parts of the mountains, no one had found any at the spots where the oracle gave her prophecies. They also hadn't found any deep enough to tap into any subterranean natural gas deposits. Supporters of this theory contend that because Greece was an earthquake-prone region, the crevices might have closed up. Perhaps. Dr. Crane still thought they should see some evidence of them, however. Dr. Crane had a different theory, a mix of the two popular ones. She did think it was a trick, sort of, and she did think the oracle relied on gases coming from a cleft in the earth to enter a different mental state. But she didn't think the fumes were natural gas. She thought there was a hidden brazier at the bottom of the cleft, burning a mixture made by the ancient Greeks themselves. That civilization had made a deep study of the natural world and were experts in the effects of various plants. In the past decade, there has been a growing body of academic literature on the Greeks' use of psychedelic substances, such as magic mushrooms. Dr. Crane believed the Greeks had brewed up some similar substance for the oracle to inhale, She would have been prompted already by reading her audience beforehand and keeping aware of important figures and events. When she got high, this would expand her mind so that she could make connections the normal mind couldn't, and spout strange poetry that hinted at the truth while being open to many interpretations, thus allowing her audience to think she was right more often than she really was. It was an interesting theory, and now she had a chance to prove it. On one of her many investigations of this site, she had noticed an open area in front of Sybil Rock. Beyond this clear area were faint traces of stone benches. They had been cleared centuries afterwards to put in a Roman road, and so hadn't been noticed before. By the Roman period, Delphi was still a holy site, but the line of oracles had died out, and Sybil Rock was no longer in use. Thus, the stone benches where the public would sit to hear her prophecies were no longer necessary and had been cut away to make room for the road. Dr. Crane had noticed traces of their bases in parts of the road that had weathered away to expose what lay beneath. This had made a nice paper in and of itself, but she had noticed something even more important. The front benches were situated well away from Sybil Rock. Was this to keep the audience from seeing the hidden brazier and inhaling its fumes? Was there a hidden underground chamber in front of Sybil Rock where fumes would arise out of a hole in the roof to inebriate the oracle? She had gotten permission from the Greek government to find out. So now she and a small team of half a dozen Greek and American archaeology students were digging through rocky earth in front of the stone. So far they hadn't found anything except a few shreds of ancient pottery and a couple of fragments of statues, the typical detritus one finds in any classical site. It was the ground that excited her. They should have hit bedrock by now. In most parts of the site, it lay only a few inches under the surface. Not here. They were more than a meter down already. That meant that this area had been deliberately hacked away in ancient times. Hacked away for what? Dr. Crane had the feeling that she'd get her answer soon. She stretched, wiped her brow, and took a long pull of water. One unfortunate aspect of archaeology is that you had to teach for a living. While she loved most of her classes and her students were generally good kids, that meant she had to dig over summer vacation, and summers in Greece could be pretty brutal. "Water break," she called. Some of the crew had to be reminded to drink on a regular basis. It was easy to forget, and you could get so dehydrated that you'd keel over. It happened a lot, and it had happened to her. Everyone got up and went to their water bottles. Dr. Crane took a look around. The excavation was roped off to keep the public out. An elderly couple stood on the other side of the barrier, snapping photographs of the work and talking to each other in German. Dr. Crane didn't mind. There wasn't much to see yet, but she wasn't going to complain about the public being interested in her work. She also noticed someone else watching from a bit further away. A woman sat atop the retaining wall of the newer of the Apollo temples. Called the polygonal wall because of its large, oddly shaped stones, it was famous for the many inscriptions on it describing the dedication of slaves to Apollo. This was a holy way to free them, gaining the former master brownie points with Apollo for giving the slave to the god, while the slave, still technically a slave to the deity, walked off essentially a free person. The parts of the wall where the inscriptions were located was further along. This woman had taken care not to sit near them. Dr. Crane appreciated that sort of courtesy. The woman looked in her 30s, fit, her features partially obscured by a large straw hat and sunglasses. Even so, she looked familiar. Had Dr. Crane met her before? Not recently, if she had. Perhaps she was a tour guide. No, that didn't seem to fit. She'd be working right now. It was high season. Maybe a fellow archaeologist? That rang a bell. But who? And why had she been loitering around the site all day? Dr. Crane had seen her several times. Maybe I should go say hello. Dr. Crane was just getting up when a shout from one of her students made her turn. It was Penelope, a Greek graduate student and Dr. Crane's most enthusiastic worker. She had glugged down some water and had immediately gone back to work, scraping away dirt with her trowel in her corner of the excavation. Dr. Crane saw the younger woman had uncovered a flat, square stone. She brushed away the grit and dirt around it and revealed that it was sitting on a stone floor of some kind. "Excellent find, Penelope," she said in Greek, then switched to English for the benefit of her American workers. "Okay, everyone, let's clear off the last of the dirt to uncover this floor. This is exactly what we were hoping for." Everyone got to work, Dr. Crane included. Unlike a lot of dig directors who preferred to sit back and issue instructions, she always believed in doing the hard jobs right next to the workers. Besides, she loved getting her hands dirty, and after 20 years in the field had never lost that thrill of discovery you first get when you uncover something. She envied Penelope. That graduate student might just have found what Dr. Crane was looking for. But the archaeologist restrained her enthusiasm. She needed to meticulously uncover this entire floor before prying open that slab. Luckily, she didn't have to wait long. The team only had to go down another centimeter before they cleared off the rest of the gritty soil. Now Dr. Crane could see that this was bedrock, chiseled and abraded smooth to make a floor. The slab that Penelope had found was the only feature. Dr. Crane and Penelope exchanged a look.
"Shall we open it, Dr. Crane?"
"Well, you found it."
"It's your dig."
Dr. Crane grinned at the younger woman.
"Let's pry it open together. I'll get the crowbar."
As she ran to fetch it, she noticed that familiar woman still sitting on the wall. The woman was looking at her phone, but Dr. Crane got the impression that behind those sunglasses she was actually watching the excavation. The archaeologist didn't know why she got that feeling. Maybe the intense expression on the woman's face. Dr. Crane also noticed that one of her workers, a burly young Greek, had run over to his bag, which he had left several meters away. She didn't give it another thought, too excited over this potentially history-changing and career-changing find. Grabbing the crowbar from a pile of tools nearby, she hurried back to Penelope's side and, as the rest of the dig crew crowded around to watch, set the crowbar between the slab and the bedrock and heaved. It came off easier than she thought it would, and as it did she felt a gust of wind in her face, and her nostrils filled with a smell she couldn't identify. It smelled earthy, with nutty and sharp undertones. She turned to the young woman beside her. "What was her name again?"
"Did you smell that?"
The woman looked back at her.
"Yeah, it smelled like... I don't know what it smelled like."
She looked around.
"What is this place?"
"Why, it's Delphi,"
Dr. Crane replied.
We're here to...
She couldn't remember what she was here for. She turned to the others gathered around and saw some had slumped down. Others were wandering off, and one young man was laughing hysterically. One woman was on her hands and knees a few steps away from the excavation, running her hand back and forth across the grass. Dr. Crane stared, entranced. The grass seemed to shimmer as the woman moved her hand across it.
"The shimmering of life is revealed in motion. Motion is the sign of life. The planets move, so they are alive, just as all creation is. The dance of atoms. Life is universal."
She gasped with delight and clutched her hands to her chest.
"Everyone, listen! Everything is alive! The stones, water, air, all is life!"
Several of her crew turned and looked at her, amazed. The student running her hand back and forth across the grass murmured,
"Yes, all is life, and all life is aware of us."
This new revelation struck Dr. Crane like a thunderbolt. She sat down on the bedrock, too amazed to take much notice of Nicholas, who had returned from his bag, wearing a gas mask. Wrapped around his head was a strap with a headlamp. He went over to the hole and clambered into it. A minute later he climbed back out, carrying a delicate blue bottle sealed at the top. Inside swirled some sort of gas. Nicholas ran, peeling off his gas mask as he did so, and disappeared down the old Roman road. A distant part of her mind told her that she should be worried about that, but the great revelation the grass had taught her was far too important. She turned back to the men and women around her. She raised her hands in the air.
"Listen, everybody!"
She struggled to remember their names and realized she could not. Then she realized it didn't matter, and that led to a new revelation.
"We are all one, and not just in the spiritual sense, but the physical sense too. There are no individuals, only energy flowing down the river of time."
Some of the people nearby gasped at this stunning wisdom. Others were too busy giving their own pronouncements to the crowd. Some were simply staring at the clouds or trying to figure out the symbolism of the flight of birds. No one noticed that the woman who had been sitting on the polygonal wall had now run off after Nicholas. Chapter 1. Jana Peters realized she had waited too long. The old love of the past had caught her unawares, and she had sat back while Dr. Cynthia Crane had made the discovery of her life. Jana had been following Dr. Crane's career since before Jacob had come into Jana's life and set it on a very different path. While Dr. Crane's specialty was ancient Greece and Jana had always been a Roman specialist, Dr. Crane had some interesting ideas about the oracle at Delphi that had made ripples in the archaeological community. Her theories on the oracle using psychedelics was an interesting one, although unprovable. Now she had gotten permission to dig in front of the Sibyl Stone and perhaps prove it. That had sparked Jana's interest both as an archaeologist and as a CIA agent. The ancient source for the powers of the Delphi oracle, the world's most famous seer, would have inestimable value and dangerous in the wrong hands. The wrong hands being Dr. Harlow, who was fascinated with the idea of using ancient technology to take over the world. And the Order, a shadowy organization that wanted the same thing and had recently joined forces with the rogue archaeologist. They had kidnapped her father, Aaron Peters, the CIA's top operative, and Jana and Jacob had lost the trail. Now they were stuck trying to find an enemy agent who could give them a clue as to where he was. Jana was monitoring the Delphi dig, hoping it would attract one of the Order's people, or even Dr. Harlow himself, while Jacob was in Berlin, trailing someone from the Antiquities Division, a once-secret branch of the U.S. government that Dr. Harlow had worked for before going rogue. Jana had been loitering around Delphi for the past few days, playing the tourist and wearing something radically different each day in the hope that she wouldn't be spotted. She had watched the excavation's progress with increasing excitement as the team dug down in front of the Sibyl Stone, not finding bedrock as they should have, but rather a deposit of dirt that must have filled a space cut through in ancient times. And now they had reached the floor of what must have been a cellar and found a slab that no doubt covered an entryway or cyst. Dr. Crane had grabbed a crowbar, and she and a student had pried it open. A gust of wind had blown out of the hole they had uncovered, carrying with it a strange, silvery mist. Dr. Crane and the crew began to show unusual symptoms, babbling and wandering around like they were high. Jana gasped. That must be the Apollo's breath, the mysterious substance Dr. Crane had written about in her articles. The gas that the Oracle of Delphi had inhaled to make her famous predictions. And it had been stored underground all this time, and now Dr. Crane and her poor students had breathed it in. Then Jana saw one of the young men on the dig, who looked Greek, running toward the excavation wearing a gas mask. Oh, hell. This guy was what Jana had feared and hoped for, an agent of the Order. Jana scurried behind a pillar in the Temple of Apollo and watched. She couldn't approach for fear of breathing in the gas, and so she had to stay on the sidelines and see what happened. She didn't have long to wait. The guy re-emerged from the hole less than a minute later, carrying a delicate blue bottle sealed with what looked like wax. Jana put her hand in her purse, where she kept her 9mm automatic. As the man ran away down the Roman road, stripping off his gas mask, Jana pursued, using the terrain and various ruins as a screen to hide her movements. Some tourists gave her odd looks, but she didn't care. Keeping out of sight of this guy was the only important thing. Getting him would be tricky, though. She couldn't fire, both because there were too many people around, and she didn't want to break that bottle. Also, she couldn't shoot someone in the back who didn't have a weapon in his hand. Jacob always talked about how the good guys fought at a disadvantage. She had seen the truth in that statement before, and she was seeing it again. The Greek ran down the Roman road, cut through the remains of the Athenian treasury, and across the crumbled ruins of the Roman agora to get to the path leading downhill to the parking lot. Good. Jana had a rental car there. She could pursue. Or not. A Greek man in hiking shoes and carrying a walking staff cut her off and swung the staff at her head. She had no time to duck. She could only fall. The heavy olive-wood rod whooshed so close it took off her hat. It almost took off her head, and here she was, having just recovered from a serious concussion. Jana lashed out with her feet, aiming for his balls. The man anticipated this maneuver and turned to the side, her boots only hitting his hip. That was enough to make him stagger half a step back. Jana rolled to the side. The Greek brought his staff down, and Jana rolled again. The staff hit only dirt. Dimly, Jana was aware of people shouting. She didn't put any hope in any of these civilians trying to help. Civilians hardly ever tried to help. She rolled again and leapt to her feet, just in time to duck another deadly swing. Jana backed off and drew her gun. Yes, she was still holding her purse. Not that she was overly girly, she had never been overly girly, but it contained her gun. The instant she drew it, a backswing from that staff knocked it out of her grasp. It spun away over an ancient wall and disappeared. The man took a step forward, grinning with triumph. "Stop right there!" someone shouted in Greek. A security guard rushed up, brandishing his truncheon. He carried no other weapon. The Greek jabbed his staff into the man's stomach. The guard doubled over with a loud oof. A quick defeat, but it gave time for Jana to give the man a right cross straight to the jaw. His head snapped back. Unfortunately, he did not go down. A follow-up left hook made him retreat another step, and he swung his staff at her again. Jana backed off. Too slow. The tip of the staff hit her in the hip. She felt a jab of pain and heard her phone crack in her pocket. As the man drew his staff back for another swing, Jana got desperate. She leapt on him, hands going for his throat. The suddenness of the attack and Jana's full weight getting thrown on him made him fall. The staff hit the ground first, the impact tearing it from his grasp, and then he smacked the back of his head against a rock, and was out cold. Jana took a breath, looked around at the circle of gaping tourists, and gave the man a quick pat-down. She found no gun. She didn't bother with the ID in his wallet. It would be fake anyway. Jana ran through the circle of onlookers, ignoring their babble of questions, and pelted down the dirt lane leading to the parking lot. She could see the man from the dig running far ahead. He wasn't running as fast as he probably could have, probably too worried about the ancient glass he cradled against his chest. Jana started to gain on him. Then, some bad luck. A 4x4 drove up the path and stopped. The Greek hopped in the passenger seat. The 4x4 did a 180, knocking down an inscribed stone block and eliciting shouts from tourists nearby, and sped off down the path. "Damn it!" Jana broke into a run. By the time she made it to the parking lot, the 4x4 was gone. She got into her own vehicle and sped down the mountain road. As she did, she pulled the phone out of her pocket. If she caught up enough to read the license plate, she could call the CIA and have them tracked. Jana glanced at her phone, and her heart sank. That blow by the Greek staff had crushed it. Not just the screen, which was spiderweb with countless cracks, but the phone itself was nearly snapped in two. She got the impression that if she took the plastic case off, the entire thing would crumble to pieces. She wasn't calling anyone. Jana tossed her phone aside and focused on driving. The 4x4 was well ahead, alternatively disappearing and reappearing on the curvy mountain road. Luckily, Jana had taken the precaution of renting a fast model with a V8 engine. "You sure you can handle this?" the guy at the rental agency had asked. Jana had resisted the urge to slap him. Instead, she had batted her eyelashes and said in a sickly sweet voice,
"Oh, if I find it's too much, I can get my husband to drive it."
The sarcasm had gone right over his balding head. She began to gain on the 4x4 and eased up on the gas. She didn't want them to notice they were being tailed. Hopefully they hadn't noticed what car she was driving. Jana was pretty confident on that point. The operative sent to monitor the excavation had obviously not checked the rest of the visitors for any familiar faces. If she had been spotted, they would have killed her for sure, or kidnapped her as they had her father.
Well, that would have been one way to find him.
She had a better idea. She'd hunt these people down to their base and force them to talk. They didn't know she was here. That guy with the cracked head wasn't going to be calling his pals anytime soon. With any luck, he was already under arrest for assaulting that security guard. Pity she hadn't thought to take his phone. It was probably locked anyway. So she could follow them without raising suspicion as long as she hung back, didn't get too eager, and followed the rules of tailing her father had taught her when she got her license at 16. It occurred to her that she was all alone, with no way to call for backup, and she had lost her firearm. Following them was a really, really dangerous idea. A slow smile spread across Jana Peters' face. Felt good to be back in the game. Chapter 2. Jana hung back, tailing the 4x4 as it got to the bottom of the mountain and merged with traffic on the highway. She kept a couple of cars between them, pacing their speed. The thieves weren't stepping on it now that they had gotten well away from Delphi. As they continued down the highway past the rural hills and little towns with their red-tiled roofs, Jana ran through the possibilities in her mind. They had obviously read the same article she had come to the conclusion that Dr. Crane's theories might be correct. This was what she had been hoping for. The Order and Dr. Harlow were sure to monitor all archaeological publications, hoping to find evidence of ancient technology, more weapons to put in their arsenal. They must have been monitoring the dig from the start, no doubt rotating their people through in order for them not to be recognized. What surprised her, though, was that they hadn't spotted her. Sure, she had worn a big hat and sunglasses, but that was hardly enough. She had been nervous that they might spot her and attack, that nervousness tempered by the feeling that they might not have been monitoring the dig at all. Well, they had, but they hadn't spotted her. Curious. Now that she had time to think, she realized she had seen that guy posing as a hiker wandering around Delphi a couple of times that day. At the time, she had dismissed him as just another tourist. He hadn't tried to attack her until she chased after the Greek man who stole the bottle. So the hiker hadn't recognized her as a threat until she pursued his team member. Odd. It didn't matter, though, because now she had a solid lead on their enemies. If only she could call Jacob. He was in Berlin pursuing another lead. While they usually worked together, they had split up for these two jobs because they both felt like long shots. And now that the Order had come out of the woodwork, she couldn't alert anyone. Despite the tense situation, Jana chuckled to herself. Back when she was still a professor, she had always complained that her students constantly stared at their phones. It was like they couldn't do without them. Now she was the one pining for phone access. The 4x4 continued southwards at a steady speed. Jana kept a sharp eye for any vehicles that might be following her or trying to close in. No one visible. The Order's agents remained blissfully unaware of her presence. That, too, was odd. The Order's agents were usually highly trained. Maybe they were stretched thin, and the hiker, the Greek on the dig, and the driver were the only three who were on duty at Delphi. The guy on the dig hadn't seen her following and wasn't aware that she had knocked out the hiker. You'd think they'd call to tell him they'd gotten away clean and then wonder why he didn't pick up. Jana shook her head. She should really not question the first bit of good luck she had had in a long, long time. Sometimes even a capable enemy will screw up. She should be grateful that she had managed to follow them this far without being spotted. Her gratitude began to fade when they entered a small fishing village called Kira on the Gulf of Corinth. The 4x4 drove straight to the pier.
Uh-oh. Are they going to get on a boat?
The 4x4 pulled up at a nearby parking lot, and the Greek from the excavation got out. He carried a cardboard box. Jana assumed the bottle was inside, no doubt surrounded by padding to keep it safe. Jana parked on the other end of the parking lot. By the time she got out of her rental car, the driver of the 4x4 had also gotten out and walked with the man from the excavation down to the end of the pier, where a large, expensive-looking motorboat was moored. Both men looked muscular and walked with confidence. They didn't even look around to make sure they weren't being followed. Jana cursed. She didn't have a phone to take a photo of these guys. At least she had the license plate number of the 4x4. A trim, older man with a sailor's cap and blue peacoat stepped out of the cabin of the motorboat. He took the cardboard box with infinite care and stepped carefully back to the cabin, disappearing inside. The driver and the man from the dig untied the lines, and the motorboat started up its powerful engine. Within a minute, it had gotten away from the pier and then shot out into the Gulf of Corinth, heading west.
Time to play like an Interpol agent again.
Both she and Jacob had Interpol IDs that, while not exactly valid, would be confirmed by that agency as such. Jana didn't know the arrangement, who had done favors for whom, but she was grateful for it. It had helped them out on several missions. Hopefully, it would help them out again. She hurried over to the harbormaster's office, which in such a small town was a little annex attached to a seaside cafe, with barely enough room for a desk, a computer, and a maritime radio. No one was inside. A man sat in the cafe nearby, sipping a coffee and reading a newspaper.
"Excuse me, are you the harbormaster?"
Jana asked. The man nodded without looking up from his newspaper. Jana plopped her Interpol ID on top of the paper. The man's eyes widened. He looked up at her with a mixture of confusion and astonishment.
"Nice of you to join the conversation," Jana said. "Who owns that boat that just left?"
"Which boat?"
Jana sighed.
"The big motorboat that was moored at the end of the center pier."
"Oh, that, let me see."
He got up, cracked his back, sighed, and shuffled over to his diminutive office, folding up the newspaper with her ID inside.
"Could I have my ID back, please?"
"Oh, right." He handed it to her and sat down in his chair with a contented sigh. He tapped away at it for a moment, then said, "Here it is, owned by Georgios Papinokolo of Naxos." Naxos was one of the Cyclades islands in the southern Aegean. Pretty far away, although that boat certainly looked capable of getting there.
"How long has he been moored here?"
He checked the register again. 6 days. Dr. Cynthia Crane's excavation had started 5 days ago.
"Have you noticed anything unusual about the owner?"
The man looked at her, confused. "Noticed?"
"Never mind. Look up his boating license, please."
"What did he do?"
"Antiquities theft."
The man tut-tutted. "Oh, naughty." The man got onto the national database. Jana had no right to ask to see the license without a warrant, but this guy either didn't know or didn't care. The harbor master scratched his head. "Huh. There's no record of a Georgios Papanikolaou having a boating license."
"That's because it's a fake."
"Oh." He typed in something else. "The registration number of the boat isn't here either."
"You don't check these things when people dock here?"
"It's not standard procedure unless they leave without paying or something like that."
"Get on the radio and call the Coast Guard. We need to catch this guy."
The harbor master's face lit up. "Hey, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that?"
"Don't make me answer that question."
"Huh?" Jana's hands balled into fists.
"Could you get on the radio, please?"
"Oh, okay." The harbor master put out an all-points bulletin describing the ship and the older man who had received the package. Once he finished, the harbor master leaned back in his chair and smiled. "All done. Now all we have to do is wait."
"Is that all you ever do?" "Could you call the police for me? My phone got broken."
"The police don't have boats." Jana rolled her eyes.
"They left behind a vehicle. I want to check it out."
"Oh, okay." He put in the call. "They'll be here in 10 minutes, he said after he hung up. Would you like a coffee?" The police confirmed what she suspected, that the 4x4 had been stolen a week before. The Coast Guard had searched for the motorboat but hadn't found it. Given how big the Gulf of Corinth was and how many inlets and islands a boat could hide amongst, Jana was not surprised. So there was nothing more the local authorities could do. Both the police and the Coast Guard were launching an investigation, but Jana didn't hold out much hope of their catching anyone. The Order were pros, and they would disappear without a trace. So Jana drove back to her hotel at the base of Mount Parnassus. She needed to get to the spare phone hidden in her room and call Jacob. The drive down to the coast, dealing with the authorities, and driving back had taken the entire afternoon, and by the time she got back to her hotel, the sun had set. She should have felt tired. She hadn't had lunch and had been on the move for hours, but the excitement of the chase buoyed her up. The hotel was styled like a traditional house, complete with whitewashed walls and blue shutters for each of the windows. Inside, however, it looked like any 3-star hotel, with a lobby, a breakfast room that Jana felt could use some improvement, and quiet hallways leading to the rooms. Jana kept alert as she passed through the lobby and headed for her room. She didn't think any of the Order's agents would be here, but it paid to be careful, especially since she was now unarmed thanks to that guy with the staff. She unlocked her room with her keycard and went in, fumbling for the light. Before she could find it, Jana felt the cold steel of a knife press against her throat.
"Move and you're dead,"
a harsh voice whispered. Chapter 3. Mönchengladbach, downtown Berlin. That same evening. The CIA had sent Jacob Snow to a lot of different places. As the organization's top agent for the Middle East, he had been to every country in that region, as well as most European nations and plenty of others besides. His job had taken him to dictators' palaces, bandits' lairs, refugee camps, and remote villages. He had been to arms markets, secret bunkers, Air Force bases, and prisons. But the CIA had never sent him to a gay bar. He'd never gone to one in his free time, either. Not that he had anything against such places, it's just that there was nothing for him there. The interior wasn't much different than any other bar. It was dimly lit with pulsing lights and electronic music, loud but not so loud as to drown out conversation. A small dance floor at the back was full of dancing figures under deep red lighting. Jacob sat at the end of the long bar, his back to the wall, as was his custom, his eyes roving over the crowd as he sipped a beer. Nope, this place didn't look much different than any other bar he'd ever been in, except for two details. There were only guys here, and instead of getting eyed by some lovely lady, he was getting looks from some weightlifter with a bleached flat top. Jacob gave him a polite nod and looked away. He scanned the crowd, looking for the face from the dossier, an older, serious, and bespectacled face that would look out of place amongst this young and fashionable crowd. Oh, that was another difference. Everyone here had nicer clothes and hair than Jacob Snow. He had never prioritized his appearance. Why bother when half the time he was in disguise and the other half he was getting his face smashed up by some terrorist? Maybe that weightlifter kept giving him the eye because he was trying to figure out how Jacob come by so many scars. His boss, Tyler Wallace, had discovered a member of the Antiquities Division would always go on vacation to Berlin, sometimes 3 or 4 times a year. Wallace was wondering if perhaps this man, Dr. Steve Anderson, an expert in Mesopotamian civilization, might be up to something. Perhaps he was communicating with Dr. Harlow and his breakaway faction of the Antiquities Division that had wrought so much damage over the past couple of years. So Wallace had sent Jacob Snow to check it out. Dr. Anderson was unmarried and seemingly devoted to his work. It didn't take much digging into his phone records to discover that he was a regular on a dating app for men seeking men. He had also looked up the Manabar, one of Berlin's biggest gay venues. In fact, he had looked it up every time he came to Berlin and scrolled through their special events section. A famous DJ was supposed to start playing in an hour. Maybe that would attract him, although he didn't look like he belonged in the house music crowd. It would make more sense to simply go to his hotel and question him, but Anderson didn't have a hotel reservation, and he had turned his phone off when he got on the flight and never turned it back on. Wallace had been suspicious of this guy before, and behavior like that made Jacob think his boss was right. Jacob took a sip of his beer, realized it was empty, and put it on the bar. The bartender gave him another before he had to ask. "Oh, thanks," Jacob said in German, one of the many languages he spoke. While not fluent, his level was good enough to hold a conversation. "From your friend," the bartender said, pointing at the bodybuilder, who winked at him. "Oh. Can I refuse a drink? How do women handle this?" Unsure what to do, Jacob nodded at the man. That turned out to be a bad idea at the worst time. Because the weightlifter smiled at him, got up, and sauntered over. At the same moment, over the man's shoulder, Jacob spotted Dr. Anderson coming through the front door. Jacob stood. That muscle man came up to him.
"Hi, I'm Dieter."
"Nice to meet you, Dieter."
"Want to dance?"
No. Laura's going to laugh her ass off about this.
"Then let's sit."
That would at least provide him with a view of Dr. Anderson, so they sat. Dieter got a bit too close.
"You American?"
"Yeah."
"First time in Berlin?"
"No, I come here sometimes." Jacob gave him a quick once-over. No obvious weapons, no scars from fighting. He looked plenty strong, but in a gym jock sort of way. He could take this guy down in 2 seconds. Not that he would need to. He examined everyone this way. Jacob sensed no threat. Unless he was a decoy. He had approached just as Dr. Anderson came in. Coincidence or something more? Dr. Anderson was dressed in a stylish black turtleneck and slacks, so he wasn't the worst-dressed person in the place. Jacob still held that title, but he was the oldest by at least 10 years. He went over to a table where 3 young Arabs sat. One of them, who looked barely in his 20s, leapt up with a squeal and gave him a big hug. Jacob had noticed the Arabs before. They were gay. He knew you couldn't tell just by looking at someone, but straight guys don't kiss each other on the mouth. Dr. Anderson got kisses on the cheek in the traditional Arab fashion, but with a bit more gusto than the usual ritual peck, and they all sat down. The 3 Arabs looked genuinely happy to see him. As Jacob observed all this, he was still having small talk with Dieter. He had been trained to do that while not breaking concentration. It was a good way to blend in. It wasn't working with Dieter, though. The German looked over his shoulder. Well, if you like them ethnic, just say so. Or do you like the old man? Sorry, Jacob said, unsure why he was apologizing. They're an odd bunch. They caught my eye. Dieter shrugged. Maybe you don't get Arabs and gay bars in America, but we sure do here. They're so glad to be in a country where they can be themselves without going to prison. Kind of messed up, though. They have all sorts of hang-ups like the old guys say people had in the 80s. I see. Dieter edged closer. You sure you don't want to dance? Jacob edged back. How to brush this guy off without being rude? He didn't blame him. Jacob had been sitting alone at the bar. That was a signal for people to approach. So, how do you signal back that the approach isn't wanted? Dr. Anderson slipped something to the youngest Arab under the table, who turned and nodded to his friends. After a minute, the scholar and the young Arab got up and headed for the back. Jacob and Dieter continued with their small talk. A mirror on the opposite wall allowed Jacob to track the suspect all the way to the bathroom. Both men went in. I got to go to the bathroom, Jacob told his unwanted companion. I'll see you in a minute. Dieter smiled. Sure. Jacob got up and moved through the crowd. How did these civilians afford all these stylish clothes? Maybe he should dress better. Jana never complained, though. She was a t-shirt and jeans sort of girl. You live in Europe, and yet you dress like an American. Gabriella always teased him about his clothes. Grief and guilt overwhelmed him for a moment. Gabriella Cremonesi was an alluring Italian documentary and wildlife photographer who he had met in Rome. They had become lovers, although they had never been in love. He sensed that Gabriella wanted to get closer, but Jacob had always held back a bit, worried that a serious relationship couldn't exist in conjunction with his kind of lifestyle. She had been fun, though, a wonderful lover and great companion. There had been sailing trips on his yacht on the Aegean, and candlelit dinners in Athens and Rome. And then she got killed by a bomb meant for him, a bomb planted by the Order, although he hadn't known it at the time. Strange that he hadn't thought of her much lately. He supposed that was because he finally found someone he could be in love with. Jana Peters. She was in Greece at the moment, tracking down a lead about her father. The Order had kidnapped him, and the trail had gone cold. Now they were each trying to track down members of that elusive organization, or people close to Dr. Harlow, in the hope that a prisoner might lead them to him. He got to the bathroom and went in. Other than a guy washing his hands, he didn't see them. Then he saw 2 pairs of legs under the partition of one of the stalls. Oh, crap, I don't want to deal with this. The guy washing his hands finished and walked out. Now, what the hell do I do?
You got it?
He heard an older voice whisper in German. That must be the professor.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Jacob blushed. For someone who had spent so many years in extreme situations, this was making him seriously uncomfortable. Whoa, nice. Jacob rolled his eyes.
Plenty for you,
the younger voice said.
I've been looking forward to this,
the professor replied. The things I do for my country. From inside the stall came a loud snorting sound.
Here, you have a line too.
More snorting. What? They're snorting coke? Well, that I can handle. He kicked in the stall door. The professor and the young Arab leapt in the air. The little mirror the Arab held flew in the air, a white cloud poofing out inside the stall. Hi! Can I join the party?
What the hell?
Jacob grabbed the professor, dragged him out of the stall, and got him into a headlock. You bastard! The Arab shouted, rushing for him. He had dropped the mirror, but not the razor he had been cutting coke with, and that razor was coming straight for Jacob's face. Chapter 4. Jacob let go of Professor Anderson, kicking his legs out from under him so he fell to the floor. That gave him just enough time to smack the Arab's weapon hand aside and give him a punch to the gut. That doubled him over. Jacob put him in a handlock, twisted, and made him drop the razor. Kicking it aside, he pushed the man back in the stall and hauled the professor to his feet and got him in a headlock again. Dieter decided that was a good moment to walk into the bathroom. He stopped, jaw dropping, and stared at the scene. "Hi, Dieter, I'm a cop. This is a drug bust?" Dieter scowled at him. "Guys are selling drugs in every park in Berlin, and you have to come harass us?" Jacob felt a tinge of guilt. He had to admit this looked bad from Dieter's point of view. "These are high-level international drug dealers. Leave and keep quiet." Dieter left, but Jacob was not convinced he would keep quiet. "You," he gave Dr. Anderson's head a squeeze. "Start talking."
"Oh, I'm not a drug dealer," he managed to choke out. "I only wanted to score a line."
"You know what I'm talking about, Professor Anderson." The world's foremost expert on Mesopotamian civilization got very still. His young Arab friend was picking himself off the floor of the stall. "Stay right where you are," Jacob commanded. The man snarled at him.
"You come here to beat up gays? This is what I fled Syria to get away from."
Again, that twinge of guilt quickly suppressed. This was Dr. Anderson's local contact.
"He doesn't know anything,"
Dr. Anderson choked from underneath Jacob's armpit. "Know anything about what?" Jacob said, giving the man's neck another squeeze.
"About who I work for. I come here on vacation."
"What was that you slipped him under the table?"
"Money," the Syrian said, pulling out a small wad of American dollars. "He's helping me. I can't get a job except dealing, and I don't want to do that. I want a real life."
Jacob wondered, if Dr. Anderson wanted to save this guy from dealing, why he was snorting lines in the bathroom with him.
"I'm the chief financial officer of Berliners for Refugees," Dr. Anderson said. "Even though Germany is the most generous country in the world for letting in refugees, they still face a lot of challenges in learning the language and getting integrated."
Sounds like a good cover.
"Cover for what?"
"Don't get clever with me, Jacob didn't get to finish his sentence because the door to the bathroom banged open and he was faced with a crowd of a dozen very well-dressed and very impressively muscled gay men. Dieter stood in front.
"You scumbag! You come here and think you can beat us up? I knew I got straight vibes from you. Well, you're going to find out we're not victims."
They charged, a roar coming from the crowd. Jacob dropped Dr. Anderson for a second time in 2 minutes and pulled out his fake Interpol ID. "Interpol!" he shouted. The crowd stopped. Dieter stood right before him, fist poised to knock out Jacob's teeth. "Interpol," Jacob repeated. "Dr. Anderson here is wanted for questioning for some serious crimes, and so is his friend." The guy studied the ID, then backed off.
"You could have been easier on them,"
Dieter grumbled. "If you only knew the crap that I've seen, you wouldn't judge me." Everyone backed out of the bathroom, except for the bartender.
"I'm the owner, and I need to know what's going on here," the man said.
"Don't interfere with police business. Oh, by the way, these guys were snorting coke in your bathroom."
"If that's the case, I'll ban them, but I'm staying to monitor the situation because this is happening at my business."
Jacob couldn't think of an argument against that. The Syrian had picked himself off the floor and was glowering at Jacob. Jacob switched to English and spoke fast, hoping neither the Syrian nor the manager would be able to follow the conversation. "Every time you go on vacation, you come here to Berlin. Why?"
"To help the Syrian and Iraqi refugee community. Before the war, I used to work on excavations there. I made lots of friends. I also met the underground gay community. You wouldn't believe the amount of persecution. Now, they face the death penalty in both countries. Imagine that. Execution for loving a different way."
Jacob patted him down to check for weapons and, finding none, let him out of the headlock. "Stay where you are." He turned to the Syrian. "You, get over here." The young man looked defiant for a second, then did as he was told.
"This is as bad as living under Assad."
"No, it isn't." Jacob patted him down, found nothing of interest but a small bag of cocaine that he showed to the bartender before tossing into the toilet, and checked his ID. He took a photo of it and handed the ID back to him. He was beginning to think this guy was an innocent bystander.
Some people wouldn't think of a man snorting coke as an innocent, but years of fighting terrorists, gun runners, and human traffickers had radically changed Jacob's perspective on human nature. Using drugs was stupid, but not evil. Dr. Anderson, on the other hand, was anything but innocent. He was part of the Antiquities Division, a loyalist to the curator. When Dr. Harlow had broken from his old boss, he had taken a team of discontents with him. The rest, like Dr. Anderson, had remained loyal to the curator. After much investigation and some insights from an insider, Robert Bledshaw, Jacob had discovered that both the curator and Dr. Harlow wanted to use the ancient pre-Ice Age technology to take over the world. The only difference was that the curator was cautious. He was willing to bide his time and continue taking U.S. government funding while he built up his knowledge. If Dr. Harlow was the current threat, Dr. Anderson and his colleagues were tomorrow's. Jacob pulled out some zip ties. Dr. Steve Anderson, I'm arresting you for the use of an illegal substance and on suspicion of antiquities theft. Antiquities theft? That's ridiculous. I would never steal antiquities. Jacob looked him in the eye. Wouldn't you? I'm a university professor. Would you like me to tell them what university you actually work for? Dr. Anderson went pale. When Dr. Harlow had blown up a series of hydroelectric dams and killed tens of thousands of people in a failed bid to root out the curator, the whole world had learned of the Antiquities Division. And they wanted their blood. Only the U.S. government, in frantic damage control, had managed to save the situation by having a closed-door investigation and supposedly firing the curator and his top aides. They had done nothing of the sort. The curator was still in charge and still a threat. It made Jacob wonder how much influence he had in Washington. Jacob turned to the Syrian. You can go. Keep out of trouble. I'll have the CIA run a background check on you just in case, but my gut tells me you're simply caught up in something you don't understand. The Syrian looked at Dr. Anderson. He's a good man. He's helped a lot of us. Good men can do bad things, too. Jacob marched Dr. Anderson out of the bathroom and tensed as he saw the crowd of young men still gathered outside. He could see it from their perspective. He had come in here and grabbed one of their own, someone who had a good reputation in their community. What they saw was unfair harassment by law enforcement. In any other situation, they would be right. He got a lot of hard looks as he ran the gauntlet of those angry faces. Dieter took a step forward. Jacob looked him in the eye. Don't. Dieter hesitated. Don't, the bar owner said. He's Interpol. Something bigger is going on here. Oh, if you only knew. Dieter backed off. Jacob got Dr. Anderson out of the bar and into the street. To his relief, no one followed. You taking me to the police station? The archaeologist asked. No. Dr. Anderson looked at him, panic on his face. Oh my God, you're with him. And who would that be? They were walking down the sidewalk now, passing a few pedestrians. Jacob kept his arm around Dr. Anderson's shoulders to make things look casual and to mask the fact that the archaeologist had his hands zip-tied behind his back. Don't play with me. Dr. Harlow has kidnapped some of us before. I won't cooperate, you know. You people are disgusting, bloodthirsty. Jacob cocked his head. Dr. Harlow had been kidnapping people from the Antiquities Division. Employees of the U.S. government had been taken by a hostile power, and the curator hadn't told anyone? I'm not with them. Who has been kidnapped? Dr. Anderson stared at him. 3 researchers. You mean you don't know? I'm a U.S. agent with Interpol, not an agent with Dr. Harlow. Your boss didn't see fit to tell anyone in government that they had been taken. Dr. Anderson looked at his feet. Typical, he muttered. Jacob studied him a moment. He was an expert at telling if someone was trying to play him, and he did not sense that from this man. Jacob had come here because of the archaeologist's suspicious movements, thinking the guy was an agent for Dr. Harlow, or at least selling him secrets. Now it appeared he was here for a different reason. They found a small park and sat down on a bench. So, why do you come to Berlin so much? To help the Syrians, I told you. And me and Mahmoud have a thing going. Mahmoud was not the name of the young man who was snorting coke with him. Who's Mahmoud? One of the guys at the table. He doesn't know I work for the Antiquities Division. He thinks I'm an ordinary academic. None of them know anything. The curator would kill me if I told anyone. Kill you? The man nodded and let out a little shiver. He certainly let a lot of people die last year, Jacob said. We couldn't give in to terrorism, he said without conviction. You didn't have to do anything. The curator could have. There's a lot more at stake than you know. Enlighten me. Not a chance. Jacob leaned forward. The archaeologist leaned back. Does your boss know about your extracurricular activities? Dr. Anderson snarled and looked him in the eye. Not an easy thing for any man to do with Jacob Snow. I'm out. Nobody in the office cares. We're the most advanced scholarly team the world has ever seen, and you think they're going to care about my sex life? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the coke. Suddenly, Dr. Anderson didn't seem so sure of himself. Jacob put a hand on his shoulder, and when he continued, the heat had gone out of his voice. You know what I think? I think you hate the job you've gotten yourself into. I dug deep into your past. No convictions for drugs, not even a hint of any of that sort of thing. Even when you were in your 20s and going through graduate school, you were more of a scholar than a partier. And you've always donated to charities that help the disadvantaged in the countries you worked in. Your research focused on translating Sumerian mythological texts, looking for the truth in the stories of gods and their abilities. That's why the curator hired you, right? Because you already half-guessed the truth about the pre-Ice Age civilization. Dr. Anderson nodded. I had always had my suspicions. It wasn't something I could talk about with my colleagues, though, not without getting laughed out of academia. Jacob chuckled. I know a thing or two about the close-mindedness of academics. So, you were happy to join the Antiquities Division, except it turned out not to be what you expected. You thought you were joining an advanced research institute. Instead, you found yourself in a revolutionary cell run by a petty dictator. Dr. Anderson licked his lips, looking everywhere but at Jacob. Now, you're trapped, Jacob said. Time to show the carrot after using the stick. You're a good man, seduced by the lure of the elite, being privy to secret information. But you don't like the treason. You don't like the plans to take over. Your past shows you worked for some congressional campaigns back in the 2010s. You're a good American. You believe in the democratic process, and you're seeing that undermined by your boss, the same boss that would rather let thousands of innocents die rather than give himself up. What can I do? Dr. Anderson whispered. You can't leave the Antiquities Division. People have tried, and they've had accidents. Jacob grimaced. He had suspected that. You don't have to leave, but you can still help. How? Jacob studied him and figured he was sincere. He better be, or else. You can supply me information. Keep the curator from turning into the next Dr. Harlow, because you know he will someday. Before he could answer, Jacob pulled out a knife and cut his zip ties. You're free to go. Just like that? Just like that. I haven't agreed yet. And I'm letting you go anyway. Because I came here thinking I was tracking down a spy for Dr. Harlow, and what I found is a decent man who is going to do the right thing. Dr. Anderson stood, rubbing his wrists. I will, he said. Jacob nodded. I know. I'll be in touch. And, Steve, stop with the drugs. It won't make you feel better about your employer. Dr. Anderson hung his head. Jacob clapped him on the shoulder. Talk to you soon. All right, Dr. Anderson said, and Jacob figured he meant it. And even if he didn't, Anderson knew that Jacob could always get to him. If he didn't help out of a sense of patriotism, he would out of fear. Either way was fine by Jacob, but he preferred it to be the first. They shook hands. Jacob had found what he hoped would be a valuable ally. Unfortunately, he had not found a way to get at Dr. Harlow and the Order. He had not found a way to save Aaron Peters. Chapter 5. Aaron Peters didn't think he could stand much more. Despite all his training, despite all his willpower, he could feel himself slipping. He lay in his small concrete cell, furnished with nothing but a toilet and a pad and 2 blankets to sleep on. All the walls, ceiling, and floor were drawn with complex designs that almost made shapes. From a hidden speaker came voices that remained just on the threshold of hearing. And those shapes and those voices had wormed their way into his psyche. Even with his eyes shut, he could see the eye-blurring patterns. Even with his fingers in his ears, he could hear the voices, because when he did that, they turned the volume up. And then there were the lectures. Once or more a day, he'd be drugged, securely manacled, and brought to a room where electrodes were put on his head, his eyes propped open with clamps. A slow saline drip keeping them moist, and he'd be shown propaganda about how the world was going to end, and only the Order could save it. He had been a prisoner of the Order for weeks now, and instead of torturing him or killing him, they had been trying to turn him. The main person they had lecturing him was his old friend and comrade Roger Tyson, a CIA agent he had fought alongside in Afghanistan. Tyson was one of the CIA's best, and he had turned. "I'm not a traitor, Aaron," Tyson had told him more than once. "I'm not against America. I'm trying to save it. Hell, I'm trying to save the whole world." When they had first brought him here, Aaron had called him every name in the book. Now he didn't say anything. He didn't have the strength to argue. He barely had the strength to keep his thoughts in order. Sometimes not even that. He found himself paying more attention to the lectures and slideshows, the threat of climate change, the population bomb, the increase in worldwide epidemics, the inability of renewable energy to keep up with demand, the dwindling supplies of natural resources. If something wasn't done, and soon, the world would spiral into chaos from which it would never be able to recover. He had already half believed that before getting locked up in this place and looking at their evidence, even if it was exaggerated, it was hard to argue that they were wrong. But to save the world by establishing an authoritarian government, well, that would end in a nightmare. How many times had a dictator claimed to be saving the world only to destroy large parts of it? And these people had already proven their bloodthirstiness. They had killed tens of thousands, wrecked entire towns, trying to get at the curator of the Antiquities Division. He was another danger because he was part of the United States government. Tyson had been quick to point that out. "Look how corrupt our government is to support a guy like that," he said, standing in front of the screen as images of burning rainforest flickered across his rugged features. "Think what else he's up to. All the things we don't know." That didn't mean joining Dr. Harlow and the Order would make anything better. Even if he didn't join them, they might win. In the arms race of pre-Ice Age technology, they were way ahead. They'd rule the whole world if given half a chance. Which made him wonder why they needed him so much. Yes, he was the deadliest weapon in the CIA's arsenal, but he had been missing for weeks, months, and if he suddenly returned, everyone would assume he'd been compromised. All of these thoughts came slowly. In bits and pieces he had trouble keeping straight. Much of the time his mind was nothing but a soft blur, one day melding into the next. He would lose track of whether he had eaten or not, whether he had slept. At other times he would find himself thinking treasonous thoughts. What if he and Tyson joined forces? They could lead this show. Most men in any militant organization were merely followers. If they could take out Dr. Harlow and whoever was in charge of the Order, perhaps they could run it and turn it towards something better. Perhaps he and Tyson could rule the world, save it, and not cause any unnecessary bloodshed. As soon as those thoughts came to him, he would recoil in horror and try to discipline his mind. There could be no concessions, no compromise. Giving even an inch would put him on the slippery slope to the abyss. He tried to remember that. But in this surreal place, with its hypnotic patterns on every surface and incessant whispering worming into his subconscious, it was easy to forget. At the moment, he lay on his sleeping mat, eyes closed. He didn't plug his ears. There was no point. Even closing his eyes didn't help much anymore. Those strange patterns were indelibly etched into his brain. The snap of the feeding slit opening and the heavy steel door of his cell woke him out of his lassitude. "You know the drill," a rough male voice said. "Time for another lecture." No point in resisting. They just storm in here and grab him. He moved over to the door, sitting with his back resting against it, hands close together behind him. The guard on the other side shackled his wrists. Then Aaron turned and stuck his feet through, trailing a long chain from his wrists that attached to the shackles on his ankles. Aaron pulled back and they opened the door. Half a dozen men with assault rifles faced him, the usual escort. Aaron got to his feet, not being able to stand up straight because the chain between his wrist and ankle shackles was deliberately too short. He shuffled out of his cell and down the hallway, relaxing a bit as he did so. The 109 steps between his cell and the lecture room gave him his only break. There were no patterns on the walls, no whispers at the edge of his hearing. Aaron slowed his pace to extend the break as much as possible. Just as he was turning right at the familiar intersection, one of the guards said, "No, keep going straight." Aaron stopped, as much out of surprise as to get a few more seconds of peace in this psychologically unthreatening hallway. Huh? In the past few days, weeks, he had begun to play dumb in order to lull his captors into a false sense of security. He was hoping they'd slip up. They hadn't. "Go forward," the guard said in a tone one would use with a clueless child. Aaron stared at him a moment, then shrugged and began to shuffle down the corridor. He had never been this way, although he had seen it countless times when he was turning right at the intersection to go to the lecture chamber. He had also killed a man just where he was walking, in his one and only escape attempt. Aaron spotted the scars of several bullets along the wall from that firefight and suppressed a smile. They came to the third door on the left. One of the guards opened it. Aaron jerked with surprise. Sunlight shone out from the other side. "Move forward," one of the guards said. Aaron shuffled to the doorway, and his heart sank. It wasn't the sun. It was a sun lamp. It stood along one wall of an otherwise featureless concrete room about 10 feet to a side. The only furnishings were a pair of comfortable-looking armchairs. An air conditioning unit whirred from the upper part of one of the walls. Still, it was warmer in here than the cold concrete hallway. Roger Tyson sat in the one facing the door. "Aaron, good to see you," he said in a friendly voice. He gestured to the guards, who unlocked his shackles and took them away. Aaron stared at his guards, then turned back to Tyson, blinking at the light. The sun lamp's rays felt soothing. "Come on in," Tyson said. He gestured at the armchair. "Have a seat." Aaron was too stunned by this turn of events to do anything but obey. He had long fantasized about what he would do if given half a chance to escape. With his arms and legs free, he could throw himself on the guards and get amid them so they couldn't shoot. Then he could grab a gun and start firing all around them while they couldn't fire back. But he didn't do that. Why didn't he do that? Aaron sat on the armchair, easing into the padding. It was the most comfortable feeling he had experienced since his capture. The sun lamp felt like it was soaking into his skin, rejuvenating him. He closed his eyes and turned his face toward it. "That's right," Roger Tyson said. "Soak up those rays. You're looking pretty pale. Sorry about that. We'll give you some sun treatment every day. Gotta keep you healthy." Aaron didn't reply. He knew what was going on. After a long period of torture, physical or psychological, it was a good tactic to give the prisoner a rest. Let them know what they had been missing. It was the softening up before trying to break them once and for all. He needed to be careful. Tyson was going to try to manipulate him. Aaron tried to keep his mind alert and on guard, but his thoughts remained a blur. He had been drugged so often, kept in isolation, and bombarded with propaganda for so long that he needed more than just a couple of minutes in a hallway and a bit of vitamin D to clear his head. His thoughts remained unfocused. When he tried to latch onto a plan to resist whatever was coming next, he couldn't formulate even the first step. For a long minute, Aaron Peters simply sat there, his closed eyelids glowing a cheery yellow, the warmth of the sun lamp relaxing his muscles. "You getting enough to eat?" Tyson asked. "Come on, Roger. You know the answer to that question." That was as much resistance as Aaron could muster. He wanted to lash out, or at least throw some more sarcasm into his tone. It was hard, though. His mind still wouldn't get it together. "Any kinds of food you like?" Aaron sighed, but did not respond. "Liking that sun lamp, eh? You'll be getting more of that. We don't want you getting any vitamin D deficiency, and we don't want you getting sunburn." "Sunburn?" "Oh, yes, Aaron. You and I are going on a little trip."
Chapter 6. Jana stayed very still as the knife pressed against her throat. Her captor kicked the hotel room door closed.
Put your keycard in the light slot, the voice said behind her.
It was female.
I want to see you.
Jana did as she was told. The lights came on, and through the mirror on the closet door she could see her captor, Dr. Cynthia Crane.
What are you doing here? Grabbing an antiquities thief. What did Nicholas take from the underground room?
I don't know. I went after him, but he got away in a waiting vehicle. I trailed them all the way to the shore where they got on a boat and escaped.
Yeah, right. You're Dr. Jana Peters. It took me a while to recognize you. So, you've gone over to the other side, huh? Figured you'd make more money stealing artifacts instead of studying them.
I work for Interpol now.
Bull!
Reach into my right front pocket. One hand pushed into her pocket. The knife stayed where it was. Dr. Crane pulled out the Interpol ID and took in a sharp breath. The knife moved away from Jana's neck.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Jana stepped away and turned. It's all right. It must have looked pretty suspicious from your point of view. How did you get in here? The archaeologist blushed. Jana gave her a reassuring smile. It's okay. We're on the same side, and I'm not going to get you in trouble.
I distracted the guy at the front desk with a request. Once he went inside his office, I stole one of his universal keycards.
Clever. How did you know I was here?
I asked. This was the third hotel I asked at.
You're resourceful, Jana said with a smile. So, tell me what happened back there. I ran after your worker and didn't see. Dr. Crane frowned.
I'm not exactly sure. We pulled off that slab and got hit with a gust of wind. It looked strange, kind of sparkly, although I can't be sure it really was because it was only a matter of seconds before the hallucinations hit.
Hallucinations?
I can't remember them clearly. We all got hit with it. Something about how beautiful grass is and how it all connected to life in the universe.
Trippy. Dr. Crane broke into a smile, and the tension in the room eased.
Big time. We were all talking like crazy, too, all this profound stuff that probably wasn't profound if you weren't high.
Unless you think it's the voice of the gods. The archaeologist's eyes got a faraway look.
We were the first people to inhale Apollo's breath for almost 2,000 years.
Apollo's breath?
An obscure name for the gas the oracle at Delphi breathed in to make her predictions. It came from a chasm in the rock inside the temple of Apollo. The oracle sat above it, breathed in the fumes, and saw the future. The fumes were supposed to come from a dragon Apollo killed and tossed into the chasm. The god then inhabited the fumes coming from the rotting corpse to possess the oracle.
I remember reading your article saying you thought there was a second source in front of the Sibyl's rock, except there's no natural chasm there, and so you thought the gas was man-made.
Exactly! But how did you know someone would try and steal it?
Jana paused, wondering how much to tell this woman. She was a colleague and obviously concerned about the theft, but she was still a civilian and thus knew only what the news had told her about Dr. Harlow, which wasn't much at all. And she knew nothing about the order. It was probably best to keep it that way, for her sake. We received an anonymous tip-off that there might be a robbery attempt. The informant didn't tell us who would try it. Jana didn't like lying to this woman. She didn't like lying at all. Ever since joining the CIA, she had been doing it a lot. Jana sat on the edge of the bed. Dr. Crane sat in the chair by the desk. She glanced down at the knife, cried,
"Oh, sorry,"
and threw it on the desk with a clatter. "Keep it," Jana said. She didn't think they'd come back for Dr. Crane, but you could never be sure. Dr. Crane rubbed her temples.
"I don't feel like myself."
"Tell me what happened after you got hit by the gas."
"We were inebriated for a few minutes. I'm not sure how long. Some tourists saw our behavior, and a couple came over and got a mild dose, too. The worst effect of the gas wore off after a bit, but there's a lingering effect. I have strange thoughts and occasionally burst out with the weird statements. And I keep staring at grass."
"Grass?"
"One of the workers was stroking the grass and talking some sort of philosophy. Now I have all sorts of strange sensations any time I look at grass."
The archaeologist shook her head.
"I hope this wears off soon. I can't imagine what it must have been like to breathe this in all the time."
"Where's your crew?"
"At the hospital. The police came. There was a fight and a man was found knocked out with a concussion."
"The fake hiker. Where is he?"
"I don't know."
"We need to find out. When I chased your worker, Nicholas, that man tried to stop me."
He must have been taken to the same hospital as my workers. There's only one hospital in town. We need to go there. I need to question him if he's conscious, and you need to get checked out.
The archaeologist stood, a hard look on her face.
No. Call and have them detain him. We need to go up and check the site. We need to see what's in there before the police pluck up the courage to go inside. I don't want them stomping and ruining everything. We might even find a clue as to what they took. I really think you need to... Later! The site is the most important thing.
Jana smiled.
All right, my friend. Let me get my phone. I'll call the police, and we'll go up there together.
An hour later, Jana felt seriously frustrated. The first bad news came when she had called the hospital and discovered that the man she had fought had slipped away and disappeared. The police were now hunting for him. Apparently, he had pretended to be more injured than he was, and they hadn't questioned him, so they had no idea who he was. The second frustration came when she called Jacob in Berlin, and he didn't pick up. She hoped he was all right. The third frustration came in the form of the police up at the archaeological site of Delphi. They had no one at the gate besides an unarmed security guard and a lone cop standing next to the excavation, which had been cordoned off with police tape. An electric lantern sat in the grass nearby, creating a circle of light. It was impossible to see beyond it, making the cop essentially blind to his surroundings. He didn't see them until they were 10 feet away. Then the officer held out his hands. "I'm sorry, ladies, this is a crime scene. You can't come any nearer." Jana did the same thing she did to get past the security guard at the gate. She held up her Interpol ID.
I'm the Interpol agent who chased the suspect, and this is the archaeologist who was working on the site.
Oh, very well. I'll need to put in a call to the station first, though.
Jana nodded, then retraced her steps to where she had fought the man posing as a hiker. Turning on the flashlight on her phone, she searched around the area for her gun, but couldn't find it. Either the police had picked it up, in which case she couldn't explain how she was authorized to carry it without express permission from the Greek government, or some passerby had decided to take it. Damn, she needed that gun. The closest CIA station was in Athens. While that was less than an hour's drive away, she didn't have time to waste. She texted a request to the office to have someone deliver a gun to her location, hoping they had a spare agent to do so. With all the chaos the Order and Dr. Harlow had sown in the past year or so, every intelligence agency in the world was stretched to the breaking point. She walked back to the dig site, where Dr. Crane stood impatiently while the policeman talked on his phone.
"All right,"
he said after a moment.
"You can check out the site. The environmental hazard team already determined there's no toxins in the area."
Are you feeling all right?
Dr. Crane asked.
"Oh, yes, I've been here 3 hours and I haven't felt any effects. Whatever it was has blown away by now. Did the hospital give you a clean bill of health?"
The archaeologist gave him a flat smile.
Sure. I didn't get much of it. I was standing a bit apart when it happened.
Dr. Crane didn't look any more comfortable with lying than Janet did, although, just like her, she saw the use in it. The cop stepped aside and they walked into the excavated area. There wasn't much to see, except a large rectangle of cleared earth and the bedrock beneath. In the northeast corner, close to the foot of Sybil Rock, was a square hole just big enough for someone to squeeze through. The square stone slab that had covered it lay nearby.
Dr. Crane, you up to looking inside? Call me Cynthia, please. And yes, I've been hoping to find something like this for years.
Jana smiled and gave an exaggerated bow.
Then you should go first, Cynthia.
Cynthia strapped a GoPro with a light to her forehead and turned it on. Then she got on her hands and knees and hesitated a moment, closing her eyes.
You all right?
Jana asked. They had switched back to English in the hope that the policeman wouldn't understand. In Greece, most young people spoke English, but the middle-aged and older mostly did not.
I'm still a little woozy. I keep staring at the grass. Is there a breeze?
No.
Oh, because the grass is moving.
Maybe we should get you checked out.
We have a robbery to solve, Cynthia said.
She stuck her head into the hole and stared for a moment. What do you see? Jana asked.
Wonderful things, she giggled.
Oh dear, I'm quoting Howard Carter when he peeked in Tutankhamun's tomb. I really am high.
Maybe you should... Cynthia looked up with a big grin.
Follow me.
She put her legs in the hole and dropped down. Jana, worried about her colleague, hurried to follow. Chapter 7. Jana looked through the hole and saw the floor was only about 4 feet down. Cynthia squatted on the floor. The room below was a cramped little place hewn out of the living rock, only about twice the size of a coffin. Jana stuck her head inside to get a better look and saw the ceiling was blackened with soot, as were the upper parts of the walls near the hole. There was nothing inside except a broken blue glass bottle like the one Cynthia's worker Nicholas had taken. Cynthia looked up at her, ecstatic.
My theory was correct! There was no fakery and no natural emission from the earth. They created Apollo's breath themselves and kept doses down here. Now, I bet when the Oracle stood on top of Sybil Rock, that slab covering this hole wasn't here. Maybe there was a metal grill or something. They'd open one of the bottles and the fumes would rise up and...
Cynthia sucked in a long breath through clenched teeth, scrunching her eyes closed and pressing her fingertips to her forehead.
Are you okay?
She opened her eyes, splaying her fingers and gasping.
The original breath of Apollo was blown into the plants at creation, and the ancient Greeks were wise enough to mix just the right plants in just the right combination and proportion in order to bring the gods' wisdom to the nostrils of the oracle.
Jana stared. Her fellow archaeologist shuddered, looked up at her with a bashful expression, and said,
Of course, I'm only talking metaphorically.
She giggled. We need to get you to the hospital.
Yeah, I think so.
Cynthia crawled out of the hole, stared at the grass for a moment, rubbed her eyes, and said,
Let's get me checked out. Then we can hunt for Nicholas.
Jana decided not to tell her that she wasn't going anywhere except the hospital and then to bed. The important thing was to get her examined. She hoped Cynthia didn't have permanent brain damage. As they walked to her car, Cynthia said,
I think that second bottle must have broken because of an earthquake. You know how common they are here. It probably fell over and smashed. It's pure luck the second one didn't. That cloud of Apollo's breath has been contained in that little room all this time.
Maybe not too long.
There was a big earthquake here in the 19th century, and another one just 10 years ago. Lucky me,
Cynthia chuckled. Jana got the archaeologist into her rental car, excused herself, and stepped away a bit. She saw a text from the CIA office saying they'd send someone with a gun. Nodding with approval, she called Jacob. This time, he picked up. Hi, Jana. You won't believe where I've been.
The order hit the dig at Delphi and stole an ancient intoxicating gas.
Oh, crap. Another weapon for their arsenal. What happened?
I'll explain when you get down here. Can you make it right away?
I'll be there as fast as I can. Jana nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. They had a hell of a mystery on their hands and no good leads. Having Jacob's instincts would sure help. She looked at the car, where Dr. Crane was wiggling her fingers in front of her face.
Good. Keep me updated. Love you.
Love you too, Jacob chuckled. Yeah, I even proved it today. I got hit on and said no.
What?
Don't worry. You're more my type. See you soon. He hung up. Jana rolled her eyes. She shouldn't be surprised that he got attention when he was out about and alone. At least he was honest about it in his typically boyish way. Jana hurried back to the car. She needed to get Cynthia to the hospital. 2 hours later, Cynthia came out of the examination room. Jana was in the waiting room. While she had been sitting there, she had gotten updates from the police and Coast Guard. No trace of Nicholas or the boat he disappeared on. They had discovered that Nicholas was working under a false name and thus had no way to trace him. Jana felt frustrated, but not surprised.
What did the doctor say? I'm supposed to stay here overnight for observation. They did an MRI like they did with the other people affected, but didn't find anything wrong with me. They say the effect is similar to psilocybin, the active substance in magic mushrooms, except it comes on immediately and the trips last longer. I'm feeling better now. Hardly any strange thoughts or visuals. The others are in a similar state. The doctors don't think there's any permanent damage, but they want to keep an eye on us.
Jana took her hand.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I need to go. Another Interpol agent is flying down to help and will be coming to my hotel later tonight. First thing tomorrow, we'll get cracking on this investigation. I'm glad a fellow archaeologist is helping out.
I've done missions, cases like this before. We'll stop them and get that artifact back.
I hope so. It's priceless. Imagine the Apollo's breath still in its pristine state.
Jana decided not to say what she was thinking, that it was probably being replicated in Dr. Harlow's lab, or strengthened. But why would he want a psychedelic gas? She said goodbye to Cynthia and headed back to the hotel, pondering this question the entire way and not coming up with an answer. It was late when Jacob finally got to her hotel, having taken the first flight to Athens he could get on and driving a rental car to Delphi. Jana hadn't wasted her time. She had read every article she could find by Dr. Crane, trying to figure out Dr. Harlow's thinking as to why he would target this dig. While what she found was fascinating, these were only secondary sources. The original ancient Greek documents Dr. Crane had worked with to come up with her thesis were not digitized, and thus she couldn't read in detail what the people of the time had said about the gas. She bet Dr. Harlow had read those documents, though. She'd have to talk with Cynthia once her head cleared. Her phone buzzed with a text from Jacob announcing he was just checking in. With a cry of joy, she hurried down to the lobby. When she saw him at the front desk, it took all her self-control not to fall into his arms. "Hello, Agent Peters," Jacob said with a nod, a sly sparkle in his eye.
"Good evening, Agent Snow."
The man at the front desk handed him a keycard, and they headed upstairs. Not to his room, of course, but hers. The instant the door closed behind them, they embraced. It felt so good to have his arms around her again. She hated being separated from him, especially when either of them faced danger. Her relief and joy broke like a dam, flooded by unexpected grief and tears. Whoa, it's gonna be okay. Jacob squeezed her and stroked her hair. "It was a way to find Dad, and I messed up." "Messed up? You didn't mess up. You were alone, with no intel. It's amazing you found them at all." "But the police can find no trace of them. It's going to be another dead end like the last mission." "Don't worry, we'll find them." "How?" Jacob thought for a moment. "I know someone who might be of help. Hold on." They sat on the end of the bed, Jana wiping her eyes. Jacob got on his phone and used a CIA program that sent his call to a CIA database of different numbers, a bit like a VPN for phones. When prompted to select a name for his number, he typed in Manaba. "Men's bar?" Jana asked. "It's a long story." He put it on speaker and put a finger to his lips. The phone rang a couple of times before it picked up, and a male voice answered in German. "This is Dr. Steve Anderson." Jacob spoke in English. "Hey, Steve, this is your new friend from Interpol." "Oh, crap, you already?" "Me already? Look, we have a situation. Do you know anything about the Apollo's breath at Delphi, Greece?" "I mean, I've heard of it, but I'm a Mesopotamian expert, and what have you heard about?" Pause. Jacob cleared his throat. Even over the phone, he could be menacing when he wanted to be. "They were discussing it at work," Dr. Anderson replied. "When?" "About a year ago at a meeting. We were looking into various possibilities for future research." "So, did the curator set up a team to investigate it?" Jana's eyes went wide. Was he talking to someone in the Antiquities Division? "No, we decided that whatever the Oracle was inhaling, it was probably an herbal compound the ancient Greeks developed themselves. Lots of ancient societies use drugs. Most likely it isn't pre-Ice Age technology." Jana bit her lip. Despite overwhelming evidence that all the archaeology she had been taught was wrong, she still felt uncomfortable with the idea that a highly advanced civilization had existed 100,000 years ago. Some others aren't so convinced. A gasp on the other end of the line. "What do you mean?" "There's a good chance. Here's your opportunity to serve your country for real this time. Hey, you're even fighting against your sworn enemies, so it's a win-win. I want you to delve into the database over in the Antiquities Division and see what you can find. While the curator spiked the idea, the Antiquities Division must have some initial research. Maybe you'll find something they overlooked, something they didn't see as significant. Also, talk to your co-workers who specialize in ancient Greece. See what you can uncover." "You want me to spy on the Antiquities Division?" "Yep. If I get caught, they might do something to me. So don't get caught. And if your boss would kill you for spying, maybe you got the wrong boss. Steve, I'm going to give you a carrot, and I'm going to give you a stick. You already know the stick. Cocaine possession. I'll even make that public. Social media the hell out of that thing. Not so good for your professional reputation or your further employment status. The carrot is that you get to continue with your comfortable life, serve your country, and do the right thing for a change. Well, I'll even add a sweetener. I'll divert some CIA funds to that charity you have." Another pause.
The CIA will help support gay refugees?
Janet cocked her head. This conversation was taking some very surprising turns. Jacob nudged her and laughed. Why not? We're a diverse crowd. The public thinks we're a bunch of evil spies trying to rule America. No, actually, we're a reflection of America. I work with all sorts of people.
Oh.
So? Get cracking, Steve.
Okay.
Jacob took a softer tone. Look, Steve, you're not a bad guy, just a weak one. You got offered a dream job, and you shut your eyes to the evils you saw. I've met a million guys like you. I spoke out against the curator. I wanted him to give himself up. I'm sure you did, and I'm sure he smacked you down and cowed you with threats. Not in so many words, but the implication... people have disappeared before. The curator says they switched allegiances to Dr. Harlow, but I'm sure some of them never would. They defied him, and I think he killed them. You're stuck in a dictatorship, Steve. I'm going to help you overthrow that dictatorship. Long pause. I don't care if you go public about the cocaine. Jacob frowned. Steve, if you think you don't understand me. I don't care about the consequences. I can't stand working for him anymore. I'll do what I can to help. I don't want anything in return. But, if the CIA wants to make a donation. Jacob smiled. We will. I promise you that. Good. I'll cut my vacation short and go back to the States. There are some archives I can only access in person. Be careful, Steve. I will, and thank you. Thank you. You're a good American. I was once. I'm going to be again. Both men hung up. Janet turned to him. So, what was all that about? Jacob took in a deep breath. Well, it's an interesting story. Chapter 8. Jacob blushed as Jana rolled on the bed, laughing her ass off. He had just told her the story of what happened in Berlin. That's hilarious. Big tough Jacob Snow hanging out in a gay bar. Don't fall into stereotypes. Plenty of tough-looking guys there. Ooh, were you nervous? Jacob rolled his eyes. Nobody was throwing grenades at me, so no. She put on a look of mock worry. So this Steve friend of yours, should I feel jealous? I know you have a thing for archaeologists. He's a useful contact within the Antiquities Division. Bloodshot can't be relied on anymore. I'm sure they're keeping him out of the loop on all the important stuff. We need a real contact. Jana grew more serious. He sounds pretty low level. I'm not sure you're going to get much from him. We don't know how their information systems are organized. At least it sounds like he gets to go to planning meetings. The curator is smart enough to ask his whole team for advice. Well, any good leader will do that, and he's recruited some of the best minds in archaeology and history. I have to admit, I feel a bit insulted he never recruited me. You're too much of a skeptic. At least you were. Steve had been studying the possible truth behind Mesopotamian myths for years before he got recruited. Dr. Anderson? Jana said, putting her arms around him. What? Don't call him by his first name, or I'll feel threatened. Jacob tickled her on the ribs, making her cry out and smack him. Stop that, he said. I think he'll be good intel. What's this charity he was talking about? He supports gay refugees from Syria and Iraq. Jana's face darkened. I've heard of what they do to them over there. Jacob looked at the floor. I've seen it. You're seriously going to divert CIA funds to this charity? Are you even allowed? I have discretionary spending for informants. I'll just list it under that. Tyler Wallace will understand, assuming he even asks me about it, which he probably won't. I hope this guy can come up with some information for us. He won't get back to wherever he's going in the States for at least another 12 hours, and we have nothing to go on. The next morning, they got a break in the case. A tiny one, but beggars can't be choosers. They were eating breakfast, Jacob tucking into an excellent omelet, when Jana got a call from the Greek Coast Guard. She talked to them for a minute and then hung up. They found the boat I spotted floating in the Gulf of Corinth. No one on board. They're bringing it back to Kira, where I last saw it. We should go check it out. Jacob nodded. They must have met another boat and changed over to that one. I'm surprised they didn't sink it. If someone spotted a sinking ship, they would have called on the emergency channel. They probably left it floating so they would have more time to get away. Good point.
Jacob grinned. You're a natural at this.
I learned most of what I know from my dad. God, I'm worried about him.
Jana rubbed her temples.
It's been weeks. Who knows what they're doing to him?
Jacob reached over and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze.
Let's go to Kira and see if we can find out anything.
The boat bobbed in the water where it was moored at the end of the pier. Standing by it were 2 uniformed police officers and a man who looked like a police detective. Jacob had noticed that whether you were from Cairo or Chicago, detectives all had that same look of weary authority, the same alert eyes, and the same haggard, overworked bearing. When he saw Jacob and Jana walking up the pier, he came to meet them. "I am Detective Mikhail Iraklides. Pleased to meet you," he said, shaking their hands.
"Thank you for inviting us down," Jacob said. "Did you find anything on the boat?"
"We dusted for prints, which we have sent off to the lab. Otherwise, we didn't find much of anything, except this."
He held up a maritime map folded up so that only part of it showed.
"We suspect they didn't want to use a GPS so they wouldn't get traced. Instead, they used a map, which they inadvertently left behind when they hopped to another boat. Except the map doesn't show the portion of the Gulf of Corinth where we found the boat."
"Could it have drifted?" Jacob asked.
"It certainly did drift, but the Coast Guard estimated how much it had drifted, and nowhere as much as from this portion of the map."
Jacob liked this guy. He got straight down to business and already had something to offer. He looked at the map and showed it was open to the southwestern corner of the Peloponnese. That was the peninsula of southern Greece that poked out into the sea like 2 long fingers on a stubby hand.
"Interesting," Jana said. "But that's still a hell of a lot of ground and sea to cover."
Detective Iraklides grinned.
"Not so much. After you discovered that this boat had a false registration, we called every port in the area to have them check their records. It turns out that a boat with a false registration came in to refuel at Pylos."
Jacob had been there. Back when his regular safe house had been on the coast just to the east of Athens, he had sailed his yacht all over coastal Greece. Pylos was a pretty little town at the entrance to a large sheltered bay on the southwestern corner of the Peloponnese. The very same section is shown in the maritime map.
That's a good lead. When did they leave?
The detective's grin grew even wider.
"They haven't. We have some plainclothes police watching them and a Coast Guard cutter out of sight outside the bay. We can go in and sweep them up."
"Excellent. What are they doing at the moment?"
"Our officers say they haven't left the boat other than to refuel."
"Maybe they're waiting for someone."
"Maybe. Our men will keep watch until we get down there."
He gestured to a speedboat a little further down the pier.
"That's a police boat, unmarked, as you see. We'll head out now. It will take a couple of hours, but it's much faster than driving, and we'll be in radio contact with our men the entire time."
Jacob clapped him on the shoulder.
"Sounds good. Let's go."
Detective Iraklides led them to the boat. Just as they were climbing aboard, they heard a woman shout,
"Wait!"
from the shore. A woman came running up the pier, waving her hands in the air.
"Wait for me!"
"That's Dr. Crane,"
Jana said.
"I thought you said she was in the hospital," Jacob said.
"She has a mind of her own."
Jacob remembered how Jana had told him how the archaeologist had managed to get into Jana's room and ambush her. Dr. Crane rushed up, a bit out of breath.
"I need to come with you,"
she said. Detective Iraklides shook his head.
"Dr. Crane, you suffered the effects of an unknown gas. You should be under medical observation."
"It's not an unknown gas. It's a gas I've been studying and theorizing about for years. And I'm fine. The effects have vanished. I had a good night's sleep last night, and I feel fine."
"What did your doctor say?"
"That I'm fine."
Jacob wondered about that.
"Sorry, ma'am, but this is a police matter, and
Dr. Crane cut the detective off.
"I need to come. I'm the only person in the world who has a deep knowledge of this artifact they stole. My insight will be valuable."
"It could be dangerous," Jacob said. "We've dealt with antiquities thieves before, and sometimes it gets rough." Jacob wondered if there was an award for understatement. He'd be a serious contender for the World Championship.
"Look, I'll stay back. You need me, though. I know more about this substance than you do."
She let out a nervous little laugh.
More than I want to. You're going to need my insight. I have to come.
The way she said this last line, and that hardness in her eyes as she said it, reminded Jacob of another female archaeologist a couple of years ago. She wouldn't take no for an answer either. Jacob looked over at that other archaeologist and saw a slow smile spread over Jana's face.
All right, Cynthia, she said. You can come, but you keep back, and you follow our instructions, all right?
Great!
She hopped into the motorboat, as eager as a kid going to the amusement park. Detective Heraclitus shook his head.
I hope this isn't a mistake.
Once the four of them were in the boat, the policeman standing on the pier cast off, and the detective started the engine. Soon they were out of the little harbor and speeding along the Gulf of Corinth, heading west to get to the Ionian Sea before heading south down the western coast of the Peloponnese. The boat was a powerful one, and they blasted across the water, the Greek detective at the helm. Jacob sat next to him. While he preferred his yacht with its sedate pace and the snap of its sails in the wind, he had to admire the speed of this boat.
"You handled this well,"
Jacob shouted over the roar of the engine.
"We Greeks are made for the sea,"
Detective Heraclitus shouted. They sped south along the coast. Jacob looked at the shoreline with its jagged, rocky hills and little valleys where nestled little villages of whitewashed houses with roofs of red tile. Several fishing villages hugged the edges of little coves, and they passed numerous fishing boats. Detective Heraclitus nudged him and pointed. Atop a hill overlooking a sea cliff stood a jumble of ruins and 3 marble columns that stood out white against the bright blue sky.
"A temple to Poseidon,"
the detective said. He turned to the 2 archaeologists chattering happily away in the back and repeated himself. They looked with interest, then started eagerly commenting on it with each other. Jacob smiled. It looked like Jana had found a friend. He hoped they could keep her safe. She had Jana's spirit, but not her training. If they were going up against the Order again, having a civilian along could be a liability. Except Cynthia was right. They needed her expertise. Jacob took a deep breath and hoped for the best. Chapter 9. Jana was worried about Cynthia. She had seemed fine on the pier, but now that Jana was getting a closer look at her, the archaeologist's eyes had a strange luster. Plus, her words came out in an odd way, and she laughed a bit too long and a bit too often. She was still a little high.
It's been almost 24 hours. I hope this isn't permanent.
Leaning over to speak to her and keeping her voice down so the men couldn't hear over the sound of the engine in the water, she asked,
"How are you feeling?"
"Fine,"
she said with a big smile.
"How did you get out of the hospital?"
Cynthia looked like she was going to say something, glanced at Jacob and the detective, then admitted,
"I snuck out. The rest of the crew are still there. I'm all right, though. They wanted to run all sorts of tests on us. Well, they can run them on my crew. I'm not going to produce any different results."
Jana opened up her purse to reveal the 9mm automatic the CIA courier had delivered to her hotel room shortly after Jacob had arrived. The courier had brought one for Jacob, too, as well as a bunch of other gear stowed in a duffel bag in the back of the boat. Cynthia looked at the gun askance.
"I've never really been into those," she said.
"I am," Jana told her, looking her straight in the eye.
"In my line of work, I have to be. This could be dangerous, Cynthia. We're going up against some pretty tough people, so I need to know exactly how you are feeling."
Cynthia hesitated and then let out a sigh.
"Okay, I'm not 100%. Having a lot of weird thoughts. Don't worry, I can concentrate when I need to. I also see tracers, bits of light sometimes when something moves by fast. This water is pretty trippy, and grass. Damn, but grass sure is beautiful."
Cynthia giggled.
"Bringing her along was a mistake. I got too eager to be with a fellow archaeologist, someone who's fighting to save stolen artifacts. I should have been thinking more clearly. Too late now. We're almost there."
The GPS showed they were approaching Pylos. Off to starboard, they could see the Coast Guard cutter, a sleek ship of dull gray steel equipped with machine guns and a cannon in position outside the bay. On the hill above loomed a formidable medieval castle.
Near the town, she knew, stood the so-called Palace of Nestor, a Mycenaean palace built more than 3,000 years ago, and adorned with brightly colored frescoes showing charioteers and hunters. It was described in the Iliad and the Odyssey as being the home of King Nestor. While her academic mind knew that the remains might not be the same palace described in those two ancient works, Jana had always wanted to visit. She doubted she'd have time today. On one of the hills beyond, archaeologists had made another amazing discovery: the perfectly preserved tomb of a warrior dating to 1450 BC. Besides the expected gold cups, bronze armor and sword, and other items typically found in warrior burials of the period, the archaeologists came up with a surprise: a small agate inscribed with a battle scene. While stones bearing figures of gods or warriors were common in the ancient world, this one was different. The scene was too small to see properly without a magnifying glass. Artists had examined the piece and said it would have been impossible to make without a magnifying glass either. Then some scholars remembered that an excavation of a palace in Crete dating to around the same time had turned up a dozen round pieces of rock crystal with convex profiles. They looked for all the world like the lenses of magnifying glasses, except no one had seen them for what they were because everyone assumed that no one had invented them yet. Jana had made the same assumption. But what to other scholars seemed only a remarkable rewriting of the history of early optics, to her now seemed like more proof of a far different past. Had the secret to making lenses been passed down over the millennia, somehow surviving the collapse of the pre-Ice Age civilization? It was a theory she would have laughed at just a year ago. Now she thought it was a distinct possibility. Their enemies had figured all this out years before they had, which is why they were winning. Detective Heraclitus slowed the motorboat and turned to his passengers. "How do you want to handle this? Shall we just go into the harbor like a regular civilian craft and then come up alongside?"
"It's your show, Detective," Jana said, "and that sounds like as good a plan as any."
The detective nodded. Just then, his marine police radio crackled to life.
"Someone just came down the pier to the suspect's boat. A white male in his 40s, 6 feet tall, wearing tan slacks and a red polo shirt."
"Arrest him for crimes against fashion," Jacob said. The man on the other end of the radio signal went on.
"They're powering up their boat and casting off."
Detective Heraclitus got on the radio.
"We're coming in. Don't try to pursue. We can stop them before they get out of the bay, and if they slip by us, the Coast Guard cutter will chase them down."
Jana nodded. The suspects were bottled up in that bay. She didn't see how they could get away. But they could fight back. "Stay down," she told Cynthia as she pulled out her gun. Jacob drew his, too. Detective Heraclitus got the boat to maximum speed and roared into the bay, whipping past yachts and other pleasure craft. Once inside the bay, they could see the suspect's motorboat several hundred yards ahead, pulling away from the pier. It was a powerful model, just like theirs. 4 men sat inside. Strangely, it wasn't going at top speed, and it wasn't heading for the entrance to the bay. Instead, it seemed to be crossing it. Jana glanced in that direction. The other side of the bay was pretty distant and was made up of a rocky peninsula with no settlements and no piers. "Where are they going?" Jana shouted over the sound of the engine and frothing water. Detective Heraclitus merely shrugged. They got their answer when a sleek black form emerged to the surface at the center of the bay. For a moment, Jana thought it was a whale. A moment later, she saw it for what it was: a submarine. "What the hell?" Detective Heraclitus shouted. They were still a few hundred yards away. As the Greek detective got on the radio to warn the Coast Guard cutter, Jana stared in amazement. The suspect's motorboat moved alongside the sub. It was a small model, perhaps not a military model at all. Jana had heard of drug cartels in Latin America using homemade subs. She'd never heard of them plying the waters around Greece, though. The Order had upped its game. Detective Heraclitus kept the boat at maximum speed. To their right, she could see 2 young men in civilian clothing rushing to a speedboat docked on a pier next to the one the suspects had departed from. "Are those your plainclothesmen?" Jana asked, pointing.
"Yes,"
the detective replied.
"They won't make it in time."
"Neither will we,"
Detective Heraclitus replied. They wouldn't.
They were still several hundred yards off, and the men from the motorboat were already clambering into the sub one by one. But then they had a stroke of luck. One of the men slipped on the slick surface of the sub and splashed into the water. The man who was just getting into the hatch clambered out to fetch him. The sole remaining man on the motorboat also reached down to fish him out. The detective kept up his speed, zeroing in on the sub. The suspects dragged the man out, and he splashed up and into the hatch. Another held on to the edge of the conning tower, which was only about his height, and reached out a hand as the last man in the boat held out a large canvas bag with what looked like a square box inside.
"That's the bottle!" Jana shouted. "They put it in a box."
"Almost there," Detective Heraclitus said. The man on the sub grabbed hold of the bag and carefully reached up to give it to someone poking out of the hatch. The bag disappeared inside. The last remaining man on the motorboat pointed in their direction, his mouth shouting words Jana could not hear. The man on the submarine glanced at them and hurried to get up the conning tower. The man on the motorboat hopped onto the top of the sub. Too late. Detective Heraclitus was already bringing the motorboat alongside. "Police! Stay where you are!" he shouted. The thieves didn't listen. Jana had never been in a situation where they had. "Freeze!" she shouted, leveling her gun at them. The two men still visibly flinched, but did not obey. Instead, they climbed up the conning tower. Jana cursed. Neither had any visible weapon, and thus she couldn't fire. What was it Jacob had once said? It's a pain in the ass being the good guys.
Chapter 10. Jacob reached for Jana as the police motorboat got tipped and pulled into the suction of the diving submarine. For a sickening moment, he felt himself slipping over the side as the boat almost capsized, but Detective Heraclitus grabbed his ankles and leaned back, both stopping him from falling over the edge and helping to balance the boat at the same time. But it also kept him out of Jana's reach as she slipped under the surface. He was about to kick away the detective's hands when Cynthia Crane dove into the water. "Stop!" he shouted. Too late. She was gone under the surface, too. "Damn it!" The whirlpool left by the submarine ebbed away, leaving a frothing surface as the police motorboat righted itself. Jacob freed himself from Detective Heraclitus's grasp and dove into the water. The waters around Greece are famously clear, but the bubbles left by the descending sub made it all but impossible to see. Jacob took some powerful strokes in a circle, searching for the two women, then went further below the surface. He could still feel some suction, but it was no longer a threat to him. It had been a lot worse when Jana went under. Had she been pulled too far down? He didn't see any trace of that crewman either. Jacob dove deeper, trying to peer through the swirl of bubbles. The sub was a faint shadow fading below, pulling away from the entrance to the bay. Jacob's lungs burned. He had to come up for air. He swam the same direction as the sub as he began to go up, thinking that perhaps Jana had been pulled that way. No sign of her. Lungs on fire now, he pumped his arms and legs harder and came to the surface. Jacob took a big lungful of air, wiped his eyes, and didn't see Jana or Cynthia on the surface. He went back down. The bubbles were beginning to clear and he could see better now, and yet he could still see no sign of his lover. Wait. There! 2 dark shapes through the stream of bubbles. He swam that direction and saw Cynthia, hands under Jana's shoulders, swimming for the surface. Jana was a dead weight in her grasp. Jacob got to them, grabbed one of Jana's arms, and made for the surface. The 3 of them broke to the surface together. A rope splashed right in the middle of them. Detective Heraclitus shouted something Jacob didn't hear. Cynthia grabbed the rope, and the detective hauled all 3 of them in, the archaeologist and Jacob holding Jana's limp form between them. Once to the side of the boat, Detective Heraclitus pulled Jana in. Jacob scrambled up right after, ready to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He didn't need to. Jana was already throwing up a lungful of seawater into the bottom of the boat. Jacob breathed a sigh of relief and turned to pull Cynthia out of the water. She had a strange look in her eye.
"Your partner looked just like a mermaid," she said.
"Huh?"
Nothing.
"You all right?"
"Just a bit damp,"
Cynthia giggled. Shaking his head, he turned to Jana, who was still lying on her side, coughing and spitting out water. He put a reassuring hand on her shoulder.
It's okay. You're all right now.
The other police boat with the two plainclothesmen approached, far too late. The submarine was long gone.
Get on the radio and warn the Coast Guard cutter,
Detective Heraclitus shouted to them. Then he turned to Jacob.
Your partner will be all right. Good thing we brought Dr. Crane along.
What the hell is going on? I've never heard of criminals using miniature submarines in these waters.
Not so miniature. It was a lot larger than those narco-trafficking subs you see coming to your country.
Jacob looked out over the now placid waters. We've lost them. Now we're working without any damn leads at all.
We have a lead. At least, I hope we do.
What's that? Jacob asked, rubbing Jana's back as she continued to sputter and cough.
A Greek naval engineer named Panagiotakis Anastasio went to prison last year for selling state secrets to the Turkish government. He was a specialist in submarines. I'm thinking that it might not have been his first crime. He had quite the fortune in various bank accounts, much of which couldn't be traced to the Turks. Perhaps he built that sub.
Jacob nodded. If not, he might still know something about it. There can't be all that many engineers who specialize in submarines. Jana coughed up some water onto Jacob's shoe.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
Jacob smiled down at her. Nice to have you back.
Good to be back, she choked.
Cynthia is the one who saved you, Jacob said, gesturing at the woman sitting in the stern.
I told you that it was a good idea to bring her along.
That evening, Detective Heraclitus led them into the maximum security prison in the industrial outskirts of Athens. With them came a state lawyer. The prison was a grim place, surrounded by a high wall of bare concrete with watchtowers on each corner. Rough-looking guards checked their IDs and let them through. One accompanied them.
Panagiotakis Anastasio is in the visiting area waiting for you, the guy said, giving Jana a long look Jacob didn't like. Visiting hours are over for the public, so he won't be disturbed. Except by his lawyer, he's there, of course.
Of course. What kind of a prisoner has he been? Detective Heraclitus said.
Quiet. Keeps to himself. Avoids the gangs, which is smart, the guard said.
Jacob nodded. Some prisoners thought joining a gang would make them safer. It usually just ended up getting them in more trouble. What did the other prisoners think of him?
The far-right ones beat him up once. They don't like traitors, the guard replied, fire in his eyes.
Jacob had to wonder how much the guards intervened, if at all. How do you know it was the far-right prisoners? Did he snitch? Jacob asked.
The guard shook his head. No, he's too smart for that. But even guards overhear prison rumors. Word is, the Golden Dawn gave him the beating. They decided not to kill him, though. Maybe he paid them off.
They passed through a series of electronically locked doors and ended up in a depressing room of bare concrete and harsh lighting. A series of stalls were set up with reinforced glass partitions. On one side was a slumped, middle-aged man with a large bald patch wearing an orange prison jumpsuit. Next to him sat a beady-eyed younger man in a fine suit and briefcase, obviously the lawyer. The prison guard looked at the lawyer with open contempt. The state attorney managed to hide his hatred a bit better, but only a bit. Detective Heraclitus, the attorney, Jacob, and Jana all sat down facing these two. The guard stepped a bit away. Jacob leaned forward and stared at the disgraced engineer. He noticed that Panagiotakis Anastasio's face was a bit red, as if he'd been slapped. Perhaps his fellow prisoners were still beating him up. Jacob wondered how many bruises that jumpsuit concealed. Jacob made a show of looking around, then gave the prisoner a grin. Nice place you got here. Are the neighbors friendly? The prisoner, who already looked glum, slouched a little more. The trader's lawyer frowned.
Since you speak Greek, perhaps you are familiar with Greek law? He asked.
Jacob shrugged. Enough to know he's in big trouble.
You are not allowed to mock a prisoner in any way that might cause psychological harm.
How progressive. The state attorney raised a cautioning hand.
We are here, as you have already been informed, to try and find out information related to a submarine being used for criminal purposes, he said.
It was too small to be a military sub, Detective Heraclitus added. It looked homemade. The prisoner didn't look at them, only mumbled.
It's not like I can work on subs in here.
Do you know of any criminal gangs operating subs in Greek waters? The state attorney asked.
No.
Did you help someone construct a sub, or give advice to someone to construct a sub? Anastasio's lawyer whispered something in his ear. The prisoner frowned and whispered something back. This went on for a full minute. Jacob cleared his throat. Both men frowned at him. Shouldn't you have made your plan before we arrived? Jacob asked.
We had very little notice,
the lawyer snapped. Anna got in the conversation. While her Greek wasn't perfect, she had been picking up more since joining the CIA and spending so much time in the country.
I got very little notice when that sub nearly drowned me. If you were involved and we find out, that makes you accessory to attempted murder of an officer of the law.
The prisoner swallowed and whispered something to his lawyer. The man put a reassuring hand on his shoulder and addressed the state attorney.
Let's talk terms. My client is willing to assist your investigation, but there are certain parameters that must be agreed upon first.
All right, the state attorney said. There followed a long technical conversation. While Jacob was almost fluent in Greek, this conversation was in legalese, and he didn't speak that in any language. Jacob tried to contain his impatience as the two lawyers went on and on. At last, they seemed to reach some sort of agreement. Then they had to put it in writing, arguing about the wording before both sides were finally satisfied. The state attorney turned to Jacob and the others.
We've agreed that if the information Panagiotakos Anastasiou is about to provide leads to the arrest of the people who helped the antiquities thieves escape, he will be immune from prosecution for any crimes related to that case, and he will be moved to a minimum security facility.
I guess there aren't any hard-right gangs in your minimum security facilities?
That's what he's banking on.
Jacob turned to the prisoner. All right, get talking.
I got contacted by a man who only called himself Mr. M. I never learned his real name, and he and I only spoke on burner phones. I'll give you his physical description, but that's all I have on him. He wanted to get my help in designing and building a submarine.
When was this?
5 years ago. He said he had qualified engineers to do the work and only needed a design from me. I provided the design, and he paid me €500,000 for it.
Is that the last you heard from him?
No. For the next few months he forwarded me questions from his engineers. They were intelligent questions and showed that these guys were qualified. I got the impression that none of them had worked on a sub before, though. They were probably from some shipyard. After a while, the questions stopped coming. I haven't heard from him for 4 years now.
We're going to want the specs on that submarine, Jana said.
I can do that.
How did the money get transferred to you? Jacob asked.
From a bank in Panama. It was in my Panamanian account you guys seized.
Detective Heraclitus said,
I looked over your case file, and we were never able to trace most of the wires to that account.
Anastasiou nodded.
They have ways of wiring money that makes it almost impossible to trace. They set up accounts with fake IDs and put in Bitcoin from an anonymous wallet. You'll never find them.
There was silence for a moment. Jacob frowned. Is that it? You want to cut a deal and you offer us next to nothing? Panagiotakis Anastasiou looked at him with a grim smile, confident for the first time in the interview.
Oh, I got more. Lots more. But I don't think you're going to like what you hear.
Chapter 11. Jana leaned forward and studied the prisoner. Panagiotakis Anastasiou looked like he was going to drop a bombshell. About time, too. He hadn't given them much yet.
You busted me with the Turks because you managed to grab that Turkish naval officer who was my contact.
Detective Heraclitus nodded and turned to Jana and Jacob to explain.
The Turkish officer got sloppy, used his own ID when he came to Greece.
Supposedly he was on vacation, but his vacations lasted for weeks and he was always hanging around the shipyards. The Greek intelligence service began to tail him and discovered he was having meetings with our friend here. Now he's in prison in Thessaloniki. The Turkish government was so mad at his blundering that they didn't even try to get him back. Anastasiou snorted.
He was an idiot. I wish I had realized that. Sang like a canary, too, once you got him.
It's the only way he'll ever see the light of day again, the Greek state attorney said.
Yeah, well, he didn't just talk to you. He talked to other people, too.
Who? Once again, I don't have names, but they were a lot less careful than the guy who asked me to build that sub that you saw, and I think they might be connected."
"Go on," Jana said.
"They came to me in person, and right away I knew these guys were criminals. Two of them, a man and a woman, were in their 20s and looked like clubbers, you know, the kind that dance all night on ecstasy. They had that kind of clothing and a sort of faded look to them. The third was an older hippie guy, dreadlocks and African-style clothing even though he was white. Maybe in his 50s, he did most of the talking."
"How did they get in contact with you?" the detective asked.
"They showed up at a cafe I go to near the naval base. Made me really uncomfortable because they stuck out there and made me look suspicious. There were other people from work there. The girl came up to my table and started talking to me while the two guys sat nearby. She said she was a friend of Mr. M. That was the name my contact for the sub-project used. Then she said she was a really good friend and squeezed my thigh."
He gave a little smile. "Then what happened?" Jana asked.
"I figure Mr. M wanted to make another deal, so I told her to come outside with me. She did, staying close to me." He chuckled. "You know, I kept my hand by my wallet. There are so many pickpockets in Athens that even when a pretty girl gets close to me, I get paranoid."
Jacob and Detective Heraclitus laughed at that. Jana remembered a story Jacob had told her about someone trying to pick his pocket in Athens a couple years before. The would-be thief ended up with a broken finger. She had the feeling this story didn't end the same way. Anastasia went on.
"Once we got to a park, the other two came over, and they started to talk about how they wanted a sub like the one I had designed for Mr. M, except smaller. Basically a two-man sub with some storage capacity. They wanted a sub that could sail from Greece to Israel and back. Right away I realized these people weren't working for Mr. M. He had always been cautious. We had never met face-to-face, and he told me nothing about what he wanted the sub for. These guys were practically telling me they wanted to ship pills from Israel to here. Israel is the main producer of ecstasy and a few other types of drug pills."
Jana nodded. While that wasn't common knowledge, anyone who circulated in criminal circles or even regularly took party drugs knew this.
I asked how they knew Mr. M, and the girl laughed, saying that she didn't, but that one of his assistants was lonely. Then she asked if I was lonely.
A flicker of a smile crossed his face, and Jana knew how he had answered. She couldn't decide who she disliked more, this convict who betrayed his country for the chance to sleep with a girl half his age, or the girl for prostituting herself in order to ship drugs. After a moment of reminiscing, the prisoner said, "The older guy seemed to be in charge and asked a lot of questions. The girl, well, she had a different role. I got the impression that the younger guy was the real brains. He had an intelligent look to his eyes despite being a partier. You see that in science and engineering sometimes. We're not all the quiet, nerdy type. It seemed to me like the older guy was repeating questions the younger guy had asked him to ask me because the older guy didn't seem to know what he was talking about. He even mispronounced some terms, and once the younger guy had to step in to clarify a question."
"Do these people have names?" Jana asked.
"None that they gave. But as I said, they weren't nearly as careful. We met a couple of more times after that in Exarchia. They took me to one of those hippie cafes, and we sat in a private booth in the back."
He crinkled his nose.
"Ugh, I hate the smell of patchouli. Anyway, I provided a blueprint for a simple two-man model with plenty of storage space. They would have to surface a couple of times on a trip to top up their oxygen tanks, but if they came up at night, that wasn't much of a chance of being spotted. The younger guy took the lead in these conversations. He was especially concerned about the steering system and asked a lot of questions about surfacing and submerging. Mr. M never asked me anything like that. I got the impression that with Mr. M, he knew all about subs and just wanted a good design. These guys were amateurs who had never seen the inside of a sub before, so I gave them a very basic steering system anyone could use."
"How much did they pay you?" Detective Heraclitus asked.
100,000 euros.
"That's it?"
Again that sleazy smile. "And a few other things."
"Which of your accounts did it go into?"
"They paid me in cash."
"When we raided your home, we only found 10 grand.
"Oh, I spent the rest."
Jana doubted that. More likely he had stashed it somewhere, hoping to get out one day and spend it. The key thing here was that if they could find these drug dealers, they could lead them to one of Mr. M's people,
and that would lead them to the Order and Dr. Harlow. And Dad. It was a tenuous connection, but the only connection they had. Jacob must have seen it too, because he gave her a thumbs up and asked the prisoner, "Could you work with a police artist and come up with a sketch of these three?" "Sure. I even know the tattoos. Well, on one of them." He gave Jana a little smirk. "Too bad you're behind a barrier. I'd love to smack you in the face." Detective Heraclitus said, "We'll get a sketch artist in here tonight. Also, give me the name of that cafe and any other place you met these people." Finally, we're getting somewhere. Maybe. By the time they got to a hotel in Athens, Jana was exhausted. Nearly getting sucked to the bottom of the sea by a diving submarine was a new experience for her, and as much as she liked new experiences, she would have rather given that one a pass. Detective Heraclitus had gone back to the station to check on the information the prisoner had given them. For the moment, Jana and Jacob had nothing to do. And when that happened, the old worries came to prey on Jana's mind. Jana flopped down on the bed, rubbing her temples, utterly spent. "Turn over," Jacob said. "Oh, thank you." She turned over. Any time he said that, it meant he was going to give her a back rub. He was really good at it. Firm and gentle at the same time, and an expert at finding the knots of tension and easing them out. Strange that someone so egotistical could be so giving. That was a different side of Jacob Snow that most people didn't see. She'd known him for quite some time before she saw it herself. Once she did, things had begun to change between them. "We should talk to Cynthia," Jana said, her voice muffled by the pillow. "We can talk to her tomorrow." "She's been helpful." "She has, but I think she's still a bit high. She said you looked like a mermaid." Jana laughed and felt bad. Cynthia had been subjected to a mind-altering drug of an unknown type. What if the effects were permanent? A tingle of fear passed through her body. The Order had obviously stolen the Apollo's breath in order to add another weapon to its arsenal. The question was, how powerful a weapon? Could it be scaled up to have a longer and stronger effect? Could it be mass-produced? The answer to both questions was probably yes. The Apollo's breath was made by the ancient Greeks using whatever lay at hand in the natural world, herbs most likely. Once Dr. Harlow and his allies figured out the formula, it would be simple enough to source large quantities of material and mass-produce it. And scaling up the effectiveness would be possible too. While she didn't know much about chemistry, she did know that large sections of the pharmaceutical industry were devoted to maximizing the effects of natural substances. It was how most medicines were created. Once the Apollo's breath was weaponized, it could be used to drug entire areas. A new era of chemical warfare would begin. "Ease up," Jacob said. "You're still tense as hell." "I'm just worried about the mission." "So am I. Don't worry. Detective Heraclitus will find something. He knows what he's doing." Jana sighed. "I hope so. It just seems like we're not getting any closer to the people who stole the Apollo's breath. And if we don't, we're not getting any closer to saving Dad." Chapter 12. Aaron Peters was confused. After a few minutes more of chatting about nothing in particular, Roger Tyson had opened the door. The guards had come in, all 6 of them, to escort him down the corridor again. Except this time, they didn't shackle him. And he didn't resist. The 6 guards marched him, 3 in front and 3 behind, to a new cell this time. A very different cell. This one was carpeted, with a thick foam mat on the floor for his bed and a couple of nicer blankets. A sun lamp was fixed behind a thick barrier of bulletproof glass. There were some similarities to his old place, though. A security camera behind a globe of bulletproof glass was tucked into the upper corner of the room, and a heavy steel door had a feeding slit. They closed the door behind him and bolted it. Aaron stood for a second, unsure of what to do, unsure of everything. Why hadn't he attacked Roger Tyson when he had the chance? Why hadn't he attacked the guards in the corridor? Granted, he would have had virtually no chance of a success, but he had promised himself to try and escape the first chance he got. After his initial attempt, in which he shot up the corridor outside and taken out a few of the guards, they hadn't given him a chance. Then they had given him 2 chances, one right after the other. And he had done nothing. Why not? He couldn't answer that. His thoughts remained muddled. Maybe he wanted to examine this new tactic they were trying. Maybe he didn't want to throw his life away on a slim chance when a greater one might present itself. The trip that Tyson had mentioned could be that opportunity. At least it would get him out of here. Still, he felt a nagging disappointment in himself for not trying to escape, even if it was a bad idea. But even that feeling was muted, fuzzy. All his emotions were that way now. His thoughts were even worse. He could go for hours without having one single complex thought or idea, and planning was out of the question. How can you plan anything when you're powerless? He rubbed his eyes, enjoying the rest they were getting from those damn patterns. He noticed the whispering had stopped too. More or less. The patterns felt etched in his inner eye, and the whispering had wormed its way into his subconscious. Why were they giving him a rest when he was so close to being overwhelmed? Or did they think they had broken him already? Aaron studied his cell a bit more closely. He grimaced as he noticed the complex weave on his blankets. Were those hypnotic patterns from the walls of his last cell woven into them? He couldn't tell. Maybe he was just seeing them everywhere now. Maybe that's what they wanted. He examined the walls. They had been painted with some slick, glossy white paint that made it look like tile. Why? The toilet was made of the same durable plastic as the last one. No way he could break it apart and make a weapon out of the sharp pieces. He sat on the foam mattress. At least this was better than the last place. Perhaps he should exercise. Ever since getting captured, he had started an exercise routine 4 times a day. Once before breakfast, the 2 times between his meals, and then once after dinner. That regimen had gotten increasingly hard to follow. There were no clocks here, no daylight nor night, so there was no way to keep track of time except when they served him meals and when they turned off his lights. They kept switching up his meals, so at times he'd have breakfast when he was sure it was dinner time. Once they gave him 3 breakfasts in a row, and the timing of his lights was never consistent. Because of this, his exercise routine was disrupted. It was impossible to keep a routine at all, so he just exercised when he felt like it. The problem was, he felt like it less and less often. None of my muscles are sore, he thought with a vague sense of detachment. So it's been a while since my last workout. When was that? Can't remember. I should work out. He didn't move. Rarely did his thoughts turn to action these days. The sun lamp came on, bathing the room in its warm, welcoming light. The glossy paint made the walls shine in a cheery glow. Aaron closed his eyes and faced the sun lamp, feeling that same warm, relaxed sensation he had experienced in the room with Roger Tyson. He sat there for a long minute before he noticed something strange. The light wasn't pure. He could detect lines within it, as if there was some sort of metal grill over the sun lamp he hadn't noticed before, something that blocked some of the light so that it cast a pattern of shadows over his vision, even with his eyes closed. He opened them, blinking at the light, but it was too strong to see when he looked at it directly. Aaron closed them again, saw the patterns, and turned to the wall. He still saw them. After images. He waited. They didn't fade. It took a while for his unfocused mind to understand. The glossy walls were reflecting the pattern back on him, no matter where he looked. He didn't understand what trick of advanced optics they used to make that work, but those lines weren't fading no matter how long he kept his eyes closed or where he looked. At last he realized that if he put his blankets over his head, it would block out the light. He tried that. For some reason, it didn't work. What the hell is going on here? He felt frustrated and nervous, but only a little. He didn't feel anything strongly anymore. Since he couldn't block out the vision, he got back into a normal position and just dealt with it. At least he was getting some sun. And that was when the music started. A classical tune coming from some hidden sound system. Brahms, he thought, but he wasn't an expert. A soothing melody with complex undertones. The music went on, and combined with the effect of the sun lamp, lulled him to sleep. When he awoke, the sun lamp had switched off, but the music remained. A different classical composition this time, one he didn't recognize. He sat up, stretched. A food tray sat at inside the feeding slit. Cornflakes and a bran muffin, even though he was pretty sure it was lunchtime. Had the sound of it being put in his room woken him up? No way to know, so he didn't think much about it.
My mind has really been dulled.
That thought, too, slipped away without much impact. He ate, dimly aware of something wrong with the music. There was some undertone that didn't fit with the composition. It took him some time to figure it out. Whispering. The whispering was back. He had to concentrate for some time to realize that he was correct and it wasn't just his imagination. Once he finished his meal, he pushed the tray next to the feeding slit. He felt sleepy, even though he had woken up just a little while ago. They had drugged his food again, as usual. He'd been consuming a cocktail of pharmaceuticals ever since he got here. Aaron Peters slept. When he awoke, the sun lamp was off, but the classical music with its undertones remained. They had also switched off the regular lights in his cell, and he was in pitch darkness. Aaron stretched and lay there for a minute, a lassitude so unlike his usual morning routine in which he immediately sprang from bed and did a 15-minute routine of calisthenics, push-ups, and sit-ups. He had tried to maintain that in prison, but he had been slipping a lot lately. At last he got up because he had to pee. Once he was done and sat down on the mat, the light came on in his cell. He blinked at the sudden brightness. After a minute he heard the tromp of booted feet in the corridor outside. Aaron was just moving to the door to offer his hands to be shackled when the bolt slid and the door opened. Roger Tyson stood there with the usual contingent of half a dozen guards. He had Aaron's boots in his hand. "Here you go," he said in a cheerful tone, setting them on the ground. "Put 'em on. We're going for a walk." Aaron stared at him for a moment. Tyson smiled. "No tricks. Put 'em on." Aaron did as he was told. Then they marched down the corridor, 3 guards in front, 3 behind. Tyson at his side. They went in the opposite direction to the one they had every other time. Aaron realized this was only the second time they hadn't blindfolded him. The first time was when they went to that room with the sun lamp and armchairs. His head had been so muzzy that time he hadn't even thought about it. They passed through a steel door, down another corridor, through another steel door, to a set of stairs leading up to another door. They went up, and the lead guard opened it. Sunlight streamed in. Real sunlight. They went through the door, and Aaron stopped in wonder just beyond it. The door was set in a steep hillside, lush with grass and dotted with animal droppings. A few sheep grazed nearby. But it was the view beyond that really caught his eye. They stood on the lower slopes of a mountain. Beyond he could see a range of snow-capped mountains. A deep green valley cut between them, branching off into smaller side valleys. Far below, the narrow blue ribbon of a river glinted in the sunlight. A fresh, clean breeze chilled and revitalized Aaron as it blew in his face. He saw a few farmhouses further down the slope, but nothing close by, and no towns or villages. The only sound was the mountain breeze rustling the grass and the faint, musical clunk, clunk, clunk of distant cowbells. "The Alps?" Aaron asked. "That's right." Aaron turned to him and noticed the guards heading back into the compound. They closed the door. Other than the door and a concrete casing around it, there was no indication there was a large subterranean complex of rooms and tunnels under the mountainside. Aaron thought for a moment, his benumbed mind struggling to comprehend. "Switzerland." Roger Tyson nodded. "That's right. One of the old bunker systems. It dates to World War II, when the Swiss were afraid of a Nazi invasion. It was later abandoned in favor of more modern facilities. We bought the land and modernized and expanded it." He made a grand sweep with his arm. "Most of what you see here is actually owned by us. That fresh milk you've been drinking comes from our own dairy cows. Nice, huh?" Aaron didn't know what to say. "Why aren't I running?" Tyson pointed to the largest mountain, far away across the valley. "You see the snow on the top? It's the middle of autumn, so snow clings up there. But check this out." He pulled a photograph from his pocket and held it up in front of their view of the mountain. It showed the same peak. "This is from the year 2002, taken in the same month as it is now. See how the snow is lowered down? Now check this out." He pulled out another photograph. This is from 1986, same month. See how much further down the snow is? There's almost twice as much, and it was only 40 years ago. Now check this out. He pulled a black and white photo from his pocket. The snow line was more than 2/3 to the base of the mountain. This is from 1940. Same mountain, same month. Look at that. Just look at that. This is what we're up against, Aaron. You and me. And Dr. Harlow. And your friends in the Order. Roger Tyson gave a derisive snort as if dismissing what he said. Why aren't I running? Tyson knelt down and picked up a clod of earth. Looks pure and natural, huh? Wish it was. We tested it. Heavy metals brought down in the rain, belched up by heavy industry into the clouds from God knows where, and then dumped on this idyllic landscape. Microplastics, too. Did you know they can get so small they get blown by the wind and carried by clouds? Yeah, they come down in the rain. Oh, and the soil isn't nearly as good as it used to be. Crop yields have decreased steadily for the past half-century despite advances in farming technology. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. Most places it's a lot worse because they're closer to big cities or have some toxic river passing through the region. Aaron didn't speak. He just looked around, trying to get his thoughts together. Roger Tyson went on. And then there's all the other factors you can't see from here. Overpopulation, pandemics, energy shortages. We're screwed, pal. Royally screwed. But we can turn it around. You and me. Think of all the challenges we've faced alone and overcome. Imagine what we could do together, with an ancient super-civilization's technology at our disposal. You can see the sense in it. You have never needed our little lectures. You knew the world is in decline, and there isn't much time to pull it back from the brink. Just look at this beautiful place. Look at it. Poisoned. Weakened. Doomed. Unless we act. You and me. Aaron Peters was only listening with half an ear. Instead, he looked out over that beautiful, threatened landscape, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Why aren't I running? Chapter 13. A cafe in the exclusive Kolonaki neighborhood of Athens. The next morning. Tanya Kampouris sipped her latte and relished the last few moments of relaxation she'd get for the next 10 hours. As a legal counselor to the Greek Foreign Ministry, she was constantly having to give advice, wade through oceans of paperwork, and attend meetings. Even on a normal day, that was grueling, and this wasn't going to be a normal day. The Greek government was in the final stages of a migrant treaty with Turkey. Most of the illegal migrants who entered Greece came over the land border from Turkey or sailed from Turkey on small boats in the dead of night. The Turks had dragged their feet about securing their side of the border. Their government didn't want all those migrants coming from the Middle East, Asia, and Africa to linger in Turkey, where the government was unable and unwilling to care for them. Far better for them to hurry on to Greece and the wealthier nations in the European Union, which was their destination anyway. This treaty they were negotiating would hopefully put a stop to that. Tanya could see Ambassador Kyriakos Dimas sitting alone at another table, talking on his phone. The ambassador was an arrogant, self-centered man. Even though they'd been pulling long hours together on this project, he hadn't even acknowledged her when he came into the cafe. If you weren't useful to Ambassador Dimas right at that moment, you didn't exist. At least he didn't make advances like some men at the Foreign Ministry. The only thing Ambassador Dimas found sexy was his work. She had to hand it to him, though. He was good at what he did. If anyone could get the Turks to make concessions to a nation they despised, it was Ambassador Dimas. And something really needed to be done. There were far too many migrants in Greece. That African waiter, for example, is the one walking through the cafe with a bottle and a glass on a serving tray. Did he have a work permit? Probably not. Greeks suffered double-digit unemployment, and the cafe owner wanted to save a few euros a day by hiring an illegal. Tanya Kampouris was no racist, no ultra-nationalist, but as a member of the Greek government, she felt it was her duty to serve the Greek people first. She took another look at that waiter. Something was off about him. He looked nervous, and strange to say, he looked like he was holding his breath. Why would he do that? The waiter stumbled close to Ambassador Demas's table. The glass and bottle fell to the tiled floor with a crash. Tanya jumped at the sound, then stood up as she saw a strange, sparkling gas billow out of the bottle. She ran for the exit. There had been so many terrorist attacks in the past couple of years all around the world that she wasn't going to take any chances. A few other people ran as well, while most just stared dumbly at the waiter, too slow to understand what had happened. Turned out, Tanya was too slow as well. She caught a whiff of something that smelled organic. She tried to hold her breath, but because her heart was pumping and she was scared, she didn't manage to. She got a second lungful of the stuff. That was enough. As she got to the street outside, sucking in fresh air, she suddenly felt dizzy. She staggered a few more steps down the sidewalk and leaned on the hood of a parked car. Oh my God, what was that stuff? Her fear melted away as her eyes focused on a line of ants moving in a line along the pavement. She had always thought of ants as identical, without individuality, but now she could see that each was its own unique being, as different from one another as humans were. More resilient, too. They moved along with an intelligent unity of purpose, a wise community that seemed to reassert nature's power and endurance. She knelt down beside the line of insects and smiled. "I see you," she whispered. "I see you." That morning, Jana felt more rested but no less troubled. Other than a brief message from Detective Mikhail Heraclitus saying that they had made the police sketches and were having Panagiotakos Anastasio go through the file photos of known criminals and radicals, they hadn't heard a thing. Now they sat in the hotel's breakfast room with Cynthia. Jana's colleague claimed she was 100% after a good night's rest. But her eyes still held that strange luster, and when Jana had asked if she had phoned the hospital to find out how her crew was doing, she had apparently forgotten. Why would she forget something so important? So Jana called and found out that all the field crew were still under observation, complaining of mild hallucinations, strange thoughts, and memory loss. Wonderful. We're working with someone who's high and forgetful. Still, Jana didn't consider sending her back to the hospital. Her input might be useful, and the doctors weren't actually treating anyone affected by the Apollo's breath, since the symptoms didn't appear dangerous and were reducing slowly with time. Plus, they didn't know what was in the gas, and therefore couldn't come up with an antidote. It makes no difference if she's here or there, and with us she might be able to help keep more people from getting gassed. We just have to take care to keep her safe. A moment after she hung up, Detective Heraclitus called. "Hello, do you have something for us?" Jana asked. "Two things," he answered, huffing away. It sounded like he was running. "I got a match on the older hippie Panagiotakis Anastasio spoke with, as well as the young woman, but we have another situation." "What?" she asked, her stomach sinking. She had an idea what he was about to say. That was confirmed a moment later when he replied, "There's been an attack in a cafe in the Kolonaki neighborhood. A whole cafe full of people are suffering hallucinations. I'm on my way now." "Who released the gas?" "Unclear. The police are having a hell of a time. All the damn witnesses are high." "Send us the location. We're coming." "So am I," Cynthia said. Jana studied her a minute, then glanced at Jacob, who shrugged. "All right, but keep behind us and don't wander off. I know you're not fully recovered, and you need to stick close. Please don't be a liability. You're the only expert on this stuff in the world. You, and now Dr. Harlow." The cafe was on a leafy side street lined with boutique shops and exclusive restaurants. Jana didn't know Athens as well as Jacob did, but she didn't need to be told she was in the rich part of town. This street would normally have been peaceful and quiet, but that had been shattered by the police cars blocking either end, the ambulances parked near the cafe, and the team of emergency workers in hazmat suits investigating the inside. Jana, Jacob, Cynthia, and Detective Heraclitus stood half a block away, while one of the emergency team explained the situation. "We've taken all the victims to the hospital. So far, our team hasn't found any traces of the gas. It seems to have cleared by the time we left. We're taking samples from the air and porous materials such as napkins and food. Hopefully, we'll find trace amounts and be able to analyze it." "The symptoms are similar to what the archaeology crew in Delphi suffered?" Jana asked. The emergency worker nodded. "The same.
It's obviously by the same group. I read the report from Delphi, and it seems the effect is stronger here, at least according to an initial assessment of the victims. That's probably because we were in the open air and this was set off inside, Cynthia said. The emergency worker nodded. That might be it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go check on my people. After he left, Detective Heraclitus smacked his fist into his palm. Damn it! I was afraid this was going to happen. But why use it here, and now? They had one shot, so why use it at this cafe? Oh, I don't think they only had one shot, Cynthia said. There are many theories as to the recipe. Some ancient Greek writings mention a substance similar to Apollo's breath and list some of the ingredients. Not enough to actually make the stuff, but enough to hint at what might be in it. What are you saying? Jacob asked. Cynthia replied, I'm saying that if I wanted to replicate it and was waiting for an actual sample to be uncovered, I'd gather a good supply of all the known and potential materials, and then when I got the real thing, put it through a spectral analysis. Once I did that, I could replicate it fairly quickly. It's only an herbal mixture after all, so it wouldn't take a sophisticated lab.
What's a spectral analysis? Detective Heraclitus asked.
Remember in school when you shone light through a prism and saw a whole rainbow of light from red to violet? That's a spectrum, a breakdown of visible light into all its wavelengths. Different chemicals will leave dark lines on that spectrum called absorption lines if you shine light through them. The chemicals block tiny parts of the spectrum at certain wavelengths, so if the thieves shone light through the gas they stole from my dig, they could see the lines and determine the chemical makeup of the gas.
How long would that take?
With the right equipment and a decent computer, a few minutes.
Detective Heraclitus rolled his eyes. Oh, great. That's just wonderful. So you're saying that they could be mass-producing this stuff already?
Cynthia's mouth tightened, and she gave a grim nod. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
The detective looked around at the scene of emergency workers, the sealed-off street, and the evacuated buildings. For the first time since Jana had met him, he looked helpless and unsure of himself. We haven't been able to identify any of those 3 suspected drug importers. The cafe where Panagiotakis Anastasiou met them doesn't open until this evening. I've already set up a team to infiltrate the place. I sure hope they can lead us to those thieves, or we've got a serious situation on our hands.
Chapter 14. A conference room at the Greek Foreign Ministry that afternoon. Ambassador Kyriakos Dimas did not feel right at all. It had been 6 hours since the gas attack, and plants still looked like they were breathing, and the clouds were still writing words in the sky. He tried to focus. This meeting was important. He had already put it off for a few hours, his personal assistant coming up with some excuse. The meeting couldn't be put off any longer. The Turkish ambassador couldn't be allowed to suspect that he had been at the cafe when the gas went off. Negotiating from a weakened position was always a bad idea. And who knew? Maybe the Turks planted that gas bomb. That waiter who set it off had disappeared. The police were looking for him. Since the guy didn't have any papers, he would be hard to track. The owner of the cafe was no help. He was talking to flies. Weak-minded fool. The cafe owner and Demas's legal advisor were in the hospital, whacked out of their minds. Not him. Kyriakos Dimas was made of stronger stuff. He would soldier through this meeting and get the treaty signed. No one else was capable enough to do it. Indeed, only he could sign the treaty on behalf of the...
Before we go any further, I'd like to invite you into a space of your own. Here is a relaxing track to help you recharge your energy. Close your eyes. Imagine the weight on your shoulders melting away with each note, leaving only lightness and tranquility.
Greek government. If only he could think straight. Stay strong. Don't show weakness. Strength and force of will is what got you up the political ladder. Don't screw it up now. His personal assistant, what was his name, came into the room.
Sir, the Turkish ambassador has arrived.
Excellent. Show him in. Then sit with me. His personal assistant hesitated, then nodded, and left the room. Ambassador Demas wished he didn't have to do this alone. His personal assistant was only a glorified secretary and would be of no help. Demas had asked him to stay only so he didn't have to sit there by himself, which gave off an impression of vulnerability. His legal advisor should be here. Tanya something. She had been his main support in all this, and now she was babbling like an idiot in the hospital. The doctors wanted him to stay in the hospital too, but Ambassador Demas had talked his way out of it by downplaying his symptoms, saying that when he saw the gas billowing out of the broken bottle, he held his breath and ran out just behind that bastard of a waiter. He heard voices in the hallway, footsteps approaching. Ambassador Demas saw the water in the decanter at the center of the table teeming with life, an entire universe of microscopic organisms as diverse and as alive and as vibrant as anything in the macroscopic world. Parallel worlds living out of sight of each other, except to the chosen few who can see. Ah, get it together, Kyriakos. Ambassador Demas rubbed his eyes. That was a mistake. The pressure created a rainbow explosion, like the creation of the universe. The origin of all things. All parallel worlds living together. He opened his eyes. Keep it together. Keep it together, he whispered. A group of men came in, led by his personal assistant. The men were all Turkish, dressed in fine suits. Was this the delegation? The older man in front looked familiar. He stood up and shook each of their hands. Good to see you, he said in English, the neutral language they had agreed to use in this meeting. Thank God he remembered how to speak it. Please, sit. You must be thirsty after your long journey. Have some water. It is absolutely teeming with creatures from a parallel world. The Turks stared at him a moment. The eldest among them gave him an uncertain smile, as if he had just heard a joke he didn't get. The two younger men behind him exchanged a glance. Everyone sat. His personal assistant looked embarrassed. What? Don't they understand the universality of life? Motion, expression, evolution. Yes, evolution. Oh, crap. Did he just say that out loud? He? I mean me. Or is he me and they we? I beg your pardon, the older Turk said. He must be the ambassador. What the hell was his name again? Yes. Ambassador Demas cleared his throat. The evolution of relations between the Republic of Greece and the Ottoman Empire. The Turk's eyes went wide. I mean the Turkish Republic. We have much to discuss, and I'm glad that the treaty negotiations have reached their final stages. Yes, so am I, the older Turk said. We just had one thing left to iron out. Section 5, paragraph 3 outlines a deportation plan where the Greek government would be allowed, under certain conditions, to return individuals to Turkish soil. Return who? The Turk blinked. I beg your pardon? Return who? I mean, if they're tourists, they can't stay beyond their visa. What? We're not talking about tourists. Why not? I predict that in a few years tourism will become the new faith of mankind. Everyone will travel as much as possible in order to drink the parallel worlds running out of the taps of other nations. And when they return home and piss that parallel world out, it will blend with the living, evolving life forms in their home countries to make a universality of life expression, a blending of life, all one, all living. I, you, he, we, they. At last, global and spiritual unity through drinking and pissing. Ambassador Demas realized he was standing and waving his arms around. His personal assistant tugged at his sleeve, whispering something. He didn't hear because the three Turks were shouting to each other in their own language, gesturing angrily at him. What? Didn't these people understand the potential of... What, exactly? What had he been talking about? The Turkish ambassador jabbed a finger in his direction. You only had us come here so you could insult us. How dare you waste our time? There will be no treaty, and we will lodge a formal complaint with the Greek Prime Minister. Oh, right, the treaty. The Turkish representative stormed out of the meeting room. Ambassador Demas's personal assistant ran after them, sputtering apologies and half-formed explanations. Kyriakos Demas did not follow. He stayed where he was and slumped in his seat, his face in his hands. Jacob was getting his second new experience on this mission. He'd never been to an anarchist hippie cafe before. All in all, he preferred Manabah. The guys there didn't smell of patchouli and spout ridiculous babble about how we'd all live in peace and harmony if only we could get rid of borders and all forms of government. The level of personal hygiene was definitely higher at the gay bar, too. He'd been to places with no form of government. Somalia, for example. The entitled, middle-class stoners he saw in this cafe wouldn't last 2 seconds in Somalia. The cafe was in the Exarchia neighborhood, which was the polar opposite of the Kolonaki neighborhood, where the elite sipped lattes and drove Mercedes. Exarchia was home to the city's counterculture, where a myriad of communist and anarchist factions all promoted their versions of social paradise. From vegan restaurants, thrift stores, and underground clubs, and tiny political offices of parties that only ever garnered a few thousand votes. The Kropotkin Cafe, named after the anarchist theorist Peter Kropotkin, was a dark, dingy place lit by colored Moroccan lamps obscured by a sweet marijuana haze. Jacob realized that dripping lemon juice in his eyes to make himself look stoned had been completely unnecessary. If he stayed here longer than 10 minutes, he'd have a serious contact high. He wore an Earth First t-shirt that came from the CIA's impressive wardrobe of disguises, ripped jeans, and Birkenstocks. Still, he didn't think he fit in. Most of the people here were in their 20s and dressed in all the latest radical chic bought from thrift shops or Indian import stores. Hoping he didn't look too out of place, he sat on a beanbag chair in front of a round brass Moroccan table. Jacob spotted the undercover officer Detective Heraclitus had sent in before him, a pretty young Greek girl who looked like she was 16 but was actually 25. "I borrowed her from the Vice Squad," Detective Heraclitus had explained. "She's great at catching perverts." The undercover officer wore a sari that showed off a flat belly and pierced belly button. Several earrings dangled from her ears, and she had a rather suspicious-looking hand-rolled cigarette in between her fingers. "I hope you're not method acting," Jacob thought. He only glanced at her for a moment, and she didn't look at him at all. She would have spotted him, though. She seemed like a pro. Jana sat by his side, decked out in a Greenpeace t-shirt and with eyes made equally red from lemon juice. Both were wired, as was the undercover cop. Detective Heraclitus was posted in a van outside with several officers. Dr. Cynthia Crane was back at the hotel. At least Jacob hoped so. She had a bad habit of tagging along on missions where she wasn't invited. Perhaps that was a universal trait among female archaeologists. Jacob scanned the crowd, having memorized the police sketches Panagiotakis Anastasiou had made. He didn't see the young man who was supposedly the engineer, but he did see the young woman who had seduced the traitor sitting with several other hippie girls in the corner. She stood out from her companions. While they were laughing or lazing back on the sofa stoned, her face had a more alert, calculating look to it. Unlike the others, she was stone-cold sober. Then he saw the older man, a bulky fellow with the hair of a Rastafarian and the build and gait of a street fighter. He came out from a door behind the counter, talked for a moment with the guy posted there, and then disappeared back through the door. He stood out too. He had those dead, reptilian eyes Jacob had seen so many times in Killers. Confirmed sighting of the ringleader and femme fatale, Jacob whispered under his breath, covering his mouth as he did so. Jacob scanned the room again. Other than the weed, which was illegal in Greece unless you had a prescription, he did not see any other drug use. These guys were smart to keep their imports out of the business they used as a cover. Assuming they really were importing pills from Israel. A thin string of assumptions had led them to this raid, but the Athens chief of police, desperate to stop another gas attack, had approved this undercover operation as the best chance to capture people who would lead them to the culprits. The waitress who served them looked as alert as the two suspects. That was significant. Jacob knew a front organization when he saw one. Jacob and Jana ordered some chai and sat back to wait and see what happened. A lot of undercover work was waiting. They might have to wait all night. If that happened, Detective Heraclitus was authorized to launch a raid. It would be better if the third suspect, the one Panagiotakis Anastasiou thought was an engineer, came in before that happened. 2 hours and 3 cups of chai later, He did. And the people he brought with him proved that Jacob's and his colleagues' hunch was correct. Chapter 15. It was the smell that tipped Jana off. The young man who was supposedly an engineer came in first, dressed as a fashionable youth who looked like he was about to go clubbing. That set him apart from the bulk of the crowd here, but the two men who followed him were even more out of place. First off, they were Slavs and not Greeks, perhaps Bulgarian or Croatian, but Jana couldn't be sure. One odd thing about them was that they were both unusually small and slight. While full-grown adults, they were smaller than your average kid in their 20s. The next odd thing about them was that they were filthy. They had smudges of oil on their faces and hands, and their fingernails were black crescents. This was contrasted by their clothing, which was clean except for a few stains on the cuffs from their dirty arms. As they passed the table, the odor of B.O. stung her nostrils. Not even the heavy smell of pot and patchouli in this place could block it. They look and smell like they've been in a miniature submarine for the past 2 days. All three of them carried a large metal case. Then, over his skin-colored earpiece, Jana heard the undercover cop whisper, "Awesome." Jana glanced at her. She was taking a toke of what, for all the world, looked like a giant joint. Hopefully it wasn't because things were about to kick off. Awesome was the code word for having recognized a known criminal. Since everyone on the team had studied the police sketches and not recognized any of the three suspects, the undercover officer must be referring to one of the two small, unbathed men. The guy behind the counter stuck his head through the back door and said something. A moment later, the older, dreadlocked suspect appeared. The three newcomers went straight to the counter, around it, and disappeared through the door. "Time for a pastry," the undercover officer muttered, as if to herself. She stood, no bigger than those diminutive men who had just gone into the back, and looking too young to drink, but Jana could see through all that. She walked with a confidence, poise, and alertness alien to this place. The mask had fallen, and she was doing all business now. Not that any of the customers noticed. They were too enchanted with their own radical chic. Time for a pastry was the code to move in. Another undercover officer had already cased the cafe and saw that the only way to the back rooms, other than a locked emergency door in the alley behind, was through the door just behind the pastry counter, the same door the engineer and the two suspects had gone through. Jana and Jacob rose. It was time for them to get a pastry, too. The undercover officer was at the counter, striking a fetching pose that distracted the man behind the counter. He, too, was sober, just like every other employee here. Considering how much their clientele was smoking, that was a big red light. Obviously, whoever ran this operation wanted to keep everyone alert, but that didn't work when you had an attractive teenager leaning too far over the counter and asking questions about each and every pastry. Guys are so easy to fool. Well, at least some guys. Never underestimate your enemy. That's what Dad always said. It turned out that she could have underestimated this one because Jana and Jacob were able to get around the counter before he even saw them. When he did, he jumped a little and reached under the counter. "Interpol," Jacob said in a low voice, flashing a badge from waist height so the customers wouldn't see. "Put your hands on the counter and stay where you are." A moment's calculation, and then he did as he was told. The undercover officer rounded the counter too. A couple of customers glanced curiously in their direction and then went back to their conversation. Jana hadn't spotted any sentries among the crowd. This drug gang was using the technique of hiding in plain sight and felt like they didn't need too much security. Jacob made the employee sit on a metal stool and zip-tied one hand to the stool and the other to one of the handles of the counter. It wasn't the best way of securing a suspect, but it would have to do. The undercover cop, looking for all the world like a sweet, innocent girl who just happened to have a service pistol and a can of pepper spray in her beaded Indian bag, opened the door to the back. Jana and Jacob were in position behind her. Beyond was a small storeroom with a couple of shelves filled with bags of coffee and tea, boxes of napkins, and other restaurant supplies. On the opposite wall was another door. Just as the undercover officer was reaching for the doorknob, the prisoner zip-tied to the counter let out a loud yell. "Police! Get out the back way!" Instant pandemonium. The cafe erupted with noise as stoners leapt from their seats with remarkable speed, considering their mental state, and rushed for the door. Others ran for the back, as though they thought they were being told to do. They didn't run for the back room where Jana and her companions were, but the only door in the back of the wall. The bathroom. They burst through the door, eliciting a loud squawk from the person using it, and more than a dozen customers tried to crowd inside, hoping for some way out. Jana didn't have time to save those idiots from themselves, because just then she heard a shout from behind the door the undercover officer had tried and failed to open. It was locked. All three of them drew their guns. "Excuse me, ladies," Jacob said, pushing between them. He gave the door a hard kick, and it splintered open. Beyond was a larger room dominated by a long table that had a couple of machines Jana didn't recognize, as well as the 3 cases. One was open. Jana caught a glimpse of clear packets of pills before one of the small men snapped it closed. His companion grabbed the other 2. The older hippie was already opening the door to the back alley. The young engineer stood between them, half obscured. "Freeze! Police!" the undercover officer shouted. "This building is surrounded. Put your hands up." No one listened. The older hippie flung the door open and ran out. Jana didn't worry much about him because the building really was surrounded. He wouldn't get far. And she was much more concerned by the engineer popping out from behind the 2 smaller men, a .357 Magnum in his hand. Jana put a bullet through his head, followed closely by bullets from Jacob and the police officer. The 2 small men, their metal cases in their hands, raced out the door, correctly thinking that the law wouldn't shoot them in the back if they were unarmed. What did Jacob always say about it being harder to be the good guys? While the fleeing pair weren't an imminent threat, their boss certainly was. They heard a series of gunshots in the alley outside. The older hippie was trading fire with the police. The pair of men who Jana assumed to be the submarine crew slammed the heavy metal door shut behind them with a heavy thud. Jana rushed to the door and hesitated. Opening it would make her a sitting duck. She turned to Jacob, having to raise her voice as the sound of gunfire increased in the alley. "What should we do? I don't think our bullets will punch through this door, and they'll be waiting for us to come out. If we try to rush them, they'll gun us down." The undercover officer smiled and pulled a tear gas grenade out of her bag. Jacob grinned. "You're just full of surprises, aren't you?" Jana took up position beside the doorway, her pistol aimed at it. Jacob seized the handle, keeping himself behind the thick metal barrier. The undercover officer readied her grenade, positioning herself behind Jana. "Ready?" she asked. 1, 2, 3! Jacob opened the door a crack. Jana fired blind through the opening as the officer tossed the grenade. Jacob slammed the door shut just as a pair of shots clanged off the metal. He braced himself against the door. Jana's eyes went wide to see a pair of bumps next to his head from where the bullets had almost come through. But no more shots came. They heard a scuffling and a coughing, barely audible through the door. "We can't let them escape," Jana said. "My colleagues will get them," the officer said. "We can't rely on that." Jana glanced at Jacob. "This is too important." "We'll get a whiff of that gas." "That never killed anybody." Jacob rolled his eyes. "Okay, but be careful." Jana smiled at her lover. "Since when have we ever been careful?" True enough, but she did get into a crouching position behind the side of the doorway to make herself as small of a target as possible. She kept one eye closed to protect it from the gas. "Let's do it," she said. "Open the door on 1, 2, 3. Jacob flung the door open. Jana held her breath. A swirl of tear gas came through the opening, making her one open eye feel like it was on fire. Through her welling tears, she saw the hazy image of the 2 submarine crewmen. They were too close, and they were both facing the door. Their guns were just inches from her head, pointed at her. Chapter 16. The priestess of Pythia sat on an elevated iron stool with legs set on the rim of a pit in the marble floor. Around the pit was inscribed a prayer to Apollo in ancient Greek. From the pit arose a faint, glimmering gas. The priestess, an old woman dressed in fine robes, her withered arms bedecked in heavy gold bracelets, breathed deeply as her eyes rolled up to show only the whites. The worshippers of Apollo stood silent, expectant. A few dozen of them stood in what had once been an old church said to have been built on the site of a pagan temple, as so many were when the old ways were being brushed aside in favor of the filthy new religions. It was barely recognizable as a church anymore. The cross and altar had been removed, and the pews had all been taken away to leave a large open space. Along the walls, where once had been the stations of the cross, there were now altars to all the major gods and goddesses, Zeus and Hera, Apollo and Demeter, Hermes and Hephaestus. On all of them lay sacrificed doves to bring favor to their great task. The assembled men and women, all dressed in the style of their ancient ancestors, watched as the priestess of Pythia performed the old rite. For the first time in more than 1,600 years, ever since accursed Christianity had destroyed the true religions of the Greeks, they had finally, thanks to the blessings of Mount Olympus, recovered the sacred gas, miraculously kept preserved by Apollo for all this time. And now the priestess would breathe in Apollo's breath and make her prophecy. At the forefront of the crowd stood the Pythian matron, a woman in her early middle age, who looked at the priestess with a mixture of excitement and concern. Excitement because all their hard work and searching was about to pay off. Concern because the priestess was her own mother. The matron ran the day-to-day operation of the Seekers of Pythias. It was she who had used her family fortune to build the submarine and convert this church on the old family lands into a glorious temple to the gods and goddesses. It was she who had assembled a team of fighters to protect this noble sanctuary, and it was she who had made the plan to break the power of Christianity and Islam and Judaism and bring back the wisdom of the ancient world. Now she watched her mother, her priestess, sucking in the fumes that rose all around her, and waited to hear the prophecy, waited to hear Apollo speak through the old woman's mouth. At her side stood her daughter, the handmaiden of Pythia. She was 20. Their lineage had taken care of having children early and kept having children until they were blessed with daughters. So there would always be a priestess, a matron, and a handmaiden of Pythia from the same family. So it was instructed by Apollo himself, in a rare manuscript they had read in the National Museum in Athens. Behind them, arrayed in ranks and bearing guns that seemed an odd contrast to this ancient scene, stood all the Seekers of Pythia who were not currently on other duties, faithful men and women poised to hear what the god would instruct them to do. The priestess sucked in more Apollo's breath, pupils dilating, hands trembling, breath coming fast. Her face creased as her mouth stretched in a rictus smile, and her eyes suddenly snapped forward and took on a brilliant luster as she saw the future. The priestess raised her hands and began to speak. When she did so, she spoke in ancient Greek, a language all of the inner circle of the Seekers of Pythias spoke as fluently as the modern version of their language.
The laurels of the past will crown noble brows once again. Wisdom, thought, striving. The corrupt twin thrones will topple. The third throne will crack, and a laurel tree will grow from within it. Proof that old can contain old, but new can never contain old. Hecatombs will bleed where once an impostor pretended. Poseidon's trident will skewer those who turn their backs. Babel will be replaced by wisdom. Olympian will tread the earth once again.
Everyone in the assembly gasped. The priestess of Pythia shuddered and slumped, mumbling to herself for a moment longer before she began to croon, rocking back and forth in her seat. The Apollo's breath, almost burnt out, rose in a thinning cloud and began to dissipate. Even from her place in the front row, the matron of Pythia smelled nothing and felt no ill effect. She and the rest of the assembly stood well back, and the high ceiling in this building allowed the gas to rise and not linger. Her mother, though, had inhaled a full dose. The spirit of Apollo had entered her and spoken with her lips. It was a miracle. Heart racing, hands trembling with exultation, the matron of Pythia turned to her assembled followers.
Apollo has spoken. The meaning is clear. The great god, indeed all the gods of Mount Olympus, have granted their support for our noble cause. We will strike as we have planned. We will make a mockery of the oppressive religions and show them for the shams they are. This will bring more followers to the true faith as people see the folly of the religions that have been oppressing them down for all these long centuries. To the oppressors, we give fight. To the oppressed, we give liberation. The assembly cheered.
Tell us more.
A ratty man standing near the back called out. "What did all that mean?" The matron took a deep breath and tried to control her impatience. That was Dimitrios Matsalis, who always had to question everything. He had been hopping around different political ideologies and alternative religions for so long he couldn't keep them straight. A dedicated revolutionary, though, and one with useful connections. "The general theme is obvious," the matron said. Many in the assembly nodded their heads. "A deep analysis of the saying of Apollo as carried by the priestess takes many long hours of meditation and prayer. But I can say this." She paused, her mind racing. "It predicts the downfall of the three Abrahamic religions. The two toppled thrones are Christianity and Islam. The third throne is Judaism. Note how a laurel tree, symbol of the ancient gods, will break that throne. Judaism was the only religion to live side by side with the true gods for many centuries." "But the Jews rejected the old gods," Matsalis objected. "They did, but they did not try to vanquish them. That is why they will be shown mercy." The matron raised a finger. "But only a little mercy." "What about the other things the priestess said, like about the hecatombs and Poseidon?" "The hecatombs I must meditate upon. The line about Poseidon should be obvious." "Poseidon's trident will skewer those who turn their backs," another of the assembly repeated. "Why, that's the submarine. It's going to attack those who have turned their backs on the old gods." "Exactly," the matron said. "In fact, this reminds us that we have never named our submarine."
"I say we name it Poseidon's Trident."
Everyone cheered.
"Go and prepare," she ordered. "We have much work to do."
The assembly broke up, everyone heading for the large double doors of the former church. Many cast astonished glances at the priestess, for they had witnessed something no follower of the old gods had seen in 1,600 years. The last of the scintillating gas faded away. In a low voice, the matron said to her daughter, "Take the priestess to her quarters and watch over her. She needs to rest."
"Yes, matron. I'll keep a close eye on her. Judging from the fallout from her test, she's going to need careful handling for some time."
The matron smiled. Such a smart, dutiful girl. She would make a good matron one day, and many years after that she would take her rightful place on that stool and inhale the breath of a god. But not yet. There was still much to do. As her daughter went to help the priestess, who was swaying on her stool and gazing at the ceiling with eyes that saw something else, the matron left the temple with the last of her followers. She crossed the central plaza of the town and headed for the community center on the other side. The front door was flanked by two men carrying assault rifles, purchased, like the rest of the weapons of the Seekers of Pythias, from Serbian gun runners using the matron's large family fortune. The sentries bowed as she passed between them. She crossed a modest front hall to a set of double doors that she opened. Beyond was what used to be the town's meeting room and dance hall from half a century before, when the town had been a thriving one. The room had been completely transformed. First she had her followers break through the walls into the surrounding offices in order to expand the space. Then she had installed various equipment for creating the gas. The upper floor of the building was entirely devoted to the storage of the many plants and minerals that had either been mentioned in the ancient texts or that her botanists thought likely to have been used in the sacred recipe. Her botanists and their assistants were hard at work. A large copper boiler took up much of the room, connected by pipes to various containers and machines that she had been told blended and purified the mixture. Other pipes ran through holes put through the ceiling and then the roof to allow the emissions to pass harmlessly into the air 2 stories up. At the far end of the contraption was a nozzle through which gas hissed into an assembly line of containers. These were metal boxes that would later be armed with small time bombs. When the bomb went off, it would shatter the thin plating and the compressed gas would shoot out, each encompassing an area the size of this room. Along one table, there were already 30 fully armed devices ready for deployment. The matron went up to the lead botanist.
"How much longer?"
The female scientist smiled.
"Only a few more hours."
"You analyzed the Apollo's breath faster than I thought."
"That spectrograph you got, my team had it analyzed in a few minutes. Thank you for having the foresight to agree to its purchase and the purchase of all the potential ingredients. I didn't have to send out for anything."
All comes from the wisdom of the gods and goddesses. The priestess has just given a prophecy that the rulers of Mount Olympus smile upon our task. We will be successful.
The scientist's eyes widened.
That's wonderful. We'll work twice as hard. We'll get done before the deadline.
The matron of Pythia smiled and put a hand on her shoulder.
The gods knew they could count on you. And once the supply of Apollo's breath is ready, we will change the thinking of 100 major religious leaders.
Soon they'll be sacrificing to the true gods instead of bowing and scraping to the new impostors. I'll get back to work.
The matron smiled and walked out of the lab. She still had a lot to do tonight. The strike team needed to be organized, the submarine made ready. The agents at the conference had to be told their final instructions.
Yes, lots to do,
she thought as she stepped out into the night and looked up at the star-filled sky.
But once it's done, the world will change irrevocably.
Chapter 17. Jana fired on instinct, half blind from the tear gas she had rashly exposed herself to. The two drug smugglers were right in front of her, their guns pointed at her face. By some miracle, she got off her shot first. Her bullet got one man in the gut, doubling him over. As he fell, he knocked into the man beside him, ruining his aim. That saved her life. The bullet that was meant for her head cracked off the concrete edge off the doorway, spitting fragments of concrete into her face. That put off her own aim, and her next shot smacked into the other side of the alley. It didn't matter. Someone, Jana couldn't see who, took out the second man. Jacob slammed the door shut again, and they all scrambled away to the other side of the room, taking a breath. That was a mistake. They didn't get far enough, and they all felt the stinging effects of tear gas claw at their lungs. It was only a little, but it was enough. All three of them started coughing. Even as they did so, they trained their guns as best they could on the closed door, only half seen through the tears in their eyes. The undercover officer grabbed Jacob.
Does your partner always think up dumb ideas like this?
No, that's usually my job. Gradually, their coughing subsided. Jana kept wiping her one exposed eye, not daring to open the other until she felt the air had completely cleared. Except for the ringing in her ears, she didn't hear any sounds except their own labored breathing. Motioning for the others to stay put, Jana raced through the storage room and made a quick check of the main cafe area. It was abandoned, except for the man Jacob had zip-tied to the counter. He had managed to kick out a drawer and was pulling a knife toward him with his foot. Jana kicked it away and grabbed a bottle of mineral water. She doused her eye, gave the prisoner a sharp look that told him she didn't want any more funny business, and returned to her friends. They took the water gratefully as she covered the metal door to the outside with her gun.
"We've got them!"
Detective Heraclitus shouted. The shout came from behind them. Jana ran back out to the main cafe area.
All three of them?
The detective strolled over to the counter, his service pistol gripped in his left hand.
"Yes, all are wounded, too, thanks to you. The older man came out of the cloud with his hands up. We had to retrieve the other two. They're worse off, but the paramedics will patch them up. Once they've been taken care of, we can get to questioning them."
Finally,
Jana thought with relief.
Finally we have a lead to the antiquities thieves. And hopefully, a lead to Dad.
The suspects didn't want to talk. They all demanded a lawyer, and it was late in the night before they could sit down with them and start the questioning. While irritated by the delay, Jana tried to understand. This was a police operation, not a CIA mission. Legal procedures had to be followed, and Detective Heraclitus was in charge. If he didn't follow everything by the book, that lawyer, and he looked like a slick one, would get the suspects off. They started with the older hippie because he seemed to be the head of the operation. The cafe was registered under his name. He had taken a graze to the shoulder, and when the tear gas hit, all the fight had gone out of him. His two companions were both in the hospital in serious condition. Both had been conscious enough to demand to speak to an attorney, and their legal counsel had insisted that they couldn't be questioned until they had recovered.
"They are on painkillers," he had told the police. "You can't question my clients when they are suffering from diminished capacity."
Jana found it interesting that the old hippie didn't use the same excuse. He sat there, sullen and defiant, tossing his dreadlocks back as if he didn't have a care in the world. A false front. Jana could see calculation in those eyes. Detective Heraclitus led the questioning.
We have you for possession with intent to distribute. We haven't counted all the pills yet, but there's got to be tens of thousands of them, and the lab is going to find their MDMA. We also have you for attempted murder of a police officer for all those pot shots you took at me. Really, buddy, you need to do some target practice. You couldn't have hit the Parthenon from 5 paces. An investigation is going to locate your mini-sub, the one your 2 little friends used to bring in the pills from Israel. That means a charge of drug importation. You're screwed. And the only thing that's going to keep you from spending the rest of your miserable life in prison is if you tell me one thing, just one. He held up his finger for emphasis. What's that? His lawyer asked. The detective ignored him and continued addressing the old hippie. We want to know who told you about the submarine engineer Panagiotakis Anastasiou. You didn't go to the Navy man yourself. You had a go-between. Give me that name, and we'll see that you'll get out of prison eventually. I mean, I'm not going to lie. You're going away for a couple of decades, but if you play your cards right, you'll get to walk on a beach again in your old age. The prisoner and his attorney got into a huddle. They whispered back and forth for several minutes before the drug smuggler turned back to them. He took a deep breath, glanced at his lawyer for reassurance, and spoke. You're right. We did have a go-between, a guy I knew from anarchist circles back in the day. We went on different paths. I wanted to undercut the government by freeing people's minds and opening them up to love and understanding. That's what ecstasy does. It makes people more peaceful. Says the man who fired on a police officer. Jana managed to hold her tongue. You never wanted to interrupt a suspect once you got them talking. My old friend went another way. He turned to spiritual practices and got big into the occult. He thought that the Judeo-Christian religions were what led to capitalism, and that only by embracing the old ways could you overthrow the system. The hippie grimaced. He got a bit crazy. Sure, modern religion is used to prop up the state, but ancient religions were used to prop up the state too. Worshipping Apollo and Hera isn't going to solve anything. He's a neo-pagan? Jana asked. Yeah, but militant. He still retained his politics. He just got stupid about it. Maybe not so stupid after all. A picture was beginning to form. Jana leaned forward. Tell us more about him and his group. His name is Dimitrios Matsalis. I don't know where he lives at the moment, but you should have his address or at least be able to track him down. He's on probation after serving 6 months for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a police car. Lovely, Detective Heraclitus grunted. Tell me more about his group. I don't know much about it, the prisoner said, waving a dismissive hand. Bunch of nonsense. He babbled about it the last time I saw him, but I didn't listen much. A lot of stuff about bringing back old magic and prophecy. What I was really interested in was how he mentioned they had a rich patron who was using her wealth to overthrow capitalism instead of profiting from it. This patron had hired a naval engineer to design a submarine for them, so that once the time was right, they could go where they wanted and strike where they wanted. I saw the potential. I'd saved up a bunch of money for my operation and asked Matsalis to get me in touch with this guy. He didn't want to act as a go-between because he was sworn to secrecy. A bit of money got him talking, but he still didn't want the engineer to see him, so he pointed him out to us, and we did the rest. Detective Heraclius gestured for one of his officers to go check on the location of the anarchist. Jana stayed put, hoping that the prisoner would say something more of value. He didn't. The picture he painted of Dimitrios Matsalis was of an unhinged but driven man who was searching for a way to overthrow a system that seemed invulnerable to him. He had started out as a communist, but rebelled against the strict party doctrine and the obedience to the Central Committee, and he had turned to anarchism. From there, he had hopped through several small groups before finding a spiritual answer in the fringe religion of reviving the worship of the ancient Greek gods. That's when the prisoner and Matsalis started to go their separate ways. The prisoner didn't know much about Matsalis's current beliefs or the group he was in. It didn't matter. The officer came back 15 minutes later and whispered in the detective's ear. Detective Heraclitus then whispered in Jana and Jacob's ear. We have an address, and it's current. His parole officer checked on him there just last week. Let's roll, Jana said with more enthusiasm than she felt. Matsalis might have been at home a week ago, but that was before the Apollo's breath got discovered. He could be anywhere by now, and that would mean they'd be back at square one.
Chapter 18. As Jacob feared, Demetrios Matsalis was nowhere to be found. His apartment in a poor area of Athens was unoccupied. His neighbors said they hadn't seen him for several days. A search of the apartment revealed that there was very little clothing and no suitcase, a sign that he had gone on a trip. Detective Heraclitus had feared this and had already obtained a court order to track his phone. Jacob could have ordered one instantly through his boss, Tyler Wallace, but they were still pretending to be Interpol. Not even friendly countries liked having the CIA run missions in their territory. They got the trace in record time. When Detective Heraclitus got off the phone with the judge, he explained why.
One of the victims of the cafe attack was our foreign minister. He was due to attend a meeting with a delegation from Turkey to finalize a treaty. The fool thought he could bluster his way through the negotiations even though he was as high as the rest of the victims. Instead, he babbled a bunch of incoherent nonsense. The Turkish delegation thought he was mocking them and left in a huff. Now an important treaty has been ruined, and the story has already been leaked to the press. Now, that may have been the goal the entire time. Sure, if we're dealing with anarchists. You don't have many of them in your country, maybe some college students who talk a lot of nonsense, but we have some seriously radical anarchist groups here. Matsalis throwing a Molotov cocktail at a police vehicle is a normal activity for these people. We've even had bombings. If they want to use the Apollo's breath as some sort of weapon, we got a serious problem on our hands.
Jacob only nodded. He felt bad that he was keeping this good man in the dark, but the less he knew about the order, the safer he'd be. They tried to kill anyone who learned of their existence. They'd tried to kill him and Jana on several occasions, and more than one innocent victim had been caught in the crossfire. The trace came a few minutes later as they were driving back to the central police station. The detective held up his phone, which showed a series of pings leading from Athens down the Peloponnese almost to the tip before the phone was turned off. The dates were from the same day as the theft of the Apollo's breath. Jacob took the phone and started scrolling through the records. The last message Matsalis had received was just hours before he set off on his journey, and it was a text consisting of a single word. Nike. It meant victory in Greek. He remembered that the ancients had a goddess of victory of the same name. Looked like they were keeping with the mythology theme. Why? Was that significant? The hippie they collared had said that Matsalis had started worshipping the old gods. Were they dealing with some sort of cult like in Trabzon? The order had manipulated radical sects before in order to mask their intentions and achieve their ends. Were they doing the same again? If so, Jacob and his companions had even more trouble on their hands because people following any sort of radical religion often didn't care about their own lives, and that made them very, very dangerous. "Drop us off at the hotel while you analyze this," Jacob said. Time to call in some help. A couple of hours later, Jacob got the answers he was looking for. He had used his encrypted satellite phone to put in a call to Tyler Wallace. After explaining the situation, Wallace had gotten them access to the latest spy satellite imagery of the waters around Greece. Because this was so close to the Dardanelles and Russia's access to the Mediterranean, not to mention a shipping route for all sorts of contraband from the Middle East, the entire area was photographed at 1-hour intervals in high resolution. Once they got the images, Jacob and Jana sat at separate laptops going through them, looking for traces of the submarine that the thieves had fled on. It took some time. An AI program helped speed up the process, but the program was far from perfect, and it noted many objects that weren't subs or weren't the subs they were looking for. The submarine had surfaced for so little time at Pylos that the hourly photographs had missed it. That left them having to scan all the waters around Greece. If the sub had sailed further away, their job would be even harder. After several frustrating misses, including locating various Greek and other NATO subs, plus a capsized yacht and a large dolphin that the AI thought looked like subs, they got a hit. "Jana, come take a look at this." She came over, and he put an arm around her shoulders. "Aw, we're looking at spy satellite images together. Isn't this romantic?" he said. Jana gave him a good-natured elbow. "We got a job to do." "Sheesh, fine. Look at this little island off the tip of the Peloponnese.
Look at that building stretching out into the sea next to the little port. Looks an awful lot like a submarine pen, doesn't it?
On such a little island?
Yep, and it's not a military base, I checked. And look at what appeared on an image from 6 hours after you took your little swim. He switched to another image. It showed a dark, cigar-shaped shadow below the surface of the water about 30 yards from the pen and aligned with its entrance.
Whoa,
Janice said. She zoomed out to take a look at the entire island. It was only a mile across and mostly uninhabited rock and scrub except for the small bay on the western shore next to the pen. Beside the bay, which had several piers with various boats moored there, was a small town of a kind typical in this part of the world, a cluster of small, whitewashed stone cottages with red-tiled roofs. There were only 2 larger buildings, one that looked like a community center and another that was a church. Oddly, they couldn't see the shadow of the cross on the roof, even though the resolution and the angle of light should have allowed them to.
I think we've found our cult center,
Janice said. She went over to Google Maps and looked up the island on there.
Huh. It's called Adyton. We've definitely found our cult center.
Why?
Adyton means sanctuary in ancient Greek. It's one of those words that's changed in the modern language, which is why you don't recognize it.
We need to get down there. I'll call our detective friend. Jacob put in a call to Detective Heraclitus.
Hey, Mikhail, got anything for us?
Not much, I'm afraid. That last message that got sent to Matsalis was from a burner phone. The anarchists use them a lot. Matsalis was an idiot for not using one himself. Looking at his record, he has a history of screw-ups.
Like blabbing about being part of a criminal syndicate that owned their own sub? Yeah, that's pretty dumb. Not everyone is a terrorist mastermind.
The people above him might be. I'm hitting a dead end with these phone records.
Well, I have a contact at the Pentagon who checked the satellite imagery and found what could be our sub arriving at a little island called Adyton at about the right time after their getaway. There's a submarine pen, a church with no cross on the roof, and Jana tells me Adyton means sanctuary in ancient Greek. I'm sending over some photos to you now. Jacob waited as the detective checked the photos.
I'm convinced, he said after a minute, and I think my commander will be too. This is good enough for us to call in an anti-terrorist unit. Since it's an island and there's a submarine involved, the Coast Guard will want to be involved.
The more the merrier. Can we do this tonight?
Tonight?
We need to strike as fast as possible, preferably just before dawn when most of them are sleeping.
It will be tight to get everything organized and the personnel moved out in that time, but yeah, I think we can do that. Are you guys trained with any weapons beyond your service pistols?
Jacob bit his lip. Jana clamped her hands over her face to drown out her giggling. Yeah, we've both been trained in a variety of weapons. We've, worked with SWAT teams.
The anti-terrorism unit tends to use the Heckler & Koch MP5. Are you familiar with that submachine gun?
Yeah, we've used those a few times. Jacob resisted the urge to tell him how many battles he'd been through wielding his favorite weapon.
All right, I'll get the team assembled. You better get over here. Once we get the team assembled, we'll take Coast Guard boats to the island. We can plan the raid on the way.
Right. See you soon. As Jacob hung up, he turned to Jana and grinned. I hope that undercover officer is coming along. Did you get a load of her? She didn't look old enough to drive, and she was kicking ass and taking names. That's how our daughter will be. Jana stared at him.
Did you just talk about having children?
Jacob blinked. Oh, crap. I did.
Oh, crap?
He felt himself turning scarlet. We got a mission. Let's do the mission. His lover gave him a look that he couldn't read, and a smile that seemed highly suspicious. She squeezed his hand and said,
All right, Jacob. Let's do the mission.
Chapter 19. Detective Heraclitus stood at a small table on the bridge of a Greek Coast Guard cutter as it sped south through the night along the western shore of the Peloponnese, heading for Adyton Island. He had an aerial photo of the island on a tablet. Jana, Jacob, the ship's captain, and the head of the counter-terrorism squad all gathered around as he spoke. Cynthia was also on board, sleeping below decks, ready as a consultant if she was needed.
I've checked the records and discovered that 10 years ago this was a nearly uninhabited island, the detective said. It had a different name then. This village you see is mostly new.
The population 10 years ago was barely 20 people, mostly elderly. All the young people had moved to Athens or other nations in the EU to look for work. Jana nodded. This was a common situation throughout rural Europe. She tried to focus on what the detective was saying. Jacob's slip a few hours before was still running around in her head. Was he really thinking about having kids? Life had been such a whirlwind since they met. She had been entirely focused on preserving her own life, not creating a new one. The detective went on. Then, 10 years ago, the entire island was purchased by Sia Diamantopoulos, an heir to a shipping fortune and Greece's 15th richest person. The family has owned much of the island for generations. She bought the rest and paid for the remaining residents to move to the mainland, providing them with homes and a stipend. Diamantopoulos then changed the name of the island to Aditon. We don't have any records of what's gone on there since, except for construction permits to build several more houses and restore a community center that had been boarded up for years. We have no record that she's involved in any cult or political activity.
Did she get a permit for that submarine pen?
The ship's captain asked. No, and since no one seems to go to that island without her express permission, the building inspectors didn't even know it went up. The counterterrorism officer tapped on the image of the long shed.
This is what we have to secure most of all. I suggest we circle around the island from a distance, staying out of sight, and come at it on its east coast, directly opposite the village. There doesn't seem to be any buildings there unless they have something camouflaged. We can take those inflatable boats we have and motor right in. Then we march across the island and strike them from behind. If we hit them quickly, we can stop them from escaping.
Jana spoke up. Jacob and I will go straight for the submarine pen.
I'll give you some of my people, the officer said. The rest will come with me to take the village.
The Coast Guard captain spoke next.
Radio me when you are about to move in, and I'll come and block this little cove. I can keep any surface vessels from escaping. I won't be able to do a thing about that submarine, however. You'll have to stop that from launching, or we'll lose them.
Sounds like a plan, Jana said. How many men do we have?
20 on my team,
the counterterrorism officer said.
That's as many as we could scratch together on such short notice. The central government has been sending our people to every major government building to protect them. Same with the police. They haven't called in the military yet because they don't want to cause a panic. I wish they had, though. We could use some more people for this.
Jana looked around at all the concerned faces. Yes, they could use more people for this. But of course, they wouldn't have them. On all their missions, they were always rushing in too fast, fighting the clock, and trying to catch up to their enemies. Her hand strayed to Jacob's, and for a second their fingers clenched. They had gotten through long odds before, and now they would have to do so again. They boarded the inflatable boats an hour before dawn. Jana had had no sleep since the previous night, and yet she was fully awake and alert, keyed up for the fight to come. The Coast Guard cutter dropped them a mile east of Aditon Island. While it kept its lights off, it didn't dare come closer to the island for fear that some sentry posted on the uninhabited side of the island might hear its engine. From here, they'd risk motoring in for another half-mile, then row the rest of the way. The night was silent, and the motors of the 3 inflatable boats sounded loud in the darkness. They were a lot quieter than the cutters, but it still worried Jana. Sounds carried far in the still pre-dawn air. Hopefully, if someone on the island heard it, they would assume it was a group of fishing boats. She looked around her. A few distant lights of fishing boats bobbed in the waters, and to the northeast she could just make out a cluster of lights from the nearest island. It was too far to see the mainland or any other islands. The strange cult that had stolen the breath of Apollo had picked a remote place from which to base their operations. They headed due west, navigating by compass since they could see no light shining from their destination. After a half-mile, they cut their engines, and the night grew even more silent. Everyone pulled out their oars and started to row. The Coast Guard cutter had vanished, sailing in a wide circle out of sight of Aditon Island to get to its western side. Jana took her place with the oars alongside the counterterrorism officers. It felt good to move, to push forward. Every stroke, she imagined, brought them closer to the people who had taken her father. Was he even still alive? She had to believe that. She would go insane if she didn't believe that. After about half an hour, they spotted Aditon Island as a dark bulk against the stars. All was silence, save for the soft splashing of the oars. The 3 inflatable boats kept in line. From the satellite photo, they had seen no obvious landing point, not that they would be able to find it in the dark anyway. Judging from the pictures, the shore on this end was rock formation straight down to the water. No coves, no beaches. Securing the boats and getting out of them and onto the land in the pitch darkness would be their first challenge. The waves swept them to shore faster than expected. Jana and the rest of the crew on her boat lurched forward as the prow thumped off almost invisible stone. The 2 officers in front threw out lassos, hoping to catch the top of one of the rocks. They missed. The waves pulled them back, then thumped them into the shore again. Everyone had to hold on to keep from getting tossed overboard. The 2 officers at the prow tossed their lines a second time. Another thump into the rocks, but this time, when they got pulled back, they jerked to a stop after a few yards. One of the lassos had landed around a rock and cinched into a firm hold. The other officer tossed her line again, landing it this time. Together, they hauled the boat in. Jana squinted to her left and right, trying to see the other boats. She couldn't make them out. One by one, the officers scrambled out of the boat, slipping on the slick stones and groping for handholds. When it came Jana's turn, she managed to get out of the swaying boat without too much trouble, following the woman directly in front of her and stepping where she stepped. Soon everyone was on land, moving away from the shore over rough stones. Jana heard faint sounds of movement to their left and right, and soon all 3 teams united. Leaving 2 men behind to guard the boats, they headed west toward the other side of the island and its small settlement. They walked in silence in open formation over rough hills, once having to hop a low stone fence that had corralled some herd no longer kept on this transformed island. They hadn't heard a sound, other than the wind blowing over the rocks and the soft tramp of their boots on the stony ground. Nothing moved, animal or human, except for themselves. The communications officer, who had a radio strapped to his back with a long antenna and an earpiece to keep the noise from reaching unwanted listeners, whispered something to his officer. The officer turned to Jana and Jacob and whispered, "That was a signal from the Coast Guard cutter. It's just getting into position now outside the bay. It kept all its lights off, and it hasn't seen any movement in town."
"Good. We should be able to see the town once we get over these hills."
Looming ahead of them were 3 jagged hills in a half-circle that sheltered the town and cove. Low ridges connected them. As they scrambled up the southern ridge connecting 2 of the hills, the first lights of the town came into view. While they could only see a few of the buildings between the slopes, all looked peaceful. At least it did, until a flare shot up into the sky from further up the slope, lighting the sky and surrounding landscape with a wavering red glare. They had been spotted. A sentry had warned those in town of their coming.
"Double time!"
the counter-terrorism officer shouted. "Keep an open order!" They started to run up the scrabbly slope just as the first shot sounded up ahead. Their forward scouts had already engaged the enemy. All chance at surprise was lost, and they had not made it to the town.
Chapter 20. Jacob cursed as more shots crackled up ahead. He and the other members of the team ran up the slope as fast as they dared in the dark. Some stumbled and slipped, but they couldn't turn on their flashlights without becoming easy targets. The shots all came from their forward right, the same direction as the flare, although a bit closer. It sounded like the sentry who fired the flare had at least one companion who was trading shots with a couple of scouts. The defenders had been smart. Perhaps they weren't numerous enough to fully patrol the island, so they guarded the pass between the 2 hills. No doubt the more northerly pass was also guarded. Jacob glanced around. As the flare rose to its apex, it cast a garish red light over the entire landscape. The counter-terrorism unit, which had been sneaking through darkness, was now clearly lit up, each figure visible as he or she ran up the crest of the ridge. Distant muzzle flashes showed where the firefight was. As tempted as he felt to join the fight, Jacob kept his position at the center of the line. Unit cohesion was more important than personal glory. The firing died down. Jacob figured the sentries had withdrawn now that their flare and gunshots had alerted everyone in town. The counter-terrorism officer kept them charging up and over the ridge. The town lay at their feet, the first of the houses only a couple of 100 yards away. A couple of 100 yards beyond that lay the cove and the submarine pen. They increased their speed. No one in that group faltered. The Greeks were remembering the gas attack on the cafe. The press had already reported the foreign minister's disastrous meeting with the Turks. Jacob and Jana charged the town for an even greater reason. to fight the largest and best-equipped terrorist organization on Earth, and to free Aaron Peters, wherever he may be. The flare began to descend, the shadows of the attack force growing longer. They came to a low stone fence at the edge of town, something seen in all rural towns in this country to keep herds of goats and sheep from wandering into the streets. Everyone formed up behind the wall, crouching low to keep under cover. The officer shouted his orders.
A squad, we head straight for the submarine pen. B squad, make for the center of town and secure the church. Put a sniper in the clock tower.
Jacob and Jana were in A squad, of course, as was Detective Heraclitus. To their right, the 12 counterterrorism officers of B squad moved further away to align themselves with the main street they had seen running through town and leading to the town square and the church. A squad waited for a tense few seconds while B squad got into position. Peeking over the wall, with only a narrow slit of his eyes visible between the top of the wall and his Kevlar helmet, Jacob scanned the nearby houses. They were all dark, which was really suspicious. He could hear shouts and the sounds of running feet further in town, but no one came into view. It was the people he couldn't see that worried him. Sweat trickled down his back and chest beneath his Kevlar vest. His hands gripped his MP5. He waited, poised like a panther ready to strike, until the counterterrorism officer glanced over at B Squad, raised his hand, and brought it down.
Move out!
Half of each squad leapt over the wall, while the men and women on the flanks remained behind the wall, ready to supply covering fire. Jacob was in the forefront, Jana right beside him. They sprinted for the nearest buildings, keeping a sharp eye on the darkened windows and doorways. They didn't make it halfway before gunfire lit up those dark spaces. Jacob fired at the nearest window without breaking his pace. All around him he heard the police assigned to give covering fire open up. One window got silenced. A moment later, Jacob silenced another one. He heard a man on his side cry out, but he didn't spare him a glance. He kept firing at the enemy. The firing had stopped from the house directly in front of him. He made for it. He and Jana got there at the same time, flattening their backs against the wall to either side of the window. Jana tossed a tear gas grenade inside, and they hurried around the side of the building to attack the next house. 2 figures were already retreating from it. They spotted Jacob and Jana and fired as they ran. Jacob took one out, and the other rounded a corner and was gone. They covered the street as the rest of the team cleared the first houses. To their far right, they could hear B Squad trading fire with the defenders as well. Once the front line was secured, Squad A moved forward, hugging close to the walls and trying to look everywhere at once. This was the worst kind of combat in an unfamiliar urban area against an enemy of unknown strength and number. Jacob had to assume the worst. If they had their own submarine, they might have their own machine guns and hand grenades. Maybe even some RPGs thrown into the mix just for chuckles. So far, their marksmanship hadn't been all that good. Hopefully, it would stay that way. They passed several houses with a minimum of resistance, just a few guys sniping around corners before drawing back.
Don't get spread out!
The counterterrorism officer shouted over the sound of scattered gunfire.
Maintain formation!
A good call. When the resistance is slight, it's always a temptation to move forward faster, but getting strung out in the face of the enemy is always a bad idea. They might have a nasty surprise in store for you. That nasty surprise came a minute later, when all of a sudden gunfire erupted from several houses all at once. An officer to Jacob's left went down, a bullet pinged off of Jacob's own helmet, and he saw no more as he and Jana pressed themselves in the meager shelter of a doorway. Jacob went down on one knee, glanced at Jana, who gave him a nod, and he peeked out. Fire was coming from several points to his right and his front. He took out the threat to the front, then got saved by his lover when a window opened directly above him to his left. Whoever was about to fire on them had waited until the last moment to get a clear shot, but Jana snuffed out his existence before he got the chance. Heavy fire forced them back into the doorway, where they watched bullets chisel away at the stone corner.
Good thing they don't use particle board in Greek villages, huh?
He shouted over the din.
Very funny. What do we do?
Circle around.
His voice was drowned out by another burst of fire.
What?
Jacob grabbed her, and they retreated, firing wildly with their MP5s to cover their withdrawal. Once they were secure behind the house, they moved to the other corner and peeked around. Just in time to see a pair of enemy fighters creeping up that way, shotguns in their hands. A burst from Jacob took them down. He ducked back as a rifle fired from a nearby window, snapped a new magazine into his submachine gun, and gave a long burst of return fire. That silenced the rifleman, but Jacob didn't think he'd hit him. "Cover me," he told Jana. Then he rushed out of his cover, angling across the narrow lane for the corner of the next house ahead. Just as he suspected, the rifleman reappeared, firing a shot that cracked off the cobblestone right at his feet. And just as he suspected, Jana took him out with a short, efficient burst. The man slumped over the windowsill, his rifle clattering to the street below. Jacob noticed light coming from beneath the door of the house he was sheltering behind. Jana was already following him, so he covered her, eyes trying to take in everything on the dim little lane all at once. No shots came her direction. Once she made it, he gestured to the door. Jana nodded and got at a good firing angle. Then Jacob kicked the door right next to the lock. He could have fired right through the wood, but this village might have more than combatants in it. The door shuddered, but held. Cursing, Jacob gave it another kick, and it flew open. A chorus of shouts inside. Along the side of his MP5, he saw half a dozen women in flowing white robes gathered around an altar in what had been the house's living room. The modest little place had been transformed. Frescoes showing mythological scenes adorned the walls. On the altar was a dove that had its throat slit, sitting in a pool of its own blood. "Sickos," Jacob muttered. He realized how odd that sounded when he had just gunned down several human beings, but that dove hadn't done anything to anyone. The robed women raised their hands and backed off. "Apollo, accept our sacrifice and protect us," one of them cried. "Don't move and you won't need Apollo," Jacob told them in Greek, scanning the suspects and the room for weapons, and not seeing any other than a sacrificial knife on the floor that he kicked out the open doorway. Jana came in, and as Jacob covered the prisoners, did a quick check of the little house. "No one else," she said as she returned a minute later. She went over and gave the women a quick pat-down. "Nothing on them." "Who are you people?" Jacob demanded. Now that they realized they weren't going to be shot, their fear became replaced with defiance. One stepped forward, stopping abruptly when Jana gestured at her with her submachine gun. "We are assistant priestesses of Apollo and Demeter, and all the other gods and goddesses of Mount Olympus. You can kill us, but you won't stop us. The false new religions are going to fall apart before your eyes. Your religious leaders will see holy visions and know the error of their ways." One of the other priestesses, more nervous about the pair of guns pointing at them than her companion, elbowed her. The priestess seemed to remember her position and looked down at the floor, taking a step back. The crackle of gunfire told Jacob that the battle was leaving them behind. Jacob hesitated. He didn't want to leave these nutcases to their rear, but he didn't have time to take them prisoner. He glanced at Jana. "We have to take the chance," she said, reading his thoughts. Jacob nodded, then glared at the priestesses. "Take one step out of this house, and I'll kill you all." He hoped they wouldn't call his bluff. With a final menacing aim of his MP5, he and Jana backed out of the cottage. Peeking around the corner of the cottage, they saw the rest of Squad A had made it several more houses down. Tear gas smoked from open windows, and several corpses hung from windows or lay still in the street. Jacob's stomach clenched to see two of them were from their side. Jacob and Jana hurried to catch up with their team when suddenly a door burst open from a house billowing tear gas, and a pair of figures wearing gas masks appeared, pointing their rifles at them from point-blank range. Their first shot knocked Jacob flat out on the cobblestones. Chapter 21. Jana let out a burst at the two gunmen, her heart clenching as she saw Jacob fall. The man on the left gyrated and staggered back, arms cartwheeling, and fell into the cloud of tear gas billowing out the doorway. The other, a woman, fired again, but panicked, and the bullet grazed Jana's helmet. That jerked her head to the right and made her burst do the same, stitching a line across the wall of the home. She righted herself and fired. The woman facing her with the rifle fired at the same time. Jana felt like a mule had just kicked her in the chest, and she got knocked flat on her back, her head banging hard inside her helmet. For a second, her mind whirled. She fumbled with her arms and legs, trying to get them to obey her commands. She was helpless in the face of the woman's next shot. At last she got her body to work and sat up, aiming her MP5. Only to see there was no one left to shoot at. The same instant she had been hit, Jana had put 3 bullets into the woman's chest. Now she lay a few paces away, gasping her last. The man beside her was dead already. She turned to Jacob and saw him already rising with a groan.
"Oh, good thing for Kevlar,"
he moaned, then managed a grin. "We're going to have matching bruises. Won't that be romantic?" "Not really." "Huh. No sense of humor. Can you kiss this and make it better?" "No time," she said, staggering to her feet and hauling him up. She stood still for a moment, making sure her balance was all right and her head didn't hurt. Jana had sustained a bad concussion a few months before that had been made worse from another knock on the previous mission. It seemed all right now.
"One less thing to worry about," she thought. "I got plenty already."
The rest of the squad had made it about 50 yards ahead. She looked around at all the dark houses, wondering what other ones might have enemies lurking within. Jacob echoed her thoughts. "We need to scan the rear areas and make sure no one is coming up behind our team."
"Right,"
Jana said. Just as they were about to start a search, 2 things happened almost simultaneously. First, a blue flare shot up from the port area, just visible between the closely set cottages.
"I wonder what that means."
A moment later, there was the shrill sound of a siren from out in the bay, and suddenly the Coast Guard cutter turned all its lights on. The captain had rounded the island and blocked off any escape by the boats in the harbor. Any escape except for the submarine.
"We need to get to that submarine pen," she said. "We'll have to take our chances with these rear areas."
Jacob gave the darkened houses a worried look and then nodded. "In any battle, you have to make compromises," her father had always told her. "Take the option that helps the mission the most while not sacrificing unnecessary lives."
"We'll save you, Dad."
They hurried forward, alert for any ambush, but moving quickly to catch up with the others. As they did so, the battle seemed to melt away ahead of them. The rest of Squad A advanced more quickly now, and a green flare shot up in the sky to their right, signaling that Squad B had taken over the old church and posted a sniper in the bell tower. They could still hear firing ahead of them, but it was clear that the enemy was drawing back. Where exactly? Were they going to make a stand somehow? Was that what that blue flare had signaled? She got her answer a couple of minutes later when they caught up with the rest of the squad just in time to come under heavy fire from 2 larger 3-story buildings next to the port. From their vantage point, they could no longer see the submarine pen or more than a couple of the piers. Gunfire came from every window of those taller buildings, which was perfectly located to fire down every approach and entirely cover any attempt to get to the submarine pen. Now Jana realized that everything before had been a delaying action to get these defenders on the last line ready and for the submarine to get away. They needed to break through this defense and stop that from happening. Jana, her chest aching from the impact of the bullet on her Kevlar vest, took up position behind a parked car and fired short bursts at a couple of the windows. From various other positions, the rest of her squad did the same. One of the windows got silenced, then another, but it was all happening too slowly. The defenders had good cover, and there were a lot of them. Their resistance had stiffened too, now that there was nowhere else to run. Then came a surprise. Arcing up from behind the buildings came a series of sputtering lights flying high into the sky. One by one, they burst into multicolored floral patterns.
"Fireworks. These lunatics are putting on a 4th of July celebration."
The defenders in the 2 buildings let out a cheer, and their firing died away. The cheer continued, and interspersed with it she could hear ancient Greek prayers to the old gods. Jana's heart sank. This could only mean one thing. After another minute, a white flag poked out of one of the windows.
"Damn,"
she muttered to Jacob.
"They're surrendering because there's nothing left to defend. That sub got away."
It didn't take long for them to confirm Jana's worst fears. After a few minutes of back-and-forth shouting between the counterterrorism squad and the defenders, the cultists began to come out of their cover with their hands up. They did not look like the typical defeated soldiers. While they looked worried or haggard from the hard fight, they all had a gleam of triumph in their eyes. As soon as Jana could tell the fight was well and truly over, she and Jacob skirted the 2 larger dockside buildings and arrived at the piers. Ships bobbed peacefully in the water, glowing softly in the first pre-dawn light. Out at the entrance to the bay, they saw the Coast Guard cutter had taken evasive maneuvers and was now well away, zigzagging as it went and picking up speed. Jana felt a rush of fear.
They're worried about getting torpedoed. Anastasia never mentioned installing torpedo tubes. He would have mentioned that, wouldn't he? You're talking about a traitor to his country. He wouldn't tell us anything more than what he could get away with.
Jana squinted at the water, but didn't see any sign of the sub. She cut left along the waterfront, Jacob at her side, both keeping an alert eye for any cultists who had decided not to give up the fight. They got to the submarine pen, a long, low shed with platforms on either side. The sub was gone. Out at sea, they saw the Coast Guard cutter returning to its original position. Their radar must have detected the sub coming out, and once it had passed and gotten out of range, the captain realized he wasn't in any danger and was coming back. But there was still danger. Danger to whoever that sub and its crew was heading toward. This fight is not over. Chapter 22. Jana and a couple of counterterrorism officers got a hell of a surprise when they searched the church. It had been converted into a pagan temple. Jana gaped as she looked at the altars running along both sides of the interior, altars to all the major gods and goddesses of the ancient Greek religion. Her stomach twisted to see doves had been sacrificed at each one of them. While she had killed many human beings, this display disgusted her. She was no vegan, but the unnecessary killing of animals told her a lot about the people running this bizarre place. Her skin crawled with wonder when she saw what they had replaced the Christian altar with. A tall, three-legged iron stool stood over a pit on the marble floor. She walked slowly up to it, sniffing for any suspicious odor and not detecting any. Jana got to the lip of the pit and looked down to the bottom a few feet below. An iron brazier stood there, filled with ashes. A chorus of shouts, first male, then female, brought her attention to the back of the church. An open door beyond the stool led to a small vestry. When she ran in there, she saw that a couple of the officers had found a door hidden behind a bureau. Beyond was a small room, its walls painted with classical scenes. 3 women dressed in white robes were inside. A middle-aged woman stood at the doorway, shouting defiantly at the officers. "How dare you sully the sanctuary of Apollo and his priestess? Be gone at once!" "You don't seem to get it," one of the officers snapped. "You're all under arrest!" Beyond this face-off, Jana could see a younger woman sitting on the edge of a bed where an old woman lay. The old woman's eyes immediately captured Jana's attention. They were wide and feverish, glancing in all directions. She paid no attention at all to the heavily armed officers at the door. The old woman's lips moved soundlessly as she tossed and turned in bed. The officers zip-tied the middle-aged woman, who screamed and kicked. The young woman came along peacefully. Jana went up to the side of the bed. "I don't think that one's any threat," one of the officers said, gesturing to the old woman, whose eyes didn't focus on Jana as she peered at her. "Oh, she's a threat, all right. She's the biggest threat of all." Now that she was closer, she could hear the priestess whispering in ancient Greek. Jana could make out some words, but they came so slurred and so fast that they were difficult to understand. Her command of ancient Greek wasn't nearly as good as her Latin. "We need to get Cynthia in here." Jana's archaeologist friend stared in wonder as Jana led her into the church-turned-pagan shrine. Cynthia stepped over to where the priestess of Apollo would have sat and peered down into the pit where the brazier once burned. "It's just as I imagined it," she whispered. "She's in that room back there," Jana told her. "I need you to translate. She's speaking too fast for me to figure it out." Cynthia took a long look at the frescoes with eyes that still held a trace of that surreal light, and then followed Jana into the vestry and its secret room beyond. "I hope she's not too stoned to figure this out," Jana thought, "because I'm stumped." The town had been secured, every cultist taken prisoner, and all their weapons stockpiled. Sia Diamantopoulos had been identified as the middle-aged woman in robes they had captured in the secret room behind the vestry. She hadn't said anything since her capture. In the old community center, a hazmat team was working on analyzing a small factory that had been making the gas. Ominously, very little of the actual gas had been found. It had all obviously gone onto the submarine to somewhere. None of the prisoners would say a word, except to mock their captors that they had come too late and that the gods of Mount Olympus would triumph, borders would be erased, and the filthy new false faiths would vanish. Jana hoped Cynthia might get something more from the babbling wreck on the bed. They came to the doorway, where an officer stood guard. Cynthia stepped in and stared at the old woman.
She got a big dose, she said. She's worse off than when I first inhaled Apollo's breath, and she must have taken her last dose hours ago.
What's she saying? Jana asked. Cynthia sat by the bed. The old woman tossed and turned, whispering ancient Greek to herself and not seeming to notice that anyone else was in the room. Her eyes saw something else. Cynthia leaned in a little, brow furrowing as she concentrated on the slurred and rapid-fire words.
It's hard to make out,
Cynthia whispered. She leaned in closer. Jana took a step forward, worried the old woman might try something. So far, none of those affected by Apollo's breath had shown any violent tendencies, but this was the head priestess. The archaeologist pulled out a pen and a notepad from her back pocket. Jana noticed it had sketches and notes from her Delphi dig. Jana smiled. She was getting more research done than she had bargained for. Turning to a new page, Cynthia began to scribble down words in ancient Greek as quickly as an old-style secretary taking dictation. Jana waited. Hopefully Cynthia could make something out of all that, because the last she heard from Jacob and Detective Heraclitus, they hadn't found any evidence about where the submarine might be heading. The Greek Navy was searching for the sub, but so far hadn't tracked it. The Coast Guard cutter's subsurface radar hadn't been strong enough to follow it once it submerged beneath a certain depth and had lost sight of it. After a few minutes, Cynthia stopped writing and looked up at her.
She's beginning to repeat herself now. Whew, what a translation job. Half of what she said was incoherent and the other half doesn't make any sense. Did I sound like that? Maybe at first, not by the time I met you.
Cynthia gave her an uncertain smile.
I wasn't exactly acting rationally. Oh, the whole knife at my throat thing? Actually, that was the rational part. I mean all the other stuff. Oh, right. Anyway, she's saying a lot about 3 thrones of oppressive rulers. 2 of those thrones are coming together and will be knocked down by Apollo's breath. The 3rd throne is the oldest throne, and a laurel tree will grow up through the center, cracking it.
What's all that supposed to mean?
Oh, I'm not sure. Judging from fragments of sentences that were so messed up or slurred that I couldn't understand it at all, I think she might be talking about 3 major forces that oppress the old religion.
Janice snapped her fingers.
I think I got it. What? It reminds me of something I heard some priestesses say when we caught them in one of the houses. What was it again? Your religious leaders will see holy visions and know the error of their ways. They're going to strike a church. Maybe the Vatican,
Cynthia cried.
Maybe.
A memory tugged at her mind, something she had read in the newspaper. What was it? She got on her phone. As soon as she did, she remembered reading an article about a large interfaith conference taking place somewhere in Europe this week. It had been heralded as potentially groundbreaking because several Catholic cardinals would be in attendance, as well as the Archbishop of Canterbury and Muslim leaders from Europe and the Middle East, including leading imams from Iraq and the Grand Mufti of Lebanon. Several leading rabbis were attending as well. The hope was to create a common statement of unity and peace with an emphasis on interfaith understanding. Such statements had been made before, but never by so many prominent religious leaders. Now that she remembered what it was about, the article was easy enough to find. Yes, a major 5-day interfaith conference started tomorrow. All of it is to be live-streamed to the world.
The 2 thrones getting knocked over by Apollo's breath,
Jana thought.
They're going to gas the conference. But why only 2 thrones? 3 religions will be there. A 3rd throne will be split asunder by a laurel tree? What does that mean?
It didn't matter. The fact that they would gas all those influential leaders while they were live streaming was what mattered. What the hell would that do to a bunch of religious leaders speaking about interfaith cooperation? Jana skimmed the article, looking for where it would be held. Palermo is the biggest city in Sicily. A port. Chapter 23. Aaron woke up slowly, feeling the heavy weight of drugs on his body. They had dosed his meal again. It felt like a different drug this time. They had used a lot of different ones on him over the past weeks, or was it months, and most had a dulling effect on the mind. This one felt like a strong tranquilizer. His first sensation beyond that was to hear the hum of a large motor and the vibration of his body. Beneath that came the ever-present whisper that had been following him no matter where his captivity led. It took him a minute to summon the will to open his eyes. He was no longer in his cell. Instead, he was strapped to a narrow cot like the ones the military uses when airlifting wounded. Blearily, he looked around and saw he was inside a transport aircraft. Men and women sat in all the nearby seats. Roger Tyson sat next to him. Tyson grinned and put a hand on his shoulder. "Morning, sleepyhead. Sorry about the straps. The bosses insisted." He nodded toward Dr. Harlow sitting nearby, reading from a tablet. Did he say bosses? He looked around and didn't see anyone else he recognized. Then again, he had never seen the faces of his two other interrogators. He lay his head back, already exhausted from the effort. "You just relax here, Aaron. Not much longer now." "Where are we going?" Aaron heard his voice come out slow and slurred. "Well, someplace nice. You'll get to meet some interesting people." Tyson chuckled. "Oh, yeah. These people will change you to our way of thinking. Guaranteed." Aaron tried to keep his eyes open, but the drug pulled him back under. Soon he slept again. It was now late morning after the attack, and Jana was having trouble convincing the rest of the team that Palermo would be the next target. They stood in the old community center amid all the machinery that had produced an unknown amount of Apollo's breath. A few empty steel containers leaned against a wall in a mostly empty storeroom, mute testimony to the potential danger the escaped submarine might be carrying in its hold. "The next attack is going to be Palermo," she said for the third time. "I'm sure of it." The head of the counterterrorism unit clicked his tongue, a sign of dismissal that was very Greek and very annoying. "You're taking a boastful remark by one of the priestesses, not even one of the main priestesses, and adding that to some insane mutterings from that old hag, and you've decided they're going to hit an interfaith conference in another country." "But it makes sense," Jana reiterated. "These are radical pagans. They not only hate mainstream religion, they hate the whole power structure. That's why Demetrios Matsalis joined up, and we found a bunch of anarchist literature in some of the homes. This interfaith meeting is the biggest of its kind in years, and a lot of leading religious figures will be there, live-streamed to millions of the faithful. It makes total sense that they'd target it." Detective Heraclitus nodded. "That may be so, but there are plenty of other targets the sub could go after. Judging from Anastasios' testimony, that sub has a range of several hundred miles. It could go anywhere in the Mediterranean. It could even make it to southern England. They could target anything. And who says it has to be on the coast? They could launch some inflatable boats to go to shore, and meet someone in a truck to carry the gas anywhere they wanted." "My gut says it's Palermo," Jana insisted. Jacob looked at her and gave her a nod. "Good. At least you trust my gut."
"How is the questioning going?"
the Coast Guard captain asked.
"None of them are saying a thing," the counterterrorism officer replied. "Except for the old priestess who is so high she doesn't make any sense. We've separated them and have been working on them individually, but none of them are giving anything up. Not even that whelp Matsalis. We've been working on him the hardest."
"We're wasting time," Jana said. "How long would it take for a submarine to get to Palermo?"
The Coast Guard captain spoke up.
"I've studied the design provided by that engineer you questioned in prison. It's built for speed. It could get there in about 12 hours.
"The afternoon before the Interfaith Conference," Jana said.
"That's cutting it tight for them," Detective Heraclitus said. "They'd still have to infiltrate the meeting and set up some sort of delivery system for the gas."
"The conference is running for 5 days. They don't have to hit it right away. If we get on the ship now, we can get there before they do."
Detective Heraclitus shook his head.
"We'll alert the Italian authorities, of course, but me and the other officers here have our hands tied. We can only operate within Greek territory. The captain here can't take his ship out of Greek waters."
Jana opened her mouth and then closed it again. Sometimes she forgot that most people on the right side of the law had to follow a lot stricter set of rules than she was accustomed to. But she and Jacob didn't have to follow those rules. She didn't even have to convince the Greeks or the Italians. The only person she needed to convince was Tyler Wallace. She turned to the Coast Guard captain.
"Captain, we need a launch to get back to your ship. Our satellite phone is there, and we need to contact headquarters."
The Coast Guard captain gave her an odd look, as if surprised that a pair of Interpol agents would have a satellite phone. He should be surprised. As far as Jana knew, Interpol agents didn't get equipment like that. She also noticed Detective Heraclitus giving her a long look. He had probably been surprised at their battle prowess, and now they had revealed they had special gear. The guy was too intelligent not to put two and two together. Hopefully, he was also too intelligent to raise an objection. They headed down to the pier, where one of the Coast Guard motor launches was moored. As they shot out across the little bay toward the cutter sitting out at the mouth, Jana turned to Jacob.
"Looks like we're going to be alone on this one."
Jacob grinned. "So, what's new? Maybe Wallace can get us some backup, and the Italian police will up security at the conference."
"The Order has broken into a lot tougher places than some conference center with a bunch of religious leaders chatting. No, we're going to have to do the heavy lifting on this one."
"Do you want to bring Cynthia along?" The question surprised her. She hadn't even thought of that.
I think we should. She's been damn useful, and we might need her expertise in Sicily."
She'll try to tag along anyway. Remember how you stowed away on a charter plane to follow me?
"Well, you needed help on a mission."
"Oh, I thought it was because I was irresistible."
"Back then, you weren't." She pinched his cheek. "Now you are."
Jacob smiled and looked out over the water. "I always was. You just couldn't see it." Then his face grew more serious and he looked into her eyes. "This mission will end."
"I sure hope so."
He maintained eye contact. "We have to stop these nutcases, and we have to find your dad. That might take a while, but we'll do it. We'll keep at it until we do it. And after that, well, maybe we could plan some stuff for us." Jana looked away, her heart racing fast.
"I need to think about that,"
she said in a low voice. "Take your time," he said in a gentle tone so unlike him. She would think about it, and she would take her time. There was so much to do before they could think of anything except for the huge problems right in front of them. But even so, she felt pretty confident what her answer would be. Except that decision couldn't happen until they were living in a very different world. Could that world ever come about? Chapter 24. An isolated fishing village on the east coast of Sicily. 10 hours later. Nobody paid much attention to the fishing boats coming into the harbor. While none of the locals recognized these 3 boats as their own, they had learned not to pay attention to strangers. This was mafia country, and when something unusual happened, you looked away. And fishing boats from other towns never attracted much attention anyway. Often, legitimate boats would stop to refuel or unload their catch at the nearest convenient port before heading off to fill their nets again. And were those boxes of fish ever loaded with things other than what swam in the sea? It wasn't for the seafront loungers and children playing in the streets to notice or care. So, when the 3 fishing boats, all manned by strangers, docked together and unloaded a large number of crates of fish into the back of a van, nobody questioned the fact that it took 4 burly men to handle each crate, and that the freezer in the back of the van appeared to be turned off. No one got close enough to be sure. And nobody even looked when one of the boat captains went into the harbor master's office and walked out far too quickly for Luigi to have checked all their documentation. Luigi didn't even come out of his office to spare so much as a glance at the shipment. "Drinks on Luigi tonight," one old man joked to another. That was all that was said. Not that the villagers were fooled, it's just that they weren't fools. Only a fool asks questions in Sicily. Soon the van was out of town and heading for the highway. 150 miles to the northeast in Palermo, Luciano Nervetti checked his watch and wondered when the hell those trucks were going to arrive. Nervetti's catering had won the contract for providing refreshments and the big conference dinner for the interfaith meeting. It had been quite a balancing act, thanks to the Muslim and Jewish guests. No pork, everything kosher and halal, and thanks to the Muslims, everyone would just have to do without their wine at dinner. Being Italian, he knew the priests liked their wine. His local taberna had a bishop as a regular, but there would only be orange juice and mineral water for the Christians at this conference. It didn't matter. Soon they'd all be breathing in Apollo's breath. The god would work through them, make them see what he saw and know what he knew. Soon all those priests and ministers and rabbis and imams would be speaking of the old gods and denouncing the error of their ways. Assuming the damn trucks came on time. He had a lot to do, and they were cutting it tight. Luciano Nervetti put his smile back on and went inside to speak with the conference center staff. They weren't in on it. All of the employees of his catering company were. Nobody had noticed much that over the past year he had fired all his old employees and hired an entire staff of new ones, many of whom just happened to be Greek. "There's a high turnover in this business," he told his few regular customers when they asked where their favorite bartender or waitress had gone. His expert eye roved over the conference center as the events coordinator, a pretty Italian woman in her 30s, showed him around. She looked almost like Aphrodite, although he was no Apollo. More like Hephaestus with his pot belly and receding hairline. It didn't matter. Luciano Nervetti had far more important things on his mind than pretty ladies. He had a world to change. The events organizer led him to the main meeting room, one that looked pretty much like every other meeting room he had seen, with its rows of chairs, carpeting, bland walls, and a couple of wilted ficus flanking the main stage. She went on and on about seating arrangements, the sound system, refreshment times, and all the other little details that make or break an event. Nervetti listened with only half an ear. He was studying the ventilation system. From his memory of the building's blueprint, it would be easy enough to sneak a couple of fellow believers into the maintenance rooms and hook up the canisters. While the ceiling was high in this room, there were no windows, only 2 exits, and everyone would be here at the same time. This was the place to hit. Then the events organizer said something that got his full attention.
"I hope the extra police won't get in your way of preparations?"
Nervetti blinked. Extra police? Of course, he knew there would be some officers at the entrance to the conference center, which was fenced off from the road, but the security was minimal, and he had already figured out several ways around it. Nobody had said anything about extra officers.
"Oh, yes. Did you hear about that gas attack in Athens? Palermo's chief of police told our director that some anarchists used some sort of drug gas in a cafe and made everyone high, including the foreign minister. Now there's a big scandal over there because he made a fool of himself at some important meeting. The Palermo police are worried the anarchists will target the interfaith conference."
"Oh, I don't think we need to worry about a few Greek anarchists."
The events coordinator smiled.
"Maybe not, but you know how crazy things have been around the world the past couple of years. The police are going to put some extra men inside the building, including the back areas."
Nervetti acted shocked. It didn't take much acting.
"Well, I hope they don't get in the way."
"They said they're going to put an officer in the kitchen and a few more in the maintenance areas."
Luciano Nervetti gritted his teeth.
"When do they arrive?"
"Tomorrow at 7 a.m.
2 hours before the conference started, but well after he'd have the gas canisters. Assuming there was no hitch with the trucks. Where were they, anyway? If the police were going to be in the maintenance areas, they'll be sure to see a bunch of gas canisters hooked up to the air circulation system. Nervetti and his team had already planned on overpowering and tying up any janitors who might be lounging around, or luring them away with one of the young women they had on the team, but that wasn't going to work with police officers.
"This is going to be a pain in the ass," he grumbled.
The event's organizer gave him a sympathetic nod.
"Better get as much as you can done before they show up. I'm not looking forward to tripping over them either."
"Yeah, I have some planning to do,"
Nervetti said, giving the ventilation system a last mournful look. The events organizer treated him to a sweet yet still professional smile.
"Well, at least we don't have to feed the guests tonight. Call me if you need anything."
She turned and left, leaving Nervetti suddenly happy and with hope again. What she had just said had shown him a way out. The attendees were arriving tonight at various times, and some of the conference organizers were planning to escort small groups on short walking tours around town before stopping for dinner. The live stream would start, then, as a sort of informal intro, showing the religious leaders having an informal get-together at local restaurants. No police at those restaurants. Perfect. Just then, he got a text from the man in charge of the trucks, saying only, "We've arrived." Nervetti smiled. He had just made a plan, and now he had what he needed to pull it off. There would be some last-minute scrambling with the distribution system, but tonight they'd spray the religious leaders in far safer surroundings, and in public, too, where their conversion away from oppressive thinking would be witnessed and videoed and shared online. Luciano Nervetti raised his eyes in thanks to Apollo and hurried off. He had a lot of work to do, but at least his job just became a whole lot easier. Chapter 25.
"Aaron, we need your help."
Roger Tyson sat next to him in the limo that had picked them up at the airport. In the seat facing them were two of the heavies who had escorted him around the Order's underground bunker in Switzerland. Two more sat in the front seat. The locks on the doors were controlled by the driver, who was inaccessible beyond the metal partition. Dr. Harlow and a few others had taken a separate limo. The bulk of the Order's operatives had gone in a big van. Both vehicles tailed them. Aaron had been in worse situations before. He could, he thought with the kind of emotional distance one has when thinking of a movie seen years before, lash out at Tyson and take that gun he knew he had hidden under his shirt. Then shoot down the other two before they could draw. Or he could attack one of the guards and do the same thing, hoping that Tyson wouldn't dare fire in such an enclosed space. No, it would be better to take out Tyson first. That guy didn't care about the lives of his colleagues. The fight on the hill near Trabzon had proven that. There would still be the problem of the men in the front seat and those in the van behind them. Maybe he could kill two of the people back here and hold one at gunpoint. He could try that. But he didn't try that. He didn't even think about it more than in the abstract. He could do these things, and he might even succeed, but the possibility did not turn into a plan, and that did not turn into action. Instead, he listened, his muscular body relaxed in the cushy seat. "We need your help," Roger said again. "We got a mission that needs your expertise." "A mission?" His dull mind registered surprise and suspicion, but only in a vague way. He hardly felt anything anymore. The tranquilizer they had given him before the plane ride had worn off, but his mind remained in a fog, and his muscles stayed rubbery from the other elements of the pharmaceutical cocktail they regularly dosed him with. From the limo's sound system came the faint whisper that followed him always. "Look out there," Aaron said, pointing to the tinted windows. "You've probably guessed we're in Italy. That's right. We're in Sicily, heading for Palermo. There's a major interfaith conference happening between Christian, Jewish, and Muslim leaders about their shared past and how to forge better relations in the future. Yeah, I know. These meetings happen all the time and never lead anywhere. Well, this one's different. Bunch of cardinals are here, bunch of major rabbis, too. The Grand Mufti of Lebanon is here. Bunch of Saudi clerics, too, now that their government is in on this big liberalization and openness kick. Hell, even Pastor Howard is there. You ever see Pastor Howard on TV? The biggest televangelist in America. Pastor Howard's Heavenly Home. Broadcasts right out of his living room. Very down to earth, big in the flyover states. He's got a satellite network, too. He's global. They say he's got 58 million regular viewers. He's there." Aaron said nothing, looking at the hilly countryside dotted with farmhouses. Tyson went on. "Some Greek anarchists are going to hit the conference with a gas. They got some chemistry students from one of the big universities in Athens to develop LSD as a gas, and they managed to mass-produce the stuff. They want to release it at the meeting while it's on live stream and get everybody high." That odd statement was enough to pull Aaron out of his languor. "Why would they do that?" Tyson shrugged his broad shoulders. "Who knows? They're anarchists. They just want to screw everything up and hope a better world will grow from the ruins. Idiots. We're already in ruins, as you and I know, and they're not making anything grow. Look, you've seen the trouble the world is in. This'll only cause more. As we remake the world into an orderly, united community with a real future, we're going to need the religious leaders. Some people won't be swayed by facts. Some people don't give a damn about science or long-term economic or demographic projections. No, they need religion to guide them. It's always been like that. So we need to protect the religious hierarchy and stop the gas attack." "Then stop it. You have plenty of resources." "We do, but we need you. You see, the anarchists have recruited a bunch of Hazari immigrants from Afghanistan. You know how they got persecuted by the Taliban? Well, it turned some of them into atheists, and when they settled in Athens, this group converted them to anarchism. Now, I know you speak Hazari. I don't. When I worked in Afghanistan, I wasn't in that region. I only learned Pashto and Urdu. We need you to dress as one of the waiters at the conference center and listen in on the Hazaris and find out how they're going to distribute the gas. When you do, you radio to us with a hidden mic. We'll put on your uniform and we'll sweep in and stop it. And you get the gas as part of your arsenal." Tyson cocked his head. "What? LSD in gaseous form?
We could come up with that easily enough. Our labs are way better than whatever some anarchist group cooked up with a crowd of meatball chemists. We don't need it anyway. We have better methods.
The guard sitting opposite Aaron smiled for a brief moment. It lasted less than a second, just a brief tugging of the corners of his mouth before he controlled himself. He glanced at his fellow guard, who did not look back. Less than a second later, the man sat with his usual alert, emotionless expression. But Aaron had seen it. His fogged mind knew the smile had been significant, and yet he couldn't quite grasp how. "Now we're getting to our safe house in a minute," Tyson said. "There you'll get a chance to eat and then change into the waiter's uniform, and we'll wire you up. I know you'll want to help us on this. You're not helping us so much as you're helping those poor religious leaders. Think of the scandal if they all start babbling like hippies on livestream. Who knows what they'll say? Muslims might face blasphemy charges, and no one will take Pastor Howard or those archbishops seriously ever again." Tyson clapped him on the shoulder. "No, it's funny. If you still worked for the CIA, you'd be on this mission anyway. How many of our agents in the European sector speak Hazari? We need you on this one. The entire Western political order needs you. So you're not doing this mission for us. You're doing it for all the things you used to believe in."
Used to believe in. I still believe in those things, right?
Aaron Peters rubbed his eyes, hoping it would clear his head. It did not. His mind was still confused, muddled beyond any hope of order. "You'll do it, right?" Tyson said. "We can't let that gas get out."
I'll do it.
No, they couldn't let that gas get out. Aaron understood that he was being used, but if even half of what Tyson had told him was true, then these guys needed to be stopped. Sure, that made sense. But why was he agreeing so readily? That question slipped from his mind in an instant, stifled by acquiescence. "Glad to hear it, buddy. Now we'll be waiting in the wings to move in at your signal. Just like old times, eh?"
"Just like old times,"
Aaron said, his tone flat and lifeless.
"Just like old times."
Aaron sat placidly in his seat, staring out at the suburbs of Palermo. His mind was all but blank, his emotions almost flatlined. Almost, but not quite. Something niggled at the back of his thoughts, disrupting the usual placid nothing that his mind had been in for so many weeks. A smile, quickly suppressed, and the offhand comment that had prompted it.
"We don't need the gas anyway. We have way better methods."
That little worm of stress and doubt worked its way through his mind as the limos and van pulled up at a large house with a walled yard. The automatic gate opened and they drove inside. Aaron kept up a passive demeanor, but his mind was beginning to work again. Slowly, still too damn slowly, but it was beginning to work again. Chapter 26. Jacob and Jana landed in Palermo that evening. They had brought Cynthia along, but immediately after landing had put her in a cab headed for a separate hotel, with strict instructions not to leave it. They wanted to have access to her while keeping her out of harm's way. The conference wasn't due to start until the next morning, so they had some time to prepare. The CIA had flown in their 2 nearest available agents, who picked them up at the airport. He knew one of them. Lydia Chambers was a young agent with a talent for languages that outstripped even his own. She spoke Arabic, Berber, French, Spanish, Italian, and Swahili. A few years ago, he had given her a tour of Tunisia, the real Tunisia that most tourists and even most Tunisians didn't see or even hear about. She'd been posted in Tunis ever since, doing intel work that the higher-ups decided could wait, considering the latest emergency. While Jacob had never worked in the field with her, Tyler Wallace said she was good, and that was good enough for him. The second agent was Ronald Mayhews, who was at the wheel of the rental car. He was a tough old agent approaching retirement who specialized in European politics and radical movements. Wallace told Jacob that while he had been more of a desk agent in recent years due to suffering from some old injuries that he had sustained in Operation Desert Storm and the subsequent occupation of Iraq, he was ready and eager to take on another field mission. Jacob hoped so. While the guy was built, he moved a bit stiffly and with a noticeable limp. He wouldn't be good in any foot chases. In Wallace's message, he had added that both were probably reliable. This wasn't something one normally said about CIA agents. All of them were supposed to be entirely reliable, but with the CIA having been infiltrated by the Order, It was impossible to know anyone's true loyalties. Wallace was signaling that he was fairly sure they were all right, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Nobody could be 100% sure about anything these days. Before he could brief his two new colleagues, Jacob got a call from someone named Dr. Steve Anderson. The name was so out of context that it took him a moment to remember it was the Antiquities Division contact from Manibah. Jacob glanced at Jana and said, "Hold on, I gotta take this." He turned away and lowered his voice, cupping his hand around the phone so the two CIA agents he didn't know well couldn't hear. "Hello, Jacob speaking." "Hello, Jacob. I can't talk long. I'm on this phone called a burner phone." "I've heard of them." "Yeah, I think they're safer. Anyway, I found out something. Dr. Harlow was obsessed with ancient Greek. He was convinced that it preserved the most direct line from the old civilization. Any time we come across a Greek artifact, he had to be there." "Really?" "Yeah. Is that helpful?" "Yeah. Actually, I think it will be. Good job, Steve. Keep up the good work, and be careful, all right?" "All right. I gotta go now. I'm not sure how much credit I can get on this thing for an international call." "You can buy extra time. Look for the cards at the checkout line, and make sure only to pay in cash." "Cash? Oh, right. I'll do that." He hung up. Jana looked at him with a question in her eyes. Jacob made a motion that he'd tell her later. He wasn't going to talk about Dr. Harlow in front of two agents he wasn't 100% sure about. Lydia Chambers spoke up. "I arrived a couple of hours ago and got some recon work done. I posed as an Interpol agent and got into the conference center. I didn't see anything suspicious. I checked the kitchen, the maintenance areas, everywhere." "And you found nothing? That's odd." Chambers crinkled her nose. "The cops might have spooked them. I spoke with the event organizer, and she had already been told that extra police officers would be stationed in and around the conference center. Perhaps they called the attack off?" Jacob shook his head. We could only be so lucky. I think you're right about them getting spooked, though. Maybe they've decided to attack in a different fashion." Ronald Mayhew spoke up, his deep, gravelly baritone at odds with the female agent's high, pure voice. "You said they were making gas canisters. Maybe they'll hook them up to one of those insecticide trucks and just spray the whole area." They might have enough for that, but it would be wasteful, and in an outdoor environment, I'm not sure how effective it would be. We don't know the density of this gas, whether it would linger or dissipate quickly. "It dissipated pretty quickly the one time I saw it," Jana said. "It makes sense for them to release it in an enclosed location," Jacob said. "The time you saw was an accident. The one time they have used it, it was inside a crowded cafe. They must plan on doing something similar here, but if they can't do it in the conference center..." Jacob snapped his fingers and turned to Chambers. "You have the event organizer's number?" "Yes," the young female agent replied. "Could you find out what the delegates are doing tonight? The conference starts at 9 tomorrow, so they must all be arriving now." Chambers got on the phone and spoke in rapid-fire Italian for a couple of minutes. When she hung up, she turned and gave them a concerned look. "They're being led in 3 separate small groups on a tour around town and ending up at different restaurants. I have the names of the restaurants." "Jesus. And when's that going to start?" Chambers checked her watch. Assuming they start on time, the last tour would have set out already. The first tour is almost done." "Please tell me you have the addresses for where each tour is going." Chambers looked at him like he had asked a stupid question. "Of course I do. You trained me." Jacob laughed. "Good girl. Alert the police. We'll go to the restaurant of the first group that left. Get the cops going to each one of those restaurants, and let's hope to God we catch them before they get gassed." Aaron was confused. There had been a last-minute change of plans, and instead of dressing as a waiter and infiltrating the conference center, he was sitting in his own clothes in a nearly empty restaurant. Tyson had wired him up, though, told him to sit by the window, and told him to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. That left Aaron with a lot of questions. It hadn't occurred to him to ask, though. His thoughts couldn't form quickly enough. So he sat at a corner table next to the front window with an untouched glass of wine, looking around. The restaurant was a typical tourist place, adorned with cheap paintings of the Italian countryside beneath a shelf filled with antique bottles and advertising tins. An American couple sat nearby, talking about the beauties of the Byzantine cathedral. 3 young Scandinavian backpackers were talking loudly on the other end of the room, downing their 3rd round. A long table was set and had a little brass sign on it saying "Reserved." In the window, at odds with the Italian surroundings, was a sticker announcing all the food was halal. He didn't see any Hazaris around.
Something's wrong about all this,
he thought as he stared blankly at the bottles gleaming behind the bar. We don't need the gas anyway. We have better methods. That's what Roger Tyson had said, and the guard had smiled. Aaron pondered this.
They think I can't think for myself,
he realized at last.
They think I'm a mental slave. Why did it take me so long to figure that out? God, I can barely think at all. I should leave. They'll be watching the place, but maybe I can slip out the back or carjack a vehicle or something.
Aaron didn't move. He wanted to. He willed himself to, but he didn't move. He sat very still, trying to force himself to stand. Nothing. How was this possible? Could all those mind games really work their way so deep into his subconscious that he had no power over his own actions? Aaron remembered that day on the Swiss hillside, and the terrible reality came crashing down on him.
I could have run then, and I didn't. I could run now, and I can't. They got to me. I never thought it would be possible, but they got to me.
Glass smashed to his left. Aaron jerked his head in that direction, rising to his feet, hands gripped on the chair in case he needed to use it as a weapon. It was only a waiter who had dropped a wine glass. The man stared at Aaron and muttered an apology. Aaron sat back down. As his muscles relaxed and his mind began to empty, he realized he had just done something significant. He had reacted. Why now? He still had trouble ordering his thoughts.
It must have been because I thought the noise was a threat. When I was in that Swiss bunker, there had been no threats, only routine. They think I'm broken, but I'm not. That test of taking me onto the hillside or into the room with a sun lamp without being restrained weren't good enough. I didn't feel any more threatened than normal. This woke me up. I still have my old instincts.
It took him an entire 5 minutes to think that through. Once he had finished, he felt better. He tried to rise, and found that he could not.
I want to leave, and yet I can't. Why not? Do only my instincts work and not my conscious mind?
He sat there, his thoughts still sluggish, until a crowd of older men came into the restaurant, led by a young, garrulous Italian barely in his 20s. The crowd wasn't your typical tourist group. Many of them looked like priests, either Catholic ones or Protestant ministers. Aaron even spotted a cardinal in his red robes of office. Several of the Catholic priests were fawning over him, and the restaurant owner came over and kissed his ring. Then Aaron noticed a couple of rabbis and 2 Arabs wearing white robes and skullcaps. A young man came in last with a video camera.
"Please take a seat, everyone," the tour guide said. "Welcome to one of the best restaurants in Palermo. Everything here is halal, so don't worry about what you eat."
This is the target, but where are the Hazaris? And why did we move here instead of guarding the conference center? What changed? Why aren't they keeping me up to date on the mission? Because you're a prisoner, not an operative. So what's the point of my being here?
By the time Aaron managed to get through these few simple thoughts, the group had already sat down, and a pair of waiters were fussing over them, bringing baskets of bread.
"They usually bring over a wine, too, but we'll make the sacrifice tonight in honor of our Muslim brothers,"
the cardinal said, to much laughter. The cameraman zoomed in on him.
What do I do?
Just then, a young Italian man walked in carrying a large shopping bag. Aaron's training made him look at the bag, but he couldn't see anything suspicious. Something about that man made his senses turn on, though. The man acted with too much intent, and didn't show any surprise at seeing a cardinal at the head of a table of priests, rabbis, and ulema. What caught Aaron's attention even more was the brief reflection caught in the glass of the door as the newcomer opened it. A reflection of a van just out of sight down the street, where 2 men were unloading a gas canister from the back. Aaron struggled to rise, his instincts at war with his brainwashing. Chapter 27. Jana gripped the edge of her seat as Ronald Mayhews tore through the narrow streets of Palermo in his rental car, taking outside view mirrors, blaring the horn at any vehicle that got in their way, and sending pedestrians running. The first tour of clergymen was heading for a little trattoria in the center of town. According to the event organizer Lydia Chambers called, they should be there already. The police had been informed and were on their way to all 3 locations, but they wouldn't be at the first location before Ronald's epic driving got them there. As usual, it was going to be up to them. Ronald took another corner, splintering a wooden sign advertising a wine shop.
"Do all male CIA agents drive the same?"
Jana asked. "Yes," Jacob and Lydia replied. "Everyone got their weapons?" Jacob asked. Everyone nodded. Each agent was provided with a 9mm they kept in a shoulder holster underneath their jacket. Some heavier weapons were in the trunk. What they didn't have were gas masks. The CIA didn't have any in the Rome office, and the local police wouldn't share. They screeched around a final corner and came to the narrow street. About 2/3 of the way down stood the trattoria, with its glass front garlanded with fake olive vines, its windows lined with cheap antiques. A van was parked out front, and 2 men were hauling out a gas cylinder with a rubber tube attached to the top.
"There they are,"
Jana cried. Her words cut off as she saw the person she least expected to see, her father. Aaron Peters staggered out of the front of the restaurant, looking unsteady on his feet, his eyes glassy and unfocused.
"Dad!"
Ronald screeched the car to a stop, blocking off the 2 men with the cylinder, who turned around to stare, too surprised to react. Jana leapt out of the car before it had even stopped.
"Jana, no!"
Jacob cried. As soon as her feet hit the pavement, she knew it was a trap. This was too well timed, too convenient. She aimed her gun at the 2 men with the gas cylinder.
"Freeze! Put that down and put your hands in the air."
"Jana?" her father asked, standing in the doorway. His voice sounded odd. A shot rang out from a car parked across the street and a few yards away. It panged into the metal cylinder and made it burst with a loud bang. Silvery gas whooshed out, encompassing the 2 men, her and her father. She clamped her fingers over her nostrils and held her breath, immediately going red because she had been exhaling when the bullet hit. Jana rushed past the 2 pagans, who had dropped the cylinder and were staggering around, and grabbed her father, who was crouched in the doorway looking for the shooter. He was breathing in the gas, unaware of what it signified.
"Jana, what are you doing here?"
Her father's voice sounded slow, slurred. Jana didn't respond, already seeing stars from her lack of oxygen. Dimly she was aware of Ronald putting the rental car in reverse and pulling away. More shots rang out. Through the window of the restaurant she could see chaos inside as a bunch of clergymen tried to take cover, their robes flying out behind them like wings. Jana grabbed her father's hand and hauled him away down the street, crouching to keep cover behind the parked cars.
"Whoa,"
her father said, sounding like a 16-year-old stoner. Jana couldn't hold her breath anymore. Her vision was tunneling, her head pounding. Instinct took over and her lungs sucked in air. And she smelled a musty, earthy odor. Oh, hell. She dragged her father a little further, then crouched behind the engine block of a car, taking in another breath of air. This one felt cleaner. "Keep down, Dad."
"Did you see this?"
Aaron said, pointing to a flower pot set outside a shop. She peeked over the hood of the car and saw the gunman's vehicle pass by. A bullet had already taken out the rear window. Jana put a bullet through one of the tires. It tore open with a bang, followed by the flap, flap, flap of a flat tire. She aimed for the driver and got distracted by a pigeon flying high between the 2 buildings.
"Sorry to scare you,"
she shouted to the bird. Suddenly she was laughing, full of joy at the shining beauty of the world. While night had fallen, she could still see the last rosy rays of the sunset to the west and the first stars to the east. What were the gunshots compared with that? They couldn't hurt the sun or stars. Jana put down her gun and hugged her father, who was laughing too.
"It's so great to see you."
"And you too. Isn't this amazing?"
2 men ran out of a nearby alley wearing gas masks. They bore down on Jana and Aaron, ducking low to keep away from the running gun battle on the street. The 2 men grabbed them and started hauling them to the alley.
"What's with the gas masks?" Jana asked. "You're missing out."
She grabbed the man's gas mask and pulled it off before he could stop her. Aaron did the same with the man dragging him. They both sputtered, backing off toward the alley. Then their retreat slowed, their eyes went wide, and they began to study the moss gathered around the bottom of a storm pipe that ran down a nearby wall.
"Ooh,"
Jana said, peering at the moss.
"Look, Dad, it's moving."
Her father peeked over her shoulder.
"Oh, wow."
I can see the moss breathe.
The two men from the alley crowded around, as did the two pagans.
That's amazing.
All 6 of them ignored the gun battle raging right next to them. This was not a good start to the mission. Jacob cursed as Ronald put the car in reverse to avoid the gas cylinder explosion and ensuing cloud of Apollo's breath. He pulled out his gun but didn't dare open the window to fire on the gunman in the car. He didn't want to end up like Jana and Aaron. Aaron. This had obviously been a trap. Had this whole thing been a setup to capture himself and Jana? The Order would love to get its hands on the 2 agents besides Aaron, who were their biggest threat. Ronald got them out of the cloud and stopped a few yards beyond its edge. Jacob took the opportunity to pop out the back seat and put a bullet through the escaping car's rear window. A moment later, Jana, already looking unsteady, shot out one of the tires. She got them. Ronald, can you get us around? He never got to finish his sentence because a series of shots took out their own rear window. A side view mirror flew off its mounting, and 2 bullets cracked against the pavement inches from Jacob's feet. Jacob spun around and saw 2 burly men running down the street, firing automatic pistols as they came. Any pedestrians were already cowering out of sight or running as fast as they could to get away, so Jacob had a clear shot as he took out the one on the left. The guy on the right dove behind a parked car. Jacob ducked between 2 parked cars, eyes alert for any other shooters, and peeked around the edge of the car. A bullet smacked into the fender just next to his head, and he jerked back. Why weren't Ronald and Lydia getting into the fight? No time to think about that now, because a woman with a submachine gun burst out of a door across the street and started spraying bullets like they were going out of style. She stitched several bullets through the car, then let out a long burst in Jacob's direction. It was all he could do to scramble for cover on the other side of the nearest vehicle. The problem was, that took him to the side where the other gunman was waiting. They fired simultaneously. The guy was kneeling behind a large motorcycle and all but invisible except for half his face and his arm, so Jacob shot him through the eye. Jacob felt a lance of pain in his leg as the dead man's bullet grazed him. He scrambled to get behind the engine block as the woman across the street continued to sprend lead, only for the fusillade to cut off sharply. Lydia had gotten into the game and had taken her out with a single shot. Jacob peeked in through one of the shattered windows. "Nice work. Where were you?" "Oh." Ronald still sat on the driver's seat, his face white and his shoulder steaming with blood. A bandage was half wrapped around him, no doubt Lydia's work, before she got a more urgent request. She took a quick glance around, then got back to bandaging him. "You all right, bud?" Jacob asked.
"I got worse in Basra,"
he moaned. "Hang in there. Lydia, follow me once you're done." "Will do," she said, without taking her eyes off her work. Jacob ran at a crouch behind the line of parked cars, a jab of pain shooting through his leg with each step. He could see Jana, her father, and 4 other people clustered in the sidewalk ahead, staring at something and jabbering away excitedly. They'd obviously breathed in a good dose of gas. That was bad. That left him alone with a wounded agent and a junior agent, although Lydia had turned out to be a crack shot. What worried him more were the 4 men and women who piled out of the vehicle with the flat tire, all carrying sawed-off shotguns and wearing gas masks. He got down behind a parked car, hoping they hadn't spotted him, and looked around. From the other end of the street came 4 more figures in gas masks, these carrying assault rifles. Behind them huffed the older, out-of-shape figure of a middle-aged man. Jacob thought he looked familiar, but couldn't be sure because of the gas mask. Just then, Lydia dragged Ronald out of the car, blazing away with her pistol as she went. One man with an assault rifle took a bullet in the leg, dropping, while the others opened up. She and Ronald ran straight through a glass door leading to some boutique and disappeared inside. The odds were too long. Jacob squirmed under a car and waited, gun at the ready. The men with the assault rifles stormed past the boutique but didn't fire. Those 2 must have made it out of sight. Then the group jogged right past Jacob's hiding place.
"Get the spare canister and get Jana and Aaron!"
the older man shouted. Jacob blinked. Now he knew why the guy seemed familiar. Even through the muffling effect of the mask, Jacob could recognize his voice. 2 years ago, that voice had terrified the world. Dr. Harlow. Jacob peeked out from his hiding place and saw both groups of masked men had converged. Some peeled Jana and her father away from the babbling crowd, while others reached into the back of the pagan's van and pulled out another gas cylinder.
"Get a car in here!"
Dr. Harlow ordered. We gotta get going!
Dr. Harlow looked around nervously, no doubt looking for Jacob and not finding him. That made Dr. Harlow worried. And that gave Jacob an idea. Chapter 28. Jacob slithered along the pavement, passing beneath one parked car and getting under the next. He had to press himself as flat as possible to fit, and scraping against the ground in the car's undercarriage made too much noise for his liking. It didn't matter. Between the chatter of those affected by the gas, Dr. Harlow's barked orders, and the approaching wail of police cars, his enemies didn't hear a thing. He came to the car just behind the van. All his targets circulated nearby, just a few paces away. But he had to be careful. The two people he cared about the most stood right there, laughing and hugging without a care in the world, playfully trying to pull the gas masks off their captors. One wrong move, and they would never laugh again. Where the hell was Lydia? He could sure use some backup here, and those sirens sounded way too distant.
Come on!
Dr. Harlow shouted.
Where's the car?
Got cut off by the cops, sir. Let's take this van. Ours got a tire shot off.
All right. Load the canister and these idiots in the back.
All Jacob could see was feet. As far as he could tell, they put Jana and Aaron in the back, along with the two members of the Order who got affected, plus several of the men and women wearing masks.
Come up front with us, sir,
a voice said. Jacob crawled out and grabbed the back of the van just as it pulled away. He caught a brief whiff of some strange earthy smell and exhaled immediately. Crap. He clambered up the back of the van, the wound on his leg twinging, and onto the flat metal roof, taking a last look at the street as the van pulled away. In the window of the trattoria, he spotted a cardinal in his red robes staring astonished out at the scene. What he didn't see was Lydia. I hope Ronald isn't dying. Lungs burning, Jacob finally took a breath and smelled only clean air. The van picked up speed and took a corner. Jacob had to grip spread eagle on the roof to avoid getting thrown off. He felt his adrenaline uplifted by euphoria. The sky seemed extra blue today. No, I don't have time for this. They got onto another street and accelerated. Jacob wasn't very familiar with Palermo, but he thought they were heading for the highway. He looked at the sky again, then other familiar objects like street signs. They all seemed to have vivid colors, but nothing shifted or started talking to him. Maybe I'll be okay. I'm riding on top of a van through downtown Palermo, inches away from a team of fighters who want to kill me. Maybe I'm not so okay. He giggled, then suppressed it and willed himself to take control of his emotions. He could hear the sirens getting closer. The van cut down a side street. They were now well away from the location of the gunfight, and regular civilians strolled along the sidewalk, oblivious to what had just happened. Some stopped to stare when they noticed the man clinging on the roof of the van. Some laughed. Some pointed. Some pulled out their phones to take pictures. If this keeps up, someone driving this thing is going to notice. Just then, as the van had to stop at a stop sign to let a car cross, some helpful citizen jumped in front of the van, waving her arms and pointing at the roof. Oh, thanks. The van shifted a little as the driver put it in park. There was a series of thuds inside the cab. Jacob leapt up and emptied his magazine through the roof of the cab. The helpful civilian ran away screaming. Ejecting his spent magazine, he grabbed another from his pocket, only to find it wasn't there. He checked his other pocket and discovered his second spare magazine was gone too. Wait, am I high? No, they're really gone. Had they dropped out when he crawled under the cars? When he clambered on top of the van? Didn't matter now. What mattered was that he was about to get killed. The back door of the van flew open. Jacob leapt onto the top of the cab, perforated by several of his bullets, and then jumped down onto the pavement directly in front of him, hoping no one in the cab was alive enough to take a pot shot at him. No one did. As he landed and turned around, he could see the driver slumped over the wheel, his head a bloody mass. Dr. Harlow leaned back in his seat, rolling his head from side to side. Jacob tore open the driver's side door and reached for the sawed-off shotgun resting at the driver's feet. Dr. Harlow moaned and tried to focus his eyes on him. A third man beyond him had crumpled down to the floor, dead from a headshot. Jacob yanked out the shotgun and turned just as the first gunman appeared from the back. Jacob blasted him off his feet and pumped another shell into the chamber.
Instinct told him to drop and look to his left, under the van's high undercarriage. As with so many times before, Jacob Snow's instinct saved his life. An operative with an assault rifle had just gone prone and was about to shoot Jacob's feet out from under him. He got a faceful of buckshot instead. Jacob dropped and rolled, narrowly avoiding the next man to round the corner of the van. A 3-round burst cracked the pavement the moment after Jacob moved. Jacob ended up prone beneath the van. He fired and pumped, and 2 more operatives of the order fell to the ground, clutching their ruined legs. Another set of legs ran off out of sight before he could fire. No one else was visible. For a moment, silence. Then a burst of laughter from Jana. Good. She was still alive. Then he heard a slight shifting on the metal floor above his head. The van rocked ever so slightly. A silent pause. Jacob rolled to the right to get out from under the van. A moment later, 2 men swung the top half of their bodies over the lip of the back of the van, firing full auto upside down. They took out 2 of their own tires and ruined the muffler, but Jacob didn't suffer a scratch. Instead, he leapt up, stumbled thanks to that graze to the leg he had been trying to ignore, and rounded the corner. Surprised, the 2 men scrambled to get up from their compromising position. A shotgun blast took out one. Jacob pumped another shell into the chamber and pulled the trigger. Click. Oops. The man was just rising, and someone with a pistol moved inside the van to his left. He threw the shotgun with all his might at the woman with the pistol inside, taking her right in the jaw with the butt of the gun, dropping her. Then he lunged for the man with the assault rifle. He grabbed him just as he was about to fire, twisting the gun in his hands and making him send a burst, shattering the windows of a nearby shop. The guy was still prone on the floor of the van, so Jacob used his leverage to wrench the assault rifle from his hands and smack him hard on the head with it. The gunman slipped from the van and fell to the pavement with a thud. A shot from inside the van. Jacob whirled around and saw the last man standing, at least the last sober man standing. And he was standing right behind Jana, with his arm around her neck and a pistol to her temple. Aaron and the 2 affected operatives of the order lolled around on the floor, grinning like idiots.
"Drop the gun," the operative said, his voice muffled by his gas mask.
"It's over," Jacob told him, meeting his eye. "Give yourself up and you live."
"Come look at the sky with me," Jana said. "You won't believe what the clouds spell."
"Hold on there, honey," Jacob said. "You. Drop the gun."
"You're Jacob Snow, and this is your lover, Jana Peters. You won't try and shoot me."
Jacob paused. No, he wouldn't try and shoot. Damn it, what could he do?
"Drop it," the man ordered again. "I won't say it a 3rd time."
Slowly, Jacob placed the assault rifle on the floor of the van.
"Do you think I'm stupid? Pick it up with one hand at the muzzle, keeping your other hand above your head, then slowly place the gun on the ground."
Jacob did as he was told. For half a second, his eyes turned away from the gunman holding Jana, then jerked back to see as he heard a whoosh of movement. By the time he got to see, it was all over. Aaron Peters had sprung up from behind the gunman and smacked his gun hand up, then grabbed it with both of his and twisted it until it snapped. The operative from the order cried out and fell to his knees. Jacob grabbed the nearest weapon and covered him with it. Aaron stared at him, glassy-eyed and with a dumb smile on his face. "Aaron, are you okay?"
"Feeling a bit woozy. Remember that night in Karachi, the underground bar with the bootleg whiskey? I feel like that, except I don't think I'll puke tomorrow morning."
"But that was amazing," Jana said. "How could you move like that high?"
She giggled. Aaron shrugged and tickled her under the chin.
"Blood is thicker than drugs. Mind telling me what's going on?"
He pointed over Jacob's shoulder, eyes going wide. Jacob swung around and saw nothing.
"Oh, that cloud looked just like Ronald Reagan," his old mentor said.
Jacob cocked his head. "You know what? You're right. It does look like Ronald Reagan." Chapter 29. The police arrived a minute later, and Jacob was left with a whole lot of explaining to do. He had to do it himself because Aaron and Jana had started singing nursery rhymes to each other. Nothing he had seen in his career weirded him out more than seeing those 2 earnest, serious, devoted people acting like toddlers. As he was explaining what was happening, making heavy use of his Interpol badge, their rental car came screeching up and Lydia hopped out.
"How's Ronald?" "I patched him up and left him. He was going to call a paramedic. He'll be fine until they arrive. Oh, and another car full of gunmen showed up."
"Really? Where did they go?"
"Nowhere after I was done with them. I think they're all KIA, but I didn't have time to check before following you."
Jacob blinked. "They're all KIA? How many were there?" 4. "You took out all 4? Lydia shrugged. "You trained me." Jacob grinned. Just then, a shout made him and the officers turn.
"This one is alive,"
one of the paramedics said. The paramedics were gently pulling out the body of Dr. Harlow. The man's head lolled to the side, but his fingers moved slightly, and Jacob could see he was breathing. Jacob rushed over. "Take care of him. He's the ringleader."
"The Greek anarchist?"
one of the Italian police asked. No. Someone behind them. Put him under close guard. They might come and try and spring him. In fact, I need to go with you. Lydia, take care of the scene here."
"And them?"
the CIA agent asked, pointing to Aaron and Jana, who were now trying to break dance and falling all over the place. I better take them with me."
"All right."
Lydia looked relieved. "Lydia, this is very important. See those 2 gunmen, the ones who came and tried to rob the Greeks? They have cyanide capsules on them. Find them and remove them before they sober up enough to kill themselves." Lydia gave him a curious look, but nodded and went over to the 2 prisoners to search them. Jacob flashed his badge at the paramedics and hopped into the ambulance with Dr. Harlow. So did a police officer. Jana and Aaron were bundled into the back of a police car and followed them to the hospital. Jacob kept a sharp eye on the police officer all the way to the emergency room, just waiting for him to make a move. He didn't. Meanwhile, the paramedics worked on Dr. Harlow. He had taken a bullet through the shoulder that had lodged deep in his chest. Another had pierced his thigh. They managed to stop the bleeding and determined that no major organs had been hit. "So, he's going to pull through?" Jacob asked after this assessment.
"He should."
"This is an extremely important prisoner, and I need to stay with him at all times, even in the operating room."
"I'm sorry, but—"
The paramedic's objection died when he saw the look on Jacob's face. Once they were at the hospital, Jacob put in a call to Tyler Wallace on his cell phone. It wasn't the most secure means to get in touch, but there was no way Jacob was going to leave to use his satellite phone. He wasn't taking his eyes off Dr. Harlow for an instant. "Hello, sir. You wouldn't believe who I got as a prisoner. Dr. Harlow himself." His boss sputtered a moment as Jacob grinned, then said,
"Great job, Agent Snow. Now send reinforcements as soon as possible."
The local cops just sent a bunch more officers to guard the hospital. They don't know what they have here, but they're pissed there was a coordinated attack on some of the highest-ranking Catholics in the country. The hospital is teeming with uniforms.
"Sit tight, Agent Snow. The local police are less likely to have been infiltrated, but keep on guard."
"I will." He hung up. Jacob began a long vigil through the night, not letting Dr. Harlow leave his sight for a second. The next morning, his body weary and his eyes gritty from lack of sleep, Jacob sat in Dr. Harlow's room while a pair of officers guarded the door. The Italian authorities had finally figured out they had a globally hated criminal on their hands, and the hospital was now guarded better than Fort Knox. Wallace was sending some trusted reinforcements from the CIA to help out. In the meantime, Jacob would not leave Dr. Harlow's side. Aaron and Jana walked in. Jacob studied them. Their eyes still carried that strange shine he had seen in Cynthia, but at least they weren't singing nursery rhymes anymore. "How are you 2 feeling?" he asked, rising.
"Great,"
Aaron said, putting an arm around his daughter.
"Dad was explaining to me that the Order tried to brainwash him. They had him drugged up so much he had no volition. But inhaling Apollo's breath cleared his mind."
"It's an amazing substance. I think it could revolutionize medicine."
"I think you're still high."
Aaron laughed.
"Maybe. I spoke with Lydia. Hell of a young agent you got there. The 2 members of the Order are in jail. She managed to find their cyanide capsules. They got a bigger dose of Apollo's breath than we did, and they're still floating. They did agree to be questioned, though. Plus, we got Dr. Harlow's phone. The CIA has already cracked into it and found the names of several moles in the organization. Wallace is rooting them out now."
"Good. What about the other 2 restaurants the Greeks were going to hit? I heard the police stopped them but didn't get any more details.
I spoke with the chief of police half an hour ago, Jana said. They intercepted the Greeks before they could release the gas and managed to capture all of them.
Good. One less thing to worry about.
We have even better news than that, Aaron said. I saw the car that Lydia cleared. Of the 4 bodies, I recognized one from his shape. He was one of the ones who questioned me. I think he was the leader of the Order.
He was,
croaked a weak voice from the hospital bed. Everyone turned. Dr. Harlow's eyes were only half open, his face pale, but his voice took on some strength as he continued.
His name was Commander X. I never knew his real name. You've taken out our command structure, and I am willing to negotiate in exchange for my life.
Jacob stepped up to him. You're asking a lot after what you did. Tens of thousands of people are dead because of you. Entire towns destroyed. 12 countries around the world are baying for your blood. Even through the dulling effect of the painkillers, Jacob could see the fear in his eyes.
I'll give you the names of our agents in all the major intelligence networks. I'll tell you where the bases are. I'll tell you everything.
Jacob's lip curled in disgust. So willing to wipe out innocent lives to reach his goal. But when it came to his own life, nothing was more important. If you tell us the truth, tell us everything you know, then you got a deal. The words tasted bitter, but it was more important to break the order than kill this monster. Plus, he might have some interesting information on the Antiquities Division. It would be good to take them down, too, before they became the threat Jacob knew they would. Dr. Harlow gave a weak nod.
I'll cooperate.
So we've won, Jana exulted. Aaron's glowing face lost a little of its shine.
Not quite. My old comrade in arms, Roger Tyson, was one of them, and he was bucking to lead the group. He got away.
We'll break them up, Jacob said. We'll take out every base and arrest every mole. Aaron nodded.
Yeah, it's all just cleanup from here on in.
Jacob put a hand on his shoulder. It'd be great to work with you again. We missed you. Aaron Peters stretched, yawned, and treated Jacob and Jana to a warm smile.
Well, you're going to have to miss me a bit more. I'm going fishing.
Fishing for moles? You're going to go undercover? Jacob asked. His mentor laughed.
No, fishing for fish.
Jacob blinked. What do you mean?
Remember that R&R I got in Maine? Remember all those fish I caught? Well, I'm making it permanent.
Permanent?
Did I stutter? Yeah, permanent. I'm retired.
Retired? Aaron grinned at his daughter and jabbed a thumb in Jacob's direction.
You should have his hearing checked.
I can't believe my ears either, Dad. Are you serious?
Aaron rolled his eyes.
You complain all your life that I spent too much time on my work, and now you want me to stay on the job.
Yes, no, it's just so sudden.
Sudden? Not really. I was getting burnt out years ago, but the order was too big to leave to anyone else. Hardly anyone could be trusted. So I swore that once I broke the organization, I'd retire. We killed the leaders. We got Dr. Harlow. We've taken some prisoners. We even nabbed some data. I'm done. The CIA can clear out the rest. I suppose you two will get dragged into it too.
Jacob looked at Aaron, unconvinced. You mean to tell me, if a big threat showed up and you were needed, you'd hang up on Wallace? Aaron gave them a sly smile.
Well, if he asked really nice and the fish weren't biting.
Jana gave him a hug.
Then you'd say no and go hunting instead. You've given enough to your country. You deserve a new life.
Yes, sir, Madam General,
he laughed, hugging her back.
And what about the two of you? Are you starting a new life?
Jacob and Jana looked at each other, then smiled. This has been Target 12, The Spy Game, Book 12. Written by Jack Mars. Narrated by Logan Harper.